nemesis, Jubilee. My old nemesis. Not really. It's Jubilee. Jubilee is highly litigious when it comes to reactions. Last time Jay tried to do that was on the gay topic, they fucking struck her. They are liable to strike me too. And something got funky with my other mic, or not my other mic, but my other mouse. So I had to switch them out. That's why I wasn't live sooner. I couldn't left click for some fucking reason. Okay. So, here's how this has to work. I have to do high-level reaction to this. I will read super chats. I will read specific comments. But the goal here is to try to get the video done in under 3 to 4 hours and not get taken down on the broadcast. If it gets taken down on the YouTube broadcast, because Callum has given me the offer that he has, I'll have to pass the footage from the Twitch VOD off to him and then edit that down into a video. Hopefully, if we make it through, we will still edit it down anyways. But we cannot get distracted with side conversation. Okay? This is the last of the live services today. There's the one suggested by Jack. I know that there's a specific moment from this surrounded segment that Peterson specifically gets confronted on. And that's why many people have been talking about this. However, I want to see how the 20v1 goes down. Because it's 20 atheists / agnostics versus a person with a belief in God. This is honestly something that would be worthy for members-only content. But it is what it is. Hi, NeoJ. So, I have to be listening, I have to be aware, and I have to be reacting. And that's just how it is. They're extremely religious, that's just how they are. I can't have nothing playing. Nothing. However, that doesn't mean that I can't have my obsidian. Notes. New note file. Technically a new Excalidraw. I mean, the best you guys can have is talking amongst yourselves and also catapulting off of what I'm doing. I'm basically playing a game of fucking censorship chicken from our good old friends at Jubilee. Because they do not believe in people being able to be given any fucking opportunities for shit, because they really don't like streamers in that way. It's really fucking stupid. Okay. Chroma key. Let's begin.
You're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
Don't be a smartass.
Either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
You're really quite something, you are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing. Right? You're not a Christian.
Okay, I'm done with him. Hello there.
That was the first 16 seconds. Let's analyze that. Because this is the guy. This one right here. This is Jubilee's man. He's this pinch hitter that's supposed to get this version of Peterson. Because remember, this isn't clean your room, the sobriety of the lobsters, blah, 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 blah. This is post-audience capture. I've been pushed into drug abuse because people wouldn't stop torturing me about my wife. Crazy tie-wearing, up yours, woke moralist. We'll see who laughs last, Jordan Peterson. This is the right wing's version of a fucking evil Ranger swap. Okay? This is Jordan Peterson in his evil Green Ranger Green Red Envy arc. So, the clip starts off with this kid being combative.
You're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this Christians versus atheists?
Don't be a smartass.
Either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
Serious hard prescriptions out of the fucking door. Yes, horror stream number 3. This is probably the hardest prescription out of the door. Hence, we're going to write it down. Either you're blank or you're not. This is probably some of the heaviest conscriptions you can give to somebody, right? This is everything. From all of the consciousness of religion talks that Jordan Peterson has ever done, they're all public. This is where you have the talks about the snakes out of chaos, about chaos theory, about life theory, about upbringing and child theory, which then becomes a part of game theory, that children learn the rules of society and they learn how to talk and converse amongst themselves. It all stems from you're either blank or you're blank. Either you're with us or against us. Either you follow the rules or you're a problem in society. Either you understand what is being said to you or you don't understand and you're not a part of the bunch, you're not a part of the group. You're either blank or you're not. In this case, you're either Christian or you're not. I can only assume, without watching it, because I made sure to avoid the fucking hints, because every time it happens, whenever something blows up on the timeline, everybody just fucking splays clips everywhere. This is a heavy prescription to give to people, right? Now, we're going to challenge mode this. Carl's only allowed to react for is only allowed to give a proper reaction and summarize his points for 3 minutes. Where's my Super Mario music? Do, 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 do. I'm giving myself extra challenges. Right? Here's how this works. What is that being? Interesting. When you have a prescription of either you believe or you don't believe, multiple times, many of you have heard me say things such as, I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I'm not trying to tell you what it is. I'm not trying to tell you this, that, or the third. I'm not trying to give you hard prescriptions, and then yapping. Because I don't think or believe in any one way. In fact, many of you who know me very well, at least enough to know my mentality, know that the worst thing you could say to me to piss me off and trigger me, especially if it's in an argument, is to then decide to use the thought-terminating cliche, I know everything. When people do this, It is the ultimatum of either you are blank or you're not. With Peterson, he's very much the same way. Because you can always learn shit. Everybody can hate a know-it-all. But the reason why you hate a know-it-all isn't because you hate a know-it-all, right? I've talked about autodidacts before. An autodidact is a self-taught person. Just because I know a lot of details about something doesn't mean that I know everything. And many times, to be on the same page, there are things that we do when we speak to try and save time, so that when a person is retelling something, but I know the thing that it's coming from, and instead of making clear what a person is trying to communicate, we give them a basic rundown of what they're talking about, right? This is a trauma response. This is a trauma response that every single person in this world has dealt with. Because making sure that everybody understands each other comes from a place where once upon a time you were able to communicate and people stole your ability to communicate. When Jordan Peterson says, "Are you not a Christian?" he's not specifically denying a personal label to himself. Unless, of course, now dark woke Peterson, or rather I should say dark MAGA Peterson, in his lane into the hug box that is the echo chamber of what can be called the Christian conservative militaristic Christian right. The same type of religion that John Delaroz prescribes himself to, and Vox Day prescribes themselves to. Should we not call them Christo-fascists, but instead call them Christo-nationalists? If in this current prescription, he specifically is denying it because it affords him a better position to deny it, we usually avoid things like this. We avoid either you're X or not. Because either you're good or you're not. Either you're talented or not. Either you know it or not. Either you're shit or not. Either blah, 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 blah. Yes, there is a term called woke right. Focus, Neo J. Or rather, actually, no. Focus, Carl. Avoiding hard prescriptions is the same thing that he did to Smurfwaite back when he was fighting the lobsters, so to say. A hard prescription when it comes to religion is difficult, right? Now, I was born and raised both Catholic and Christian. I've also practiced the Muslim faith. I've also just been openly spiritual. For the purposes of a debate, trying to force a person to prescribe to a position that is unnecessary for the purpose of understanding something isn't an effective strategy in order to convince people of things, right? I've once had a friend that refused to understand a concept because he didn't think spiritually. But I got him into spirituality so that I could get him to understand the necessary secondary beliefs that he needed in order to put order into his life. Turn him from a gangbanger to a household dad. There's a purpose for him to not prescribe to the position. But it's very obvious, considering the person who's making the content, that this individual did what he did because he was trying to get in his 15 seconds of fame. Okay? All right.
You're really quite something, you are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing. Right? You're not a Christian.
Okay, I'm done with him. Hello there, I'm Dr. Jordan Peterson. I'm a clinical psychologist, a professor emeritus at the University of Toronto, an author, a podcaster, public speaker, and today I'm surrounded by 25 atheists.
25 even. I was told it was 20. 25 E5. Boop boop.
My first claim, atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting.
Okay. So, in line with either you're X or you're not. Claim 1. Atheists I can't spell. Reject God but they don't know what they're rejecting. This is a pretty hard claim, because this goes right alongside either you believe or you don't believe. Very hard thing to say that people reject the concept of God, but they don't know what they're rejecting. Because what do you mean by this? Off the top of my head, if I looked at this claim and I had to understand it based off the behavior and the conversation that I can expect or that I could have with someone, which is kind of similar to the conversation that I had with Lemon Duck, yapping second before last, which I think was number 13. I walked Lemon Duck through the morals of how to navigate the world as a competent man. Man derives their desire to survive and create order upon the disorder and natural chaos of the world by utilizing their strength to make way for those behind them whom which they are protecting. In the simple sense, individualistically themselves, then to the family commune unit, their loved ones and their partner, their husband / wife / progeny, then to the community, if you want to get religious about the terms, the parish, the congregation, and then societally all of civilization, built off the back of men beating back the darkness, women creating and crafting and materializing culture in the light, and men keeping said evils of the world, danger, darkness, famine, hunger, war, tragedy, blah blah blah, by utilizing said strength. There are lots of fucking ways you could go about this. The simplest one is the basic one, which is men use their power. Period. Whether or not this is derived from nature, whether or not this is derived by the human self or from God, we have a purpose to ensure the people that we care for are taken care of. Some can say that that is God. Removal of this concept of God thus leaves a lack of morals, which creates a hole. And therefore, when somebody tries to fill this void that was created by community and by shared monomyth, which is religion, they have a God-shaped hole that they try to fill with something else. So, whenever you hear somebody say they tried to fill the God-shaped hole with politics, that's what it's talking about. On that yappin', where he was asked, or rather I asked him this series of questions, I guided him through the philosophy of how that works. If I remember what I said, I walked him through the concept that he needs to use his strength to be able to protect himself and also to educate himself in the environment that he moves in. Doing so means that he can't just take someone else's word for granted, because then he can easily be motivated to do anything at all. If you stand for nothing, you fall for anything. ... In the pursuit of this, most atheists attempt to fill that God-shaped hole, and they reject the concept of spirituality in general, because realistically, even if you are spiritual, an atheist cannot believe in a God. That is what the theist means. A theist means that they reject any God, because if they rejected particularly the concept of being prescribed to any one religion, that would be being spiritual. No matter what denomination you believe, and no matter what particular faith you choose to follow, if you choose to believe something, or at least are open to the concept, spirituality gets you closer to a position where you can argue to other people, which is what I did for my friend. So the first claim, where they don't know what they're rejecting, I have to assume means they don't realize the wisdom of the ages from the elders that they're rejecting. They don't see the purpose of having combined religion, but they do not realize that they're rejecting the tools that allow them to shape society. Because realistically, when men start acting the way that they do in my generation, which is to say, A male generation that's been raised by women who've been taught not how to abuse, have been taught how to not rape, and have been taught to do X, Y, and Z under the sun. When they are told that male toxicity is when you try to eulogize your ability and you are being a toxic male who must step down, hand your power to somebody else, and be an ally, the correct thing that you should do is depower yourself. We end up with the current dating environment as it currently exists, where Homath has to tell men, hey, and when she says you should do this, you should ignore her. That right there is what I think he's talking about. Let's see how right I am.
Good afternoon, Dr. Peterson.
How you doing?
So this claim here that atheists don't know what they're rejecting. My background is in studying to become a traditional Catholic priest, daily mass, daily rosary, going on long retreats, deep into the magisterium and biblical hermeneutics. Like, I was thoroughly in it. And it seems like I do know what I'm missing. Is there something that I missed over years of study, both this issue formally and living out religion so deeply?
Well, you obviously feel that you...
Okay. First guy's name, Cade. I am in Seminole. Is there something that I missed? Peterson.
I do know what I'm missing. Is there something that I missed over years of study, both this issue formally and living out religion so deeply?
Well, you obviously feel that you missed something when you were practicing for the priesthood. Your aim was off then. So there's always the possibility that it's still off now.
What was off about my aim in the first place?
I don't know. That might take a long time to figure out. But...
That's a pretty standard Jordan Peterson answer. Is there something I'm missing? Well, you must have been missing something, because if you knew everything about religion, you wouldn't have gone to school. Forehead.
It seems kind of like this no true Scotsman type of fallacy in which you're the arbiter of people's aims and...
He did the thing! He did the thing! They did the thing! These are the magic words! He said the magic words!
how they understand those aims to be. How is it that you can claim that people don't know something that you know about their life despite not having met them?
Well, it's obviously a generic claim, just like the atheist claim that there's no God is a generic claim. In your case, it would have to be specified more, and I'm not claiming to understand what was going on in your mind, but my experience with atheists is twofold, is that they have a very reductive notion of what constitutes God.
Okay. The claim is general. Your reaction to it is specific. In my experience, atheists, I can't spell again. I hate you, dyslexia. Dyslexia, I hate you. I hate you, dyslexia. I hate you so much. Atheists behave.
Well, it's obviously a generic claim, just like the atheist claim that there's no God is a generic claim. In your case, it would have to be specified more, and I'm not claiming to understand what was going on in your mind, but my experience with atheists is twofold, is that they have a very reductive notion of what constitutes God, let's say in the Judeo-Christian tradition.
Reductive notions of God?
And they've often been hurt by someone who was religious or by the religious enterprise or perhaps...
And reject religion wholesale because they were victimized by someone, by something, someone of the faith. I'm writing of the faith because usually when this happens, it's the accusation of, oh, I was a choir boy and I got touched by the by the cleric. Realistically, it could be any religion, any gender, any situation, anything, anywhere, at any time at all.
By God himself, so to speak, and that's left them with an animus.
But I think that you have a reductive view of what atheism is. You've defined religion so broadly to include any sort of having aim in life, any sort of cultural archetypes, or having a metaphorical substrate. And atheism to you is a very specific type of like 3 people in the world that are these Raskolnikov type of, they want to get away with the perfect murder. It seems like you have the reductive view of what an atheist is. Okay.
So, he says, the claim is general, your action to it is specific. In my experience, atheists have a reductive notion of God and reject religion wholesale because they're victimized to someone. Cade's reaction. But isn't your view very limited / specific? You're speaking on such a broad, narrow definition it's hard for you to rectify. Realistically, from this position, Cade would be correct. Whenever we give a basic understanding of anything, many of us, to save words, will say it's blank or it's blank. It's black or it's white. It's red or it's blue. We won't go into specifics like, it's not that it's red, it's rose crimson. It's candy cane cherry apple red. You know, the difference between boy colors and girl colors. Things like that. We don't try to nibble down on belief. Okay? Realistically, what Cade is attempting to do here is actually two things. And now I'm about to do the thing. The first one that we need to be aware of is a Mott and Bailey. Okay? Mott and Bailey's. Very basic, very simple concept. Basically, you have a Mott and you have a Bailey. The purpose of the Mott and Bailey is that you have to buttress an argument and a position. Whenever you come up with a concept and you want to understand whether or not you are or not doing this thing, you have to imagine your argument as a wooden keep on a hill overlooking a village with a moat and a drawbridge. Whenever you make a statement, you create the Mott and Bailey. The Mott, the lower level, harder to defend position, is it's blank or it's blank. Or having a stock phrase that then demands a proper response about the response. In this, I mean the claim that atheists reject God because they don't know they're rejecting implies that it must be specific to you. So if I ask something that is explicitly meant to be as incendiary and inflammatory take, I am peppering the audience to get a reaction out of them. And then whoever gives me the loudest reaction, I'm probing them for thoughts. From the Mott, I then retreat, from the Bailey, I retreat to the Mott, which is the higher defensible position, the wooden keep on the hill. Because of the Bailey, the basic position of it is to exist to bring you in. Then, from the Mott, I defend the position with a higher classification determination. Cade invoked no true Scotsman. So, understand it as simple as this. Wooden keep and a Bailey is a bold, controversial state claim, and then an obvious, uncontroversial statement. When we ask the question, I'm giving you the ability to add filler. Of course we know that there's more reasons for you to have rejected religion than that. But there is a obvious consideration that you need to understand that it all comes from. This is the position in which Peterson is taking here. There is truth to Peterson's position. In fact, we've all known this truth ever since 2011. It's the reason why Atheism Plus went the way it went. The congruent positions of atheism are 100% agreeable with feminism. And feminism itself, by its structure, within its apologia and politics, is fully commutable with Islam, specifically Sharia. Because you have no positions that tell you why you should not believe in something, it easily falls for the positions that would be applicable to feminism. Because feminism is based in things that we can be able to measure and see through metrics. But it also requires some fucking with the concept. Things like the pay gap instead of actually the earnings gap as it properly is. Then from feminism, you attach that to the system that women need to be properly handled, and that they are victimized by culture, and that sexuality is a demon problem. Meanwhile, Khalid on the side is like, that's right, that is exactly what I think about you and you disgusting women. You should cover yourself up in clothes. And all of a sudden, you find yourself here, listening to Jordan Peterson talking to a position like this. On a channel like this. On a concept like this. Now, there's nothing wrong with the two of them just throwing these things out there, because it can keep the person you're talking to honest. But where this goes from here depends on Cade's energy.
Well, let's start with your claim. How do you define the God that you're rejecting?
Boom. So, Peterson specifically is calling for him to come to the table with his hands on the table. For that, look at the frame it, right? Hands above the table. Hands under the table. What am I doing, chat? Hands above the table. Hands under the table. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Anyone. Hands above the table. Hands under the table. Hands under the table. Or hands above the table. Hands under the table. Correct. Both Yan and Jack are correct. Peterson asks this question specifically to then give the caveat of, okay, tell me your background. Let's play it again.
You have the reductive view of what an atheist is.
Well, let's start with your claim. How do you define the God that you're rejecting? What?
So, he starts with the brooch. Cade responds with his retort. Peterson faints. Cade attempts to riposte.
Carl is friend.
Thank you.
Not
He is
food.
friend-shaped.
Ouch.
I'm something shaped.
I'll read that after I'm done with my point. Peterson then revelates, fancy word for another type of sword flourish, and says, let's start with your position. So, he forces Cade to come to the conversation, not speaking around the air of a topic and a claim and a position with Amat and Bailey, while also, just get all the fucking fallacies here, because I feel it's going to happen, with no true Scotsman. Which is as simple as making an appeal to purity because your argument needs to dismiss relevant criticisms or the flaws that are within the argument. So, when he says, isn't your view limited? You're speaking on such a broad, narrow definition that it's hard for you to be able to rectify. This is where the new true Scotsman comes in. You can deflect this quote because there is a reason why a person rejects God. Let's frame it a different way. Men and women who have been in abused in relationships are jumpy. In an alternate reality, Carl stands up and says, well, of course I'm fucking jumpy. Every time she cocks back her hand, I have no idea if she's going to punch me or kiss me on the face. Obvious truth. People who have been abused, timer. Obvious truth. People who have been abused are going to naturally react from a position of fear. If I have no idea what's going to happen to me, I'm going to flinch. Because I flinch, see, you're just scared of women in power. Am I not allowed to be a victim? Just because you're a victim doesn't mean that all men are victims. Some men like to be abused, says the straw man. Okay, so you say that men in control love when women that they think are weaker than them try to exert power. Have you ever been victimized? What's your definition of what a strong man is? And then if given enough time to elucidate an argument, I can then pen how men who are perceived to be strong and willing and powerful in society, such as Terry Crews, or or any other male actor within the last 10 years, who's had to come forward in Hollywood and then suffer the consequences of not being allowed for roles because they said, "Oh yeah, I got sexually assaulted. I got sexually assaulted by a woman. I got sexually assaulted by a man." When they come forward and they are honest about their victimization, people then perceive them as not strong. He's not a strong man. Strong men don't get fucked in the ass. Meanwhile, what is the greatest meme that we all have in society that immediately allows us to derail on whether or not a person is considered good or weak? Butt sex, rape, in prison. We say it's such a common meme that it's a joke that we have all the time. And yet, it still begs the fucking question. So obviously, if you're going for this and this, you're putting your hands under the table. You're not actually addressing what I'm talking about, because of course water is wet. But I want you to understand how when water is wet and you splash it on a conductor of electricity, you electrocute yourself because you create a short. Removing the truth is going to cause a short of an argument. The logic, it doesn't apply. It doesn't fold. That's why the Mott and Bailey exists. If you have a bold, controversial claim that you then back up with an obvious, uncontroversial statement, you can be able to defend the idea from the Mott, and you can use the Bailey as a trap to bring people in. It is just a linguistic trick. Many of these things are for the purpose of getting a person to understand a concept, especially if you're trying to teach them something. In fact, in Game of Thrones, I forget what season, it's after Joffrey is killed, when Tommen's under the hand of I'm forgetting the father's name. Tyrion, when he's in the Sept with his mother, and he's walking him through the past kings that have failed. He explains, and rather allows for Tommen to work out why did this king fail? Why did this king fail? Why does this king fail? And he does it to do the same thing that on that yappin I did to Lemon Duck, but not maliciously. In the case of Tyrion, it was malicious. I am probably saying the wrong character's name, but you know who I'm talking about, the grandfather. His goal was to get him to understand that you need to have guidance and wisdom, which is exactly what the Mott and Bailey is designed for. Because the Bailey is the least defensible position, it is also the easiest way to trap as many people in the logic hole as possible, to then force them to assail and think deeper with their thought. Usually, it's an uphill battle by design, because if they conquer the position, now they're king of the hill, and your argument has to fight back down from a worse position back up the hill. But your job here is not to be combative, it's to be honest, because it's very hard for some people to react to this kind of claim, this kind of conversation in this way. So instead, not to say that it's a power move, but one of the methods that you could call charisma on command is to instead allow the other person to define the position and then work from where they are. So you're from the Mott defending, or not necessarily defending, but talking through the concept of the Bailey. A person comes up with an aggressive claim, and instead, you diffuse tension and allow for actual conversation by forcing them to come to the table with their hands above the table and not under the table, and actually speak from an argumentative position where instead of trying to debunk you, they're actually conversing with you and sharing thoughts and ideas. Now, I need to write that down. Also, just a girl, $5. I'm going to bounce here because as a Christian, I can't stand debates. Debates seldom win anyone over the God. They usually do the opposite. And I can agree with that. Usually, conversations on the internet when it comes to debunking doesn't fucking work because you can't debate a person out of a position. You can have a philosophical argument, but you cannot debate somebody out of a position. You cannot do it. It does not work. You cannot do it. It does not work. When you do this, it is a live struggle session. And the reason it is a live struggle session is that inherently you are attacking the most central concept to a person. You are attacking their faith. This is not funny. It's not cute. This is not a I debunked that loser on Twitter.com, guys. You are putting somebody through a instrumental crisis of faith, and you're not convincing them out of their position. You are buttressing their position. You are making them more rigid. This is where idiocracy comes into play. Because confidence and charisma on demand does not require you to become hard. It allows you to become soft, to become a fluid, to allow yourself to be liquid and form the shape of thought around the idea and materialize in its concept. Because, write this down, masculinity is not hardness. That's silly wait. It's like a combination of Jubilee, home math, and whoever fucking internet grifter like is fucking watching. They saw me about to get to the concept of masculinity and said, "Stop that motherfucker right now! He's giving away your secrets!" We're back. Okay. I got stopped in the middle of my conversation. And man, we've been doing so well with internet connections, and all of a sudden, we've been getting taken down every now and again. I already know that Twitter is down right now. I don't know why this is happening. I have a feeling it's because I started using the Kit connection again. But I need to have other alternative places to have the recording in case I get yeeted on YouTube, the way that they like to do. Anyways, back to where I was. Masculinity is not aggression and a buttressed position based on annoyance of someone antagonizing you and perception and performance. Masculinity is the ability to face a concept and philosophy and a position, and when your masculinity is tested, that you are able to rectify the problems and the issues unflinching. Masculinity does not require you to be loud and abrasive and aggressive. It actually calls for you to be quiet and soft and taking your time. You do not become unbreakable like diamond. You become soft and wet too. Or rather, for those that are familiar with the phrase, you become like water. You are able to erode via the means of your softness. That's what masculinity is. Masculinity is not, I'm hard. Masculinity is language becoming of the situation. If a situation requires you to be stern because the person that you're dealing with only responds, keep this in mind. You gotta hear the whole thing, okay? You gotta hear the whole thing. That's why I don't have a timer on this part. You cannot think that masculinity means turn the other cheek. That's not what it means. The meek shall inherit the earth does not translate to the weak. The meek means the heroes. People with strength. Pulling from old Peterson, it means the men who become monsters. Men that wield their strength as a weapon and know when to use their sword and when to sheath their sword. Knowing the difference between a problem that requires force and a problem that requires approach and reach and understanding. Because sometimes not everybody responds to power. Sometimes not everybody responds to softness. Sometimes they only respond to softness. Sometimes they only respond to power. Recognizing the situation is what you are able to use to recognize that. And that goes for religion as well. You cannot argue somebody out of religion. You can convince them only if they are themselves a, quote, weak mind. A weak-minded person isn't a person who is weak. It is a person who is unsure of their positions. Because an unsure person is a malleable mind that if they are not given the tools to defend themselves, can easily be controlled to do something, period. Because some translations in certain types of faith would translate the word of meek as humble. Because, realistically, that also is masculinity. Masculinity is something that is humble. You know when to have confidence in your skill. but you also know when to be unsure of your skill. As I always say, the end of learning is the beginning of death. You can't know everything. So, going back to where we were before, we go back to here. Either you're blank or you're blank. Either you know it or you don't. Either you are this or you're not. No, it is as simple as I am this and everything else. I am strong and I am weak. I am smart and I can also be dumb. Or, to steal from Alex Jones, you be a little bit retarded. You can talk and you can be short with your words when needed. You can have a lot to say and you can have nothing at all to add. Period. That's sometimes how shit goes. That's how some problems get solved. That's how some situations you learn to navigate them. Because we are creatures that learn from habit. We deal with what we recognize. And when it comes to things like religion, going back to something Chat said, yeah, we all know what it feels like to be able to know it all. And God, Lord knows, a fucking atheist is a goddamn know-it-all. You learn so much about the physical religion and what it writes on the paper that they interpret the words in ways that they must be because the etymology of the word says that this is the proper root word of its origination, but they forget the culture that goes along with it, and thus the foibles that inform it. Period. And this shit's important.
What is God to you?
Now let's write this down.
And atheism to you is a very specific type of like 3 people in the world that are these Raskolnikov type of, they want to get away with a perfect murder. It seems like you have the reductive view of what an atheist is.
Well, let's start with your claim. How do you define the God that you're rejecting? Like, what is God to you? You studied in the church, you found that unsatisfactory. How would you characterize what you rejected?
I think the average Christian believer, when they say that they're Christian, they believe, they mean some sort of God that is all-powerful, all-perfect, is somehow involved in the matters of this world, and that we look to them through wisdom and with the Logos incarnate in Christ. And it also seems like you don't believe in religion in the way that the average Christian says that they believe in religion. And there are as many gods out there as there are believers, because everybody has mutually exclusive and different views of what God is. So it seems
Well,
like...
if everybody had mutually exclusive views of what God is, no one could speak to each other.
Okay. So Cade basically says the Godhead. All-seeing, all-knowing, all-feeling. Which culminates into Almighty. So, this is where most people who end up becoming an atheist come from. Once upon a time, not long ago, they used to believe. And then someone came along and told them, why do bad things happen to good people? Why do good things happen to bad people? And then blase, he can't be all-seeing, and can't be all-knowing, and can't be good. Because if he allows things to happen to people, then God must be evil. Because when man plans, God laughs. Type shit. This is where most atheists begin. My faith didn't help me. My faith didn't support me. My faith didn't save me. Therefore, faith can't save anyone. Therefore, why are you still clutching onto this thing that doesn't help you? Therefore, I have to wake you up. I need to get you out of this mindset. I need to wake you up because you're believing in something that isn't real. This is why Peterson responded like this.
Logos incarnate in Christ. And it also seems like you don't believe in religion in the way that the average Christian says that they believe in religion. And there are as many gods out there as there are believers, because everybody has mutually exclusive and different views of what God is. So it seems
Well,
like...
if everybody had mutually exclusive views of what God is, no one could speak to each other. The mere fact of communication presumes a commonality of assumption and definition. And it's certainly not the case that I regard any archetypal manifestation whatsoever as equally religious. So that's not a real claim. Let me give you an example. For example, there's a sub-narrative in the story of Moses where Moses is rewarded with a glimpse of God. Okay, and that's one of the ways that God is characterized in the Old Testament stories.
Yes.
Now, Moses is a faithful servant of God and a good man. At least that's the case within the confines of the story.
One possible interpretation.
It's the case within the confines of the story, obviously.
Well, not obviously. When we look at the Bible can't precisely say anything.
So, Peterson attempts to explain to him that if everybody believed a particular certain way, if everybody saw things from the same position, then communication about concepts, ideas, beliefs, foibles, lessons would be impossible. Because regardless of the denomination of faith and the orientation of its thought, there are some truths which are quintessential and obvious to reality. Period. It doesn't matter if you're Christian, it doesn't matter if you are Catholic, it doesn't matter if you are Baptist, it doesn't matter if you are Presbyterian, it doesn't matter if you are any of the denominations of the Black Church, which effectively I believe is just Baptist, some variations of Baptist. It doesn't matter if it's an AMC church, does not matter if it's the most splitting of hairs of the moderate reformative forms of Islam. Every single philosophy has to come from some wellspring of knowledge that is ever present and ever philosophically true. Something as obvious as if you sit down and enjoy the fruits of your labor, you're having a good life. Well, not essentially. You can't actually have the fruits of your blah, 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 blah. You're splitting fucking hairs. Doing this means that there's not something you're doing in life. Because realistically, another concept of masculinity is that the performativity of the action itself demonstrates whether or not you truly have an understanding of the philosophy. If you are putting in too much effort, if you're putting in too much work to try to be responsive to a response, you are not in a position where you can say that you are at rest. Right? So, I'll spin it a different way. I'll explain this point a different way. Black culture, specifically. Performativity, to act a specific way to fit in, is not true healing. It is trauma wearing a suit. You are putting on a zoot suit, right? Everybody remember those old ass fucking suits? Anybody remember them? The I can't say the word. Actually, no, yes I can. The Zipcoon suits. The zoot suit, it's been called before. Anybody remember them? I'll bring up a screen cap of what one looks like. If I can find one. These things right here. A zoot suit. Dressing up in a way that in society made you feel like you looked like you belonged. When it came to culture, fitting in, acting the right way, that doesn't bring you calm and peace in your life. If you're always wearing a suit and you are wearing your trauma as a performative example of how you deserve to fit in, you're not truly at a point of peace where you can say that you're masculine. Realistically, you could use the concept of the zoot suit to stand for anything, right? But that's the general logic of the concept. I've gone over my time. That's the general logic of the concept. If you're always wearing your religious trauma, your culture trauma, your colorism trauma, your class trauma, your caste trauma, your political harassment trauma as a zoot suit, you are not truly living in your truth. You are living in your trauma, and you're using it as a buttress and as an armor and as a shield to prove that it happened to you, rather than you have healed from it and that you know how to deal with it properly. Some way, somehow, Cade and his philosophy to approach the issue requires him to not have a conversation, but instead try to constantly attack some concept of the idea of the argument, and is backblasting both the argument, himself, his trauma, and Jordan Peterson all in one go. Let's watch it in full motion.
Claim. Let me give you an example. For example, there's a sub-narrative in the story of Moses where Moses is rewarded with a glimpse of God. Okay, and that's one of the ways that God is characterized in the Old Testament stories.
Yes.
Now, Moses is a faithful servant of God and a good man. At least that's the case within the confines of the story.
One possible
It's
interpretation.
the case within the
So, he tries to start laying out a point that he's making, right? He's doing, let's just call it on its face. He's doing a Carl. He's trying to give context so that you can understand where he's coming from. He's trying to explain that in the greater narrative of the story, and in the greater understanding of the point that he's trying to address, this is how this is usually defined in the context of the story. Before he's even done setting up the window dressing, he's already trying to move past it to then get dominance and control back into the conversation, to then dominate Peterson again, period. Because another concept of debates, the one who's talking the most must be the person who's winning. This is just not true, right? You get two men, you get two women who are in a room yapping. And somehow, the person who talks the most must be dominant. Because we as people in society understand the person who's talking is considered someone who could be teaching and educating. And the one who's listening is the one who has no responses to give because they have no retort to what's being said. But that's not the case. Because there's a difference between listening and waiting to speak. Cade can't wait. He can't even wait. And therein lies part of Cade's problem. Somewhere, somehow, whether it be because there's a camera or because he knows it's going to be recorded for content, Cade's being performative. You could even also factor in the fact that it's the Jordan Peterson. When is he ever going to get this chance again? Shit like this is why half the time content creators can't fuck with other people. Half the time this is why that happens. Whenever somebody hears me and sees me get onto my trend and say shit about why something like content creation can be hard, it's this right here. It's this right here. We hate this. Not the interaction, not the engagement, but the need to absorb time.
Confines of the story, obviously. But
Well,
there's
obviously.
there's-
When we look at the Bible can't precisely say anything because there are so many different exegetical and hermeneutic views of this particular book, and that everybody has disagreed historically on, it seems like, even the most benign detail about a book this big. And it seems like you can only say that the Bible says something if you first presuppose that it's univocal.
So your claim essentially is that Moses in the Old Testament plays the role of a villain or is irrelevant? Because the alternative claim
I'm
is
saying
that
that we
he's
can't
good.
know, because we can't talk to those authors.
If you are going to start with the presupposition that there's nothing I can say about any of these stories that you're not going to disagree with from the perspective that there are multiple potential competing claims, then I can't speak with you. So
And
you
we
have
also have a short time here, so I'm...
So, basically, what Peterson does here, which is why I swapped through this, that's why I did the wavy lines, is that Peterson is attempting to cut him off at the pass. Not to stop conversation, but to start conversation. He is trying to get Cade to be receptive. Cade does not want to have the conversation. He wants to say there is no proper definition, there's no proper definitive answer as an appeal to purity. We can't go back and talk to the authors that wrote the Bible. Therefore, why are we even here? What are we talking about, bro? What's bro yapping about? What's bro yapping about? It's useless. And equally, because they are not willing to engage, the response and the attraction itself is also useless. He basically takes his point and he turns it on him. This is how most internet debates go. It's why you would much rather have a discussion with somebody who is arguing from a position of belief, and then you explore the concepts themselves by talking through them. So, anybody who was watching me the other day, where I was dealing with that one annoying person who was being an asshole inside of Don't Starve Together in that public server, that is exactly what was happening. I spoke from a position where I was confident in what I said. I could obviously see what they were trying to do, which is to try to turn the crowd. I sidestepped it, called it to attention, moved past it. The other person couldn't move past it. They even admitted they were trying to defend other people. That's not what I was there for. I wasn't trying to accuse anyone. And so, the same thing here. Peterson's not accusing Cade of anything with his positions. He wants Cade to engage with what's being said. Cade comes from the presupposition where he is basically acting as though his position is easily defensible. I have all this knowledge. I know what I'm talking about. What did I miss? Peterson says, empty your cup. And Cade just keeps trying to split hairs with the issue. Trying to invoke neutral Scotsman to get it to stick to Peterson, but it's not working. Truthfully, it's a rookie-ass move, if you ask me. But, you know.
I want to get to the core of what you're arguing here, and I'd love if we could...
The core of what I'm arguing is that atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting. So I'm trying to give you an example of what's being rejected and its complexity. Okay, so God rewards Moses with a glimpse of the divine. So this is a definition of the God that atheists are hypothetically rejecting.
So, right there, Peterson gives an answer. Atheists reject God, but they don't know what they're rejecting. What are the atheists rejecting? Complexity.
The core of what I'm that atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting. So I'm trying to give you an example of what's being rejected, and it's complexity.
So, just like how I did for Lemon Duck, Peterson is doing for Cade. Cade wants to debate about something that's not the point that Jordan's making. So Jordan gets him back to understand, I want you to think about this thing. Stop trying to fight me. Think.
Okay, so God rewards Moses with a glimpse of the divine. So this is a definition of the God that atheists are hypothetically rejecting.
A possible one.
I said ah. Yeah. I didn't say the. I said ah.
That is possible, yes.
Okay, so despite the fact that Moses is a stellar character and he's had a long and difficult life and can withstand a lot of difficulty and travail, God puts him between two cliffs. So he can just see a crack of what's in front of him. And when God walks by, he allows him to see his back. Okay, so the implication of that story is that the divine is fundamentally unknowable. It's a pinnacle experience, and that people in their finitude have to be shielded from a comprehensive vision of the basis of reality. Well, that's not the God that's defined in that manner, right? It's not a simple personification. It's not a simple old man in the sky. It's something that, in its essence, is unknowable and overwhelming. And that isn't, in my experience, the God that's defined by atheists who are attempting to undermine the story.
So, from there, Peterson basically explains, if anybody's seen Good Omens, it's ineffable! God is unknowable to a degree of sanity. If somehow you were to truly comprehend the concepts of the world, you turn into All-Star Superman, Lex Luthor. Anybody who knows what I'm talking about, you should know this clip, and if you don't, I'm going to show it to you real quick. Real quick. Lord have mercy. Gotta double click through everything. This is gonna be a really quick clip. I'm playing it for the convenience of the chat.
Welcome to the new world.
It's past this point. 1 second. Right here.
Are you okay?
Better than okay. I can see the entire electromagnetic spectrum. And those must be atoms. Little clouds of possibility. Einstein couldn't connect the gravitational force to the other three. But if he could have seen this, it's so obvious.
Uncle Lex?
The fundamental forces are yoked by consciousness. Everything's connected. Every one. And this is how he sees things all the time. Every day.
I don't know if I should be worried or mortified.
It's a cruel joke. The mechanistic clockwork of reality hinging on a precious, impossible defiance of entropy, on life. And the clockwork doesn't care. It's like it's all just us in here together. We're all we've got.
You are embarrassing me beyond therapy.
You'll have to forgive him, Nostalthia. He just figured out how everything works.
Gravity warps time. Superman trapped me in a relativistic conundrum.
He's trying to say his 24 hours of superpowers just ran out.
But it's only been a couple of hours.
Relative to us, the gravity gun sped up his clock a little.
You think I didn't make more of it?
Looking for this?
Give it back! I saw everything! I saw how to save the world. I could have made everyone see! If it wasn't for you, I could have saved the world!
If it had mattered to you, Luthor, You could have saved the world years ago.
You're right.
This kind of fallacy, or rather this kind of hubris, to a character, as this is the kind of shit that you read from fucking C.S. Lewis in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, especially considering that Aslan is, in the concept of his work, Jesus in the form he chooses to take inside of Narnia. This is the kind of viewpoint that argument from Peterson invokes. The idea that from you springs eternal the concept of God. So, the argument that I said to Lemon Duck on that day was that he had the philosophy that God is nature. God is an unchanging, unfeeling, unknowing thing that does not care about how things is, and that the brutality of nature is the response of the world itself. And from that structure, I explained to him that yes, but no. God is in your hands. God is us. We, from whatever entropy spawned us, literally build the reality around us with our hands. For that, I'm going to give everybody in this chat a saying. It's a very simple saying. Man is not without mistake, unlike that which he builds with his hands. We are fallible. We are affable. We can fail. We can break, die, falter. There are plenty of people in this world who are more willing to believe that a man would fall off his horse rather than be willing to die on it. We would save grace, we would save face, we would save embarrassment, we would save smartness, we would take pleasure in smugness. We are fallible, evil creatures that have the capacity to do good within us. We're not good, we're not evil, we're not wrong, we're not good, we're not bad. We just are. And in this concept, I didn't hit the button. And in this concept, by what you choose to do, you become like Voltaire. Before I even said it, Bogdan in the chat, give him a fucking star. God is you and me and everything else. We're just everyday people. And from this action, you put your will into the world. And from your will, you work with other people to make something happy. Happy work. Well, no, actually, no, that's correct. Make something happy and make people happy. Once upon a time, a Carl who was out of a job walked from his house to sign up to get a job at what is effectively a smoothie stand. And for 6 to 10 hours a day, from the ass crack of dawn until I got off at 5 in sweltering heat, where I then walked back to my house, it was my job to solve problems as people tried to decide what kind of fucking smoothie from Smoothie King they wanted to buy and they wanted to drink. It was not my job to question their desire. It was my job to give them the information so they could be making an informed decision. From this concept, if God is the God of smoothies that divines into my head the recipes of everything I need to make and blend, and what certain flavors go with what, it is on me to now know my job to then do my part in that role in society. So, from your fucking biscuit maker, to the chicken guy, to the girl at the register who does your groceries, to the girl who takes your coffee order when you want to treat yourself. When you find yourself in a position like this, where you are rejecting the concept out of hand because you refuse to get down to the point of complexity, when you reject it in the sake of, too many words, you're too long-winded, you are failing to understand that you are rejecting complexity. You want simplicity. You want things wrapped up in a bouquet and a bow, and we cannot do that for each other without understanding where we're coming from. You have to be able to meet each other halfway. You have to be able to meet each other halfway. If you want somebody to come all the way 95% and you only do 5%, you're doing that thing that I talked about before every time this kind of thing comes up, where you want to know 110% of the details, but you want to be less than 10% involved. Because it's your life in your hands. The sun, the moon, the stars, the world, everything in your hands. The sun is in your hands. It is your job to shine a light on your world. Hello, light bulb. If you can't do that, you can't better inform yourself, let alone others. And thus you're fucked. The monomyth of man requires this. You need people to understand people. If you have antisocial people put in a position where they say, I have a lot of empathy, you get Ian Joma. You get a man who quite literally is a content cuck. You get a man who says, I have high empathy. I think that you're a monster. I think you're an asshole. And he doesn't understand, or he's so evil to think that he could trick other people into thinking he has empathy when really he's just controlling. And either he doesn't know the difference, or he does know the difference, and he thinks you don't. It's when deceitful people like Innuendo Studios steal money and then think, I'm gonna run away and go on vacation. Or Keffels, I'm gonna run away and go on vacation. You can't know everything. You can only know what you are. I know who the fuck I am. But that doesn't mean I know everything. I know who I am in this current moment. In this exact superposition of myself. It's talking to all of you. At distance and at length. Expounding that further requires you to spend a lot of time thinking. And if you're too hasty, and you're moving too goddamn fast, to really analyze yourself and figure out where you're going in life, you can easily fall afoul of this kind of behavior. And that is the hard lesson. That's the hard lesson. That's the solid dick, as they said in old comics. That's the solid dick that Jordan Peterson is giving to Cade. Omega Low? He is trying to get him to understand this. And he doesn't want to understand it. Because he's too busy on, I've got to debate Jordan Peterson and debunk him. I have to make him look like a fool. I have to make him look stupid.
I mean, it's the same claim, for example, that you're a finite creature, and that you face something that in the final analysis is unknowable, and that you have to establish a relationship with it regardless of your inability to perceive or even withstand perceiving the whole. Okay, is there a problem with that?
I mean, the problem is that when we look at, famously, when you've been asked, do you believe in God, the question becomes, what do we mean by God? And in the Bible, it's not even clear the biblical authors know what God is, because Yahweh has historically emerged from an early storm god, a deity that doesn't exhaust the category of deity, and it has changed over the Old Testament. Does God have physicality? Does God not have physicality? It seems like, yes, if you define religion to mean anybody that has an aim, anybody that looks at the unknown, anybody who wants to go from chaos to order is inherently religious, then yes. But also in the same way, I could define atheist as somebody who doesn't dogmatically believe in a religion, or somebody who doesn't regularly attend religious services or belong to a denomination. To help especially the audience, kind of like boil this down, there was a lot of words there. That the central claim is that we exist somewhere between the finite and the infinite.
Central claim.
A central claim is that we exist somewhere between the finite and the infinite?
No, I said that we were finite and we had to establish a relationship with the infinite.
Yeah, then in that case, then we're all religious, but then I can do the same thing and define one particular element of atheism. It seems like we both have a reductive view of what the other side looks like, to the point where a conversation seems incoherent, and not just incoherent, but not in the way that the average Christian understands Christianity to be.
Do you have...
So, to short, I'm going to give you the short answer, okay? Here's the short answer. It's actually a 1 minute. I only need 1 minute to define this. Fuck that shit you heard. This is what you're hearing. Fuck what you heard. This is what you're hearing. And I do mean that literally.
Don't get it twisted. This rap shit is mine, motherfuckers. A fucking game. Fuck what you heard. It's what you hearing.
I'm not joking. From the grave, DMX, Earl Jones, giving fucking gospel. God is not what you heard. It's what you're hearing. If you imply your action, I went over a minute. If you imply force, and the force pushes back, that's God. It doesn't matter how you define it. It is ineffable. But you'll know it when you see it, and when you feel it. When you push, and something else pushes back, when you're trying to understand yourself, when you're trying to work through your deepest, darkest emotions, when you're trying to communicate something, and you find yourself coming to emotional blows, when you can feel tears, get misty-eyed, that's God. God is not so much emotions, it is the evocative sense of emotion. And you have to understand that it's literally the waft. Another way that I can describe this, it's the taste. It's the memory of the taste of banana. Has anybody ever had banana? You ever had a banana taffy? You ever tasted anything that's ever banana flavored? And you know how it doesn't taste like banana? It tastes like the idea of banana. God is the memory of the smell of the taste of banana. You, in your mind, know what a banana smells like, looks like, and tastes like. Yes, I'm asking you to imagine banana. But you also remember what a freshly cut banana smells like, right? If you niggle down on what you're talking about, someone trying to get you to understand something is attempting to describe the ineffable as the effable, and the ineffable as the effable. So, literally, to quote Yan, actually, gold star, a religious person would call God everything. He is all-seeing, he is all-feeling, he is all-knowing. He is all-seeing, all-feeling, all-knowing. Most people stop at all-seeing and all-feeling, all-seeing and all-knowing. He sees all, he hears all. But here's the problem, and it's actually the answer of the issue. If God can see everything, and God can know everything, what doesn't God have? Can anybody guess? I see nothing. I see all-knowing. I'll repeat myself again. If God is all-seeing and God is all-knowing, what doesn't God have? Smiling magician is the closest. It's not free will. What I'm doing with my fingers is a hint. Even for a hint, I'll actually just focus in on where I wrote it on the script. What is he missing? Feeling! Thank you, Bogdan. God is all-seeing, all-knowing, all-feeling. You can't connect to something that you're not feeling. So, in order to understand people, you have to make a connection with them. What did I say earlier? You have to meet people halfway. You can't meet someone who you're avoiding. If God is all-seeing and all-powerful, he can see everything, he can know everything, but he doesn't know you! The prescription, back here. He calls them a nose-to Scotsman fallacy. Your viewpoint is limited. You're speaking on such a broad, narrow view. He asks him, what do you define as God? And Cade's answer effectively minds down to all-seeing, all-knowing, all-feeling, almighty. He knows all, he sees all, he feels all, he is all. And that's not what God must be, because God is a wrathful, spiteful monster that lies within the grapes of wrath in the hands of an angry God. But that can't be the case, because if God is all of us, and we are all God, and we are all a connection, in so far that society functions without the need of religion, spirituality that connects us through belief and faith requires you to lean in, not pull away. So you are missing complexity. And the complexity of the sensation is that if you can't see, you're blind. If you can't hear, you're deaf. If you can't feel, you are unempathetic. You don't care. Hence, why do good things happen to bad people? Why do bad things happen to good people? Does God not care about us? No. You could see those as forms of tests. Things happen. You get tested. Your faith gets tested. Your philosophy gets tested. Your approach gets tested. Remember what I said before. God isn't what you heard. It's what you're hearing. It's not what you are doing. It's what you've done while you're doing it. God does not care. No philosophy of belief, no philosophy of character, which is what the foible's meant for, cares about who you are in the dark. Although, that's what most foibles and that's what most beliefs would tell you. Most beliefs would tell you that God cares who you are in the dark. I care who I am in the dark. I'm not taking this Faustian bargain because I know who I am and I know I'm not the kind of person who does it. That's not what it's for. God does not care who you are in the dark. God cares who you are at 6:15 on Tuesdays, every Tuesday. I'm going to say it again. He does not care. She, he, it, they, the existence, and the religious figure formerly known as Jehovah and or Adonai does not care who you are in the dark. He cares who you are. They, it, they, she, he, her, him, her, him, cares who you are at 6:15 on the dot. It doesn't matter what you're doing at 6:15. In other words, it doesn't matter that you make the right decision because you recognize it as the optimal choice you should make. It matters who you are consistently every time you face adversity. Because if masculinity is masculinity tested and found not wanting, unflinching, then that means you have to be able to meet the challenge and understand yourself from where you live, from your standpoint. Ergo, if you don't believe in anything, it's very easy to get you to believe in a cult or get you to believe in the idea of a monomyth that I put in your head, that I give you as a prescription because you don't have any defense to lay yourself off of. You don't have any prior beliefs that is able to protect you. And so you end up in a position where you're arguing about, well, what is God really? Meanwhile, I asked you, what did you want at 6:15 on Sunday? The same thing you should want at 6:15 on Monday, and 6:15 on Tuesday, and Wednesday, and Thursday, and Friday, and thank God it's Saturday! In order to do that, you have to meet people you have to be able to meet people halfway. So the same way that a person can have social anxiety to go order something at Taco Bell is the same way a person can have social anxiety being around the kind of person who can emotionally and socially manipulate somebody and help them do something the right way, or somebody who wants to use the dark triad and the Machiavellian techniques to convince them that they're not the issue, and actually the issue is that stern, quaggly black over there with the afro who's talking into his camera. Type shit.
I have a
Hey,
problem.
pause there. Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority.
Now, he gets voted out there. And the reason he gets voted out there by the majority, hearing him and watching him describe that, is that he clearly doesn't want to understand what's being said. And so somebody else says, bro, you don't get it. Let me have a chance. And realistically, this testing here is what you need in order to try to approach how someone else's view system works. Because you have to test a standpoint in order to understand if the standpoint fucking works. So, to answer Bogdan, you don't fully agree with the testing. That's okay. But you understand how people can change for the better through adversity. That's the testing. Sometimes the testing comes in the form of you're actually putting yourself through physical rigor. Sometimes the testing comes through the form of emotional rigor. Sometimes the testing comes through the form of, how the fuck do I learn to make a better thumbnail? Sometimes the testing comes in the form of, how do I learn how to communicate my thoughts in under 2 minutes? Sometimes the testing comes in the form of, how am I able to approach and deal with rectifying how I need to behave at home with how I have to act in public, and how I have to treat people in public and in private. However you are tested, whether it be through actions, a random act of kindness, a random act of cruelty, and how you handle that cruelty or that act of kindness and how you are receptive to it is all a part of the journey that is your life. And you are the only one that can walk the journey of your life. And the way that you meet the trials and tribulations in your journey is what then shapes your philosophy and your belief. If I can be able to convince a gangster to give up fucking drug dealing and go be a family man, I can be able to get you to understand the position. Because none of this will work if you don't already have some philosophy. Even gangsters have a religion, even if it's the color of greed. Moving forward.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you understand, but mainly for the testing that comes from external factors that they have no control over. There's parts of that where it doesn't obviously apply in certain places. But you get the concept that I'm trying to apply to you here for. And what I'm trying to communicate here. Which is the part that's important. Right?
Nice to meet you, David. David, good to see you.
Tell me everything that you know about the Polynesian deity Lono, L-O-N-O.
Very interesting, it's it. So, what was this man's name?
I don't know anything.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you,
David.
David, good to see you.
David. So, that's Cade. Let's move to David.
Tell me everything that you know about the Polynesian deity Lono, L-O-N-O.
I don't know anything about Polynesian deity Lono.
So you're rejecting something without knowledge of what you're rejecting.
Pause. So, David says, tell me everything about this obscure deity that I may or may not have made up from religion. For context, the name he said was Lono. In Hawaiian religion, Lono is associated with fertility, agriculture, rainfall, music, and peace. Within the many Hawaiian stories of Lono, he is a fertility and music god that descends to earth on a rainbow to marry Laka. Laka being the name of two popular heroes from Polynesian mythology. Other types of Polynesian naming the character as Rata, Lata, Lata, Ata, or Lasa. Namely, Laka being the daughter of Alanui Wakaloa. Someone that is of importance. That's one interpretation of the legend. So, there are 4 deities that can be differentiated from this philosophy. Going off of the Wikipedia article only. You have Kuka Ola Laka, which is the male patron of hula dance. You have Papa O Laka, which is the Akumaku world of the Kumu Hanua. You have Laka, which is a goddess of forest growth. And then you have Laka, the son of Wahi Loa. Something that Peterson does here is that he says, I do not know what this is. He says, I don't know anything about it. And David's immediate response is, so you're rejecting something without knowing what it is. This is obviously a fucking gish gallop type of answer. Granted, that's not the correct word for what he's doing, but this is debate logic. This is debate traps. He didn't reject something that he didn't know. What he did was that he asked a specific fucking word and a specific fucking definition. And when he wasn't given the explicit definition of something that Peterson may or may not have known, he then says, so you're rejecting what I said without knowing what it is. That's like earlier on the second live stream that was about Path of Exile, where people asked me questions and I answered questions specific to the game. By you asking me the question, I was not rejecting the information. Or by you asking the question, you were not rejecting the existence of a thing. Which some of the questions were about the builds that you could use, and some of the questions, one of the specific questions I was asked twice, was, is there value in buying a supporter pack? Just because you don't know the answer doesn't mean you reject the truth of it, right? If I was to ask everybody here, without using Google, what is 128 to the power of 1,047, you saying, I don't know, does not mean, oh, so you're rejecting to understand the answer to the question. Nonsensical. Non sequitur. Why are you even talking? So, let's see where this goes.
I'm not rejecting it. No more than I'm
Do
rejecting
you believe in
anything that
Lono?
I don't know anything
Do you
about.
believe in Lono?
I
Do you
fail to
believe
see
that
the
he is a
relevance of
deity that exists in the world, exists in the universe, that exists in the existence of everything? Do you believe that Lono
I'll
is
answer
a
that
being?
question once you answer my question, which is, do I reject everything that I'm ignorant of? Because that's your presupposition that undergirds your argument, and unless you can prove that that's valid, then there's no point.
My question is quite simple.
So, David tries to go for the Gish Gallop. So he just literally asked a series of questions. 100% Carl's right moment. More important than that. He asks a question. Peterson says, I don't know. I don't have information on that. He doesn't say, that's not a thing. He doesn't say, I'm rejecting your question. I reject the nature of your question. He said, I don't know. Because an influential and knowledgeable person who understands things does not make presuppositions of opinions and information for which he cannot attribute to the positive or the negative. Just because I don't know something doesn't mean that I should fake knowing something to pretend that I know what's going on. I should be capable of saying, no, I don't know what that is. Please, elucidate to me. Because I want more information. I don't want less information. I don't know where the question's going. Even if I didn't know where it was going, or I did know where it was going, I'm going to provide them the opportunity to make their point, and then I'm going to make mine. Just because you approach with the presupposition that because I don't know something, and I'm not a fucking bookworm and a know-it-all, does not mean that I am incompetent and therefore not informative and do not have a thinking mind for which I can communicate my thoughts, my lessons, my concept, blah 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 blah. Therefore, if you're outright becoming dismissive, there's nothing to fucking talk about. Why are we talking? If I asked you where the sugar is, and you say I don't know, is that you saying that you deny the existence of turbinado, which is raw unbleached cane sugar? No. Just because you've never seen raw cane sugar in its normal form, which is unbleached and it's brown, whereas its normal granulated form, which is bleached and is white, does not undeny the existence of brown sugar. Because that's what turbinado is. That's at least what we define it as a term. That's what they brand it as. Turbinado is unbleached raw cane sugar, which is brown. Refined and granulated and with some moisture in it is normal brown sugar. The type of sugar that we usually get in the store that is granulated sugar that you put in your Kool-Aid, that's normal granulated sugar. And then an even softer, finer powder of that is your ground powder, your confectioner's powdered sugar. Just because you didn't know that those 4 forms of sugar existed, congratulations, you now know something you might need to know in the kitchen, does not mean that the thing doesn't exist. So, if someone were to approach this a different way, let's say the question was, do you know what turbinado is? I don't know. I do not know what turbinado is. What is turbinado? So are you rejecting the existence of sugar? Turbinado is raw cane sugar. So you're rejecting the sugar to do this? What is the energy of that? What is the purpose of that action? Does it seek to inform, or does it seek to take from information? That itself demonstrates the goal of the conversation. And that's where you have to decide if it's even worthy meeting people halfway from where they are. Because let's work off the last thing we just talked about. If we are God, and the way that we behave and the way that we treat each other is what we consider to be, if we want to approach the position of the often used claim, Christ-like, it's more Christ-like for me to speak from a place of unsureness than from a place of sureness, unless I know, for on what I speak, that I am sure that I am unsure. But of these things that I know that I am sure, I am consistently sure. Speaking as he is, he will cause nothing but aggravation. He might get voted out faster than the other guy.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's formulated accurately.
Do you believe that Lono exists? Yes or no?
I'm not going to answer that question for the reasons I just described. You already insisted that if I reject something, that if I'm ignorant of something, I reject it. Do you think that everyone in the world has to know everything simultaneously for that to be valid and true?
I think in order for your argument to be true, in order for it to be true that we atheists don't understand what we're rejecting, then you need to also apply that to yourself and to Christians and to Muslims and to any other person on this earth, where if you don't understand what you're rejecting the belief in, then you can't reject the belief in it. That's the implication of your
I didn't say that I rejected the belief in Lono. I said I didn't know who Lono was. I didn't say anything about rejecting.
That's because I've asked you several times and you haven't, but let me get to my even greater point. You're saying atheists don't understand what religion is or what God is in order to be able to reject it fully or completely. We have someone over here who studied it in their own way. I've studied religion. I have a degree in religious.
Amal, that right there is a trap. See if you notice the problem that just happened as he's trying to pick over Peterson's words.
About rejecting.
That's because I've asked you several times and you haven't, but let me get to my even greater point. You're saying atheists don't understand what religion is or what God is in order to be able to reject it fully or completely. We have someone over here who studied it in their own way. I've studied religion. I have a degree in religious studies, specialty in Christianity and Mediterranean traditions. And further than that, beyond me, Pew Research studies suggest that atheists and agnostics actually know more about religion and about religious stories, the foundational principles, than believers.
That's because they're more religious than they think they are.
Okay, you can.
They're concerned with deep matters, and one of the defining characteristics of someone who's oriented in religious direction is that they're concerned with deep matters.
Okay.
In fact, it's virtually definition.
Right, but they also have to identify with a religious tradition and accept the foundational stories that go along
Well,
with
that would mean more that they're sectarian than that they're religious. And most people, for example, in the United States, deny that they're religious but accept that they're spiritual.
Pause there. You've been voted out by the majority.
Basically the exact same thing that I communicated by the letter. So, there's really no fallacies to call out here, and there's no points to call out here. This is just somebody being annoying to be annoying. So, the logic trap that David tried to do here. He tried to say, because I know details about something that you specifically and explicitly don't know, doesn't mean that you should have a presupposition against me. So, this claim here, as read on the paper, if we want to assume that it's being read by Peterson as a claim that he's making. Peterson claims atheists reject God, but don't know what they're rejecting. Cade's answer is, okay, I'm an educated person. Did I miss something? The red flags basically do mean your argument sucks, tag me in, coach. More or less, yes, horror. It can mean that the person in question is going to either the way that they're asking the question other people don't agree with, and the conversation as it exists is considered toxic, and so everyone's like, I don't want to hear this, let's move on to the next person. Or, I think your argument is bad, and as they are objecting, they are also agreeing with certain parts of the argument the other person is making to the person in question. So, there was one shot right here.
Okay, know more in Christianity and Mediterranean traditions. And further than that, beyond me, Pew Research studies suggest that atheists and agnostics actually know more about religion and about religious stories.
Right here, this man with the bowl cut, he's holding his flag up as a conscientious objector, saying, "Boo, you stink! Go next, bro! Go next!" But he's still holding his flag up, and he's still nodding along. So, Cade's presupposition is that, well, I thought that I was very intelligent. What am I missing? And Peterson's response is, I'm not trying to call you out, but I am expecting you to be able to converse. Because in my experience, this is the things that I can say are not intrinsic, but are general to the type of personality types that I deal with that call themselves atheist. So, he's not speaking about a person in specifics, he's speaking about a type of person in general. He's calling out classical tells of behavioral traits, and he is not calling them character traits, because all traits are character traits. Just because you've lied once does not mean that you can define yourself as a liar, but that does mean that you have a tell like those that are inexperienced or experienced with hiding the truth. That's Cade's position. David's position is, because I know an intrinsic detail on a very specifically focused subject matter, I describe that you are attempting to reject something, because you are not applying your own specifics to yourself. You've got to do better, Peterson! And so he's trying to lecture the lecturer.
Stories, the foundational principles, than believers.
That's because they're more religious than they think they are.
Okay, you can...
When Peterson responds by saying, the people in question who believe these things, off of David's response of, there are people who are more educated in religion by those who are religious. What he's effectively doing, timer, what is he effectively doing is he is attempting to communicate somehow that actually, I'm more educated than you, Mr. Peterson. Your job is to be a lecturer in religion, and yet I'm smarter than you. And his deadpan response is, yeah, that's because you're more religious than you think you are, bitch. And you can see I don't even know if I can make that face with my face. Like, is it like a curve up with a smile, and it's like, there you go, there it is, there it is. This face right here. The smugness and the arrogance, as well as the disbelief and the shide of this reaction from him. This kind of reaction is when you hit something on the head, right? You feel seen. I don't like this message and I don't like this image because I'm in it. Type shit. Sometimes people who are religious and have a really big view of religion are themselves, in their way, informative on the subject matter because they have a deep-set knowledge of the thing in question, but they reject the fact that they know this information. So a self-loathing individual who themselves define themselves as spiritual, they would be more receptive to talking about religion, but may have a proponent hatred of religion. So somebody who's formerly religious would say something like, I'm not Christian, I'm spiritual, because I don't believe in the type of God that would treat people poorly and decide that people would be slaves. And this kind of notion is how they rationalize their knowledge of spirituality, and then their knowledge of theism. They investigate and learn about religions so that they can defend themselves against them and their viewpoints and their beliefs. But they themselves do so because at some point in time, they consider the religion and study of religion to be worthy and viable of their expenditure of time to learn. So, they are quite literally protesting too much. And they are behaving in a way that is consistent with somebody that has a secret shame that they're trying to hide.
They're concerned with deep matters, and one of the defining characteristics of someone who's oriented in religious direction is that they're concerned with deep matters.
Okay.
In fact, it's virtually definition.
Right, but they also have to identify with a religious tradition and accept the foundational stories that go along
Well,
with
that would mean more that they're sectarian.
Pause. No, it was not necessary that a person that is a part of a religion needs to take a standpoint that is in agreement with all the prescribed notions and tenements and traditions and rituals associated with said belief. Because tradition is wrought not from belief, but by action. Here's a statement that's going to be very interesting for everybody else. Timer pause. Idle hands are the devil's plaything, and God's hands are action and wisdom in motion. Idle hands are the devil's plaything, but God's tools are hands with wisdom and action in motion. If a person can only truly be a thing if they are not just in the world, but of the world, if you do a job in carpentry one time, that does not make you a carpenter. That's idle hands. You cannot say that you are something just because you've done it once. You are something if you do it consistently. Again, not who you are in the dark, but who you are consistently all the time, not just when it matters. If hands and wisdom and action are God's tools and idle hands are the devil's plaything, this can be interpreted that a person that must be of a culture is a person who behaves and participates in it actively, not just somebody who acts in it passively. Because if you only act passively and you are not representing and acting within faith and doing of faith, then your actions do not adhere to faith. They adhere to superstition. It's the same thing as having OCD in a metaphysical sense. You don't do it because it's something you believe in. You do it because you're just like you're that side character from the first Mummy film, the one who has every single religion on his neck whenever it's beneficial to him. And when he pulls it out, when Imhotep is approaching him after he's been returned through the effects of the Book of the Dead after being cursed with the Hamdai, while is it Benny? Benny. When Benny's going through and he's picking up the multiple medallions and trying to save himself, he's not doing it because he's a believer of the religions. He's doing it because it's useful to him! And that, in itself, is obvious. Of course, a person who benefits from something out of convenience will do it when it works for him. Yet the man who truly believes is the one who does it, even when it benefits him in no way whatsoever. You could say, putting this back onto shit that's currently happening, you could say that a content creator who presents themselves as a morally just good person, who turns out to be an asshole, who treats people who can't do anything for him like an asshole, is an asshole. Not because we say he's an asshole, but because when all he'd have to do is lift a pinky, he wouldn't move his leg. Let me say it again. When all he'd have to do to save a life is move his pinky, he wouldn't move his leg. It's crazy. It's crazy. Truly, the trolley problem is a good test of character, unironically speaking. Moving forward.
And then that they're religious. And most people, for example, in the United States, deny that they're religious, but accept that they're spiritual.
Pause there. You've been voted out by the majority.
Aha! Hi, nice to meet you.
How are you doing?
He reached that chair with such excitement.
Good.
Good,
What's your name?
I'm Greg. Nice to meet you.
Greg.
Okay, so
Welcome, Greg.
I feel like you're getting at this idea of polysemy, where we have multiple related meanings for a word, right? Like, for example, a famous painting can be emotionally moving in that it changes my emotional state. And when I was on the highway coming here to the studio, I was physically moving. I was changing my position. If I said, I believe the Mona Lisa is very moving, and you said, you don't really understand what you're saying, it's nailed to the wall, I would say that you're the one who doesn't understand what I'm saying, not the other way around. And the way that relates to this is there are many concepts of God, and I'll admit, I find a lot of what you say about that interesting. I'm familiar with it. The idea of this kind of Jungian hierarchical thing, or as a metaphor, or a symbol, or the kind of, atheist, materialist, literalist idea of a agentic, omnipotent, omniscient being that intervenes in reality, right? So when I'm saying that I reject the concept of God, I'm aware of these other definitions of God, but I think that when we use words, we tend to only imply one meaning at a time. So the same way that I would say the Mona Lisa is moving emotionally, but I would not say it's moving physically. I would say I reject the concept of God in this very literal way. But
what literal way?
The way that God is this omniscient, omnipotent, agentic, supernatural being that sent his son down and has, caused miracles and all these things like that.
So, I feel that you're using multiple types of words and you're misunderstanding people in Jungian sense. I don't accept a ever-living God.
The idea of God is
Do you think that there's an underlying unity of things?
Could you explain that question?
But?
Well, scientists, for example, believe that science unifies in a comprehensive theory. Do you, yes, no, or that there are multiple competing truths? Those are the options. Either things unify, or there are multiple competing truths.
I know that, for example, like in physics, people are looking for like a theory of everything.
And why do you think they're doing that?
It's interesting, it's helpful.
But they also believe that there's an underlying unity to things.
In a sense, yeah. Like the material world and time and space are probably governed by universal laws and principles.
Partly that, yes, yes. But that the same thing might extend to a broader domain that would include imagination and value.
Could you help me connect?
It's really scary how all this is connecting to a fucking comic book, ain't it? Wild times in Carl's chat.
That to the prompt.
Well, I'm trying to define God, the God that I don't think atheists do a very good job of defining. Here's another question for you. What do you think guides you in your determination of whether or not what you're saying to me is true?
All right, so Greg does not believe in an ever-living God. He rejects the concept and notion in the form that people would in the Jungian sense, and instead wants to take on a multi-formed interpretation. Peterson says, how do you know what you're saying is true?
But that the same thing might extend to a broader domain that would include imagination and value.
Could you help me connect that to the prompt?
I'm trying to define God, the God that I don't think atheists do a very good job of defining. Here's another question for you. What do you think guides you in your determination of whether or not what you're saying to me is true?
Can we go back? Can we stay on what we were talking about?
We are.
Okay.
You're just uncomfortable with the question.
No, I feel like you're just kind of throwing different spaghetti at the wall.
I'm not.
So, Greg is trying to conserve his energy, and he's attempting to approach with a more even-handed strategy. Greg asks, I think you're talking past people. And you're using different words. And you're misunderstanding words by trying to define etymology when we're trying to describe two disconnects in one go. Lord have mercy. So, the Gish Gallop. Multiple attempts to use a type of rhetorical technique to throw as much shit at the wall as possible. He tries to describe this honestly. And honestly, the guy with the bowl cut in the middle seems to be enjoying his shit. He needed to fuck up. But Greg is at least... his energy is much more open. He is leaning in with his body language. He is engaging in the discussion with the question. Motherfucker's got 4 minutes to fucking work with. Let's see if they can manage it.
Can we go back? Can we stay on what we were talking about?
We are.
Okay.
You're just uncomfortable with the question.
No, I feel like you're just kind of throwing different spaghetti at the wall.
I'm not.
Okay.
I asked
All
you a
right.
very specific question. What is it that you think guides you when you're talking to me to help you determine whether what you say is true?
Logic, memory, reasoning, sensory information.
How do you distinguish that from being governed by something that's false?
An interesting question.
How do you know the difference when you speak between what's true and what's false? So you can imagine
Infer, right? I can infer. I can.
from what principles?
So, and what are you getting at?
I'm getting at the fact that your conscience guides you. Is that reasonable?
Conscious is defined by
Conscience.
my empathy and my reason, or my foundational.
Define it any way you want.
Okay, so that's how I'm defining my conscience. Is my my conscience is my sense of
Right
and
and
wrong. Yeah, exactly.
Where does that come from?
I would say that comes from an evolved capacity to empathize and a recognition of the benefits of engaging with and nurturing that capacity. And then that empathy is constrained and guided by reason, right? Like, for example, I am driving down the highway, there's a kitten in the road. I'm going to empathetically feel, oh my God, I want to save the kitten, but then reasonably, like, I'm going to get hit by a car, right? So that's sort of the process through which I make ethical decisions.
Okay,
is
how do you,
empathy constrained by reason.
do you think that people can differ in their response to something empathically?
Yeah.
So, Peterson, again, minds down to the position of this. Ultimately, God is consciousness and complexity. Because complexity requires you to understand things, it is your actions. It is wisdom and it is hands of wisdom in action. Or rather, hands of wisdom and action. Hands of wisdom and dexterity in action. Being dexterous. And in this case, being dexterously agile with mind means thinking a lot well on your feet. So, Greg is being walked through how his consciousness and how he rationalizes things guides his ability to converse with Peterson. And Peterson is trying to attempt to get him to understand that somewhere inside of that, in whatever he chooses to define as his consciousness, is the greater understanding that then brings him closer to the divine.
Is there a mediating principle that can tell you one person who's empathic and another person who's empathic that disagree, who's correct?
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think that's where we'd have to, talk it out, right? Mm-hmm. We do that in real life all the time when we have, whether that's a discussion with a friend about the right thing to do in a situation, whether that's a policy discussion about law, right? That's where we can converse with each other, think about things, explain our perspectives, and then kind of reach a conclusion, right? I think we do that all the time.
So Elijah, the prophet Elijah, defined God in the Old Testament as the voice of conscience within.
Okay.
That's a definition.
So you're saying by that definition of God, see, this kind of goes back to what I'm saying initially.
I'm not defining it. Elijah defined it.
Okay, so as Elijah defines God.
It's defined that way in Jonah, too.
Okay, so as...
Cardinal Newman also defined it that way.
As I'm sure you know many people who defined it that way. And it's impressive. You're a very knowledgeable person.
I'm not trying to be impressive. I'm just pointing out to you how God is defined in the Old Testament.
All right, so to respond to that, I do think there are lots...
It is very important to note that when he is giving these responses and answers, another part of this, especially for some fucking reason in most societies, people define masculinity as a form of godliness because being strong is in itself to godliness if strength is comparative to the power that he granted us. He is not trying to boulder over Greg when he says this. He's not trying to strong on him and get some type of early dunk on him that you would expect to see from college debates between people like Ben Shapiro and Christina Hoff Sommers or Milo Yiannopoulos or if they exist, fucking Nick Fuentes or any person who's ever gone on a political talking spree or talking circuit, especially with some place like Turning Point USA. And it's certainly not the type of conversation you'd expect to see with somebody like Thomas Sowell. Instead, the position itself is derived from the position that comes from the derivative of, I'm not trying to get you a gotcha. I'm telling you this is what's in the book. That is there. This is how it's defined. It's also defined by this, this, and this. It's less a regurgitation of trying to show the knowledgeability of the information, but instead, here's what I'm communicating. This is what it is. It's like giving a textbook definition about something that you know in a video game, or giving a textbook definition of something that you know in a book.
Lots of interesting ways to define God. And that goes back to my
Then,
kind of
then
opening
how do we
statement.
specify what we're arguing about?
We use context clues, or again, it goes back to my example of the
I'm
Mona Lisa.
defining God as conscience.
Okay, so that's interesting, but then you're kind of expanding the meaning of
No,
God.
I'm not. That's how it's defined in the Old Testament,
Okay,
in
so-
Elijah and in Jonah.
Sure, so whoever, so
It's not whoever.
okay.
Elijah is one of the major
all right,
Old Testament
all right,
prophets.
all right.
He's equal in stature to Moses.
Okay,
Right, so it's not arbitrary.
All right, so that is interesting, but it's not relevant to the context with which I am using the term God.
It's directly relevant. Atheists reject God, but they don't
but
understand what they're rejecting.
you're
You
being-
accept conscience as a guide, and conscience is one of the defining characteristics of God in the Old
I
Testament.
think you're being intellectually disingenuous.
In what way?
Because
I
again,
asked you if you believe that conscience guided
you just
you.
asked me a question and then you stopped me from answering it. In this setting, you understand the way I am using the term God and belief.
Not
and
in
then
the
you're-
least. I don't understand how you're using it in the least. That's why I'm trying to define it. My definition of God as conscience is a lot more precise and oriented than your definition of the God that you hypothetically
But
disbelieve in.
it's irrelevant to the fault lines of this debate.
And then they run out of
Because
time.
in common parlance, when we're talking about atheist, God, belief, not belief,
I
we're
don't
not
care
talking.
about common parlance. I'm trying.
Okay, so there are multiple things happening at this point because they run out of time for this claim, but I'm thinking they're going to let this section run on until they come to the end. So let's rewind a bit and go through it because you can start to see the point at which people choose to start raising their flags when the conversation goes to a back and forth. So let's start here.
Again, it goes back to my example of the
I'm
Mona Lisa.
defining God as conscience.
Okay.
Peterson defines God as consciousness. So up here, we have now complexity, comma, conscientiousness. I can't fucking spell. No, I think I spelled that fine. So, conscientiousness, defined another way, using a common phrase that everybody should recognize, because you should have watched the Bone Docs. I am the stone that the builder refused. I am the visual, the inspiration made lady sings the mood. I am the song. I am the spark that makes the idea bright. The same spark that lights the dark so that you can know your left and your right. I am the bullet in the box, the bullet in your gun, the inner glow that you know to call your brother son. Consciousness, conscientiousness, knowing who you are in the world, knowing yourself and your place in it. That is also a form of God because it's your inner voice that speaks to you that tells you who you are. Again, not who you are in the dark, but who you are at Cis 15 on Tuesday. He is attempting to define his terms. Greg is speaking from a position where he's not attempting to be aggressive. He's attempting to say, look, we are trying to use the words colloquially to get people on the same page. Peterson says, no, I am being very rigid with my answer. I'm not being nebulous. I have defined it in a specific way based on the texture. Based within the prophet of texture's drip, you can clearly see he gets bitches. By God, this man is blessed with the holy drip. You can see from where he is defining it in the scripture, as is defined by the text in the scripture, how this is attempting to alleviate the point he's making, and how this then creates friction with Greg's argument. So, Peterson says, I am not being nebulous. It is consciousness. This is how it is in the book. Greg says, but I'm speaking colloquially. Peterson says, I don't give a damn about that shit. I'm speaking on how it is defined here in this thing that you are attempting to speak on. How do you define these things if you are not speaking from this position?
Okay, so that's interesting, but then you're kind of expanding the meaning of
No,
God.
I'm not. That's how it's defined in the Old Testament,
Okay,
in
so-
Elijah and in Jonah.
Sure, so whoever,
It's not whoever.
okay.
Elijah is one of the
Okay,
major
all right,
Old Testament
all right,
prophets.
all right.
He's equal in stature to Moses.
Okay,
Right, so it's not arbitrary.
All right, so that is interesting, but it's not relevant to the context with which I am using the term God.
It's direct.
So, Greg then says, quote, it's not relevant. And another quick, and another quick inside this. Fuck. Back. Go back. So inside this, Greg then says, that's not relevant. And then Peterson.
Directly relevant. Atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting. You accept conscience as a guide, and conscience is one of the defining characteristics of God in the Old Testament.
I think you're being intellectually disingenuous.
In what way?
Then, as he redefines his position again, that's not relevant to my point. You're being disingenuous. I can't spell again. Why are you accepting that? Go red, goddamn you. There you go. That's definitely not how it's spelled. Close enough. You're being disingenuous. To which Peterson then responds.
Because
I asked you if you believe that conscience guided you.
You just asked me a question and then you stopped me from answering it.
In the very minimal sense, because of the way that they structure the event in Jubilee that is known as Surrounded, the nature of speaking on a time clock does not help the ability to broach the subject matter. But I don't think that Peterson has ever gauged and looked at the clock when he responds, so he's not using it as the flexion upon which he is basing the rigidity of his resistance to answering a person's question. Because, of course, if one person had the entire time to broach the topic, then it would be possible for him to be able to give a more fluid and rigid answer. But effectively, each person is picking up where the other person left off. So, he says, you're being disingenuous, you're not letting me speak, because you keep speaking over me. Then Peterson allows him, and then this happens.
In this setting, you understand the way I am using the term God and belief.
Not in the least. I don't understand how.
Greg speaks from a position of saying, you understand where I'm coming from. And Peterson says, no, I don't. And that's the correct reaction. There's nothing disingenuous about that. Through us, we have to speak on action and tone. If a person... It's actually ingenuine. I can't spell, Jesus Christ. We have to understand where a person's coming from in order for us to understand. If somebody says that I don't understand the concept, and I can't be able to broach the subject matter to break through to them, I have to figure out what is stopping me from being able to pierce their method of being supposedly rude about it. Because Greg is being meek. He's attempting to use his words and communicate so that he can be able to apply what he's saying to be able to communicate properly and effectively. And Peterson is being direct, which could be considered rude. So, Greg's being meek, Peterson is being powerful and aggressive and direct. This is obviously not helpful to conversation. By design. To which, to answer Bogdan's question, or rather his point, or rather his notice, I'm thinking that the timer is a hindrance. This conversation could benefit more from Greg being given a chance to mull it over, but he doesn't get the time to do it. I agree with you. Now, we have to keep in mind the nature of what we're consuming. We are watching content. It is less about the conversation from the viewpoint of Jubilee and more about the fact that people are watching Jordan Peterson duke it out 25v1. But the majority of the conversation depth here is that Peterson is being direct, and direction is seen as aggressive, whereas the passivity of attempting to flow around in the action of Greg versus Peterson is better. Because earlier I just said that being meek, being heroic in the sense of being a hero who knows how to use your sword to save society and save people and to help people is good. Greg is doing what people would consider to be the good thing. Peterson is doing the right thing. You cannot deal with a problem by not asking hard questions. He's asking hard questions and is expecting hard answers back. Greg is attempting to mill around this. And because of that, Peterson's line of questions is something that he can't be able to fucking answer to.
how you're using it in the least. That's why I'm trying to define it. My definition of God as conscience is a lot more precise and oriented than your definition of the God that you hypothetically disbelieve in.
It's irrelevant to the fault lines of this debate.
How is it irrelevant?
Because in common parlance, when we're talking about atheist, God, belief, not belief,
I
we're
don't
not
care
talking
about common parlance. I'm trying to get to something fundamental.
I think your point is irrelevant to the way that people tend to use these words. Your point that there are these polysemous
I didn't
ideas
make that
of God.
point, you did.
I
made a specific point that God was associated with
conscience.
conscience.
I just feel like you kind of retreat into the semantic fog.
I'm not retreating at all.
And so, we now arrive at the Mott and Bailey. I hate being fucking smart, god damn it! I wish, I am Brother Sage. That's what I am. I'm Brother Sage. I am a character that is so fucking smart, I need to dumb myself down so I can enjoy shit. Unironically. Anyways. Greg is attempting to use this strategy here, where he acts as though, oh, you're pulling me over. Oh my god. Bro, why won't you let me speak? Why won't you let me speak? You're speaking over me. But he's still using aggressive tones, despite leaning in on camera. You can see with hand language how Greg is communicating. Let's watch.
You hypothetically disbelieve in.
It's irrelevant to the fault lines of this debate.
How is it irrelevant?
Because in common parlance, when we're talking about atheist, God, belief, not belief,
I
we're
don't
not
care
talking
about common parlance. I'm trying to get to something fundamental.
I think your point is irrelevant to the way that people tend to use these words. Your point that there are these polysemous
I didn't make
ideas
that
of God.
point, you did.
I
made a specific point that God was associated with conscience.
I just feel like you kind of retreat into the semantic fog.
I'm not retreating at all. I'm advancing, sir. You are retreating.
Well, it was very nice to
Yes,
meet you. I
nice to meet
appreciate the
you too.
conversation.
Yeah, it's very brave of you to do this.
So, at multiple points in the conversation, as you saw me do this, one, Greg is attempting to be open. He's trying to get him across to where he's being. Then, as Peterson goes back and forth with him, he starts retreating inwards, using the particular thing that, to take Bogdan's words, ideological blood sports. He's attempting to push through to something because he's trying to niggle to a point that then allows him to say that Peterson is retreating from the position. He's not coming to the table. He's not coming to this table. He's not coming to the table with his hands on it. Ref, he's ideologically using fallacies. Do something! His hands were on the table the entire time. In fact, he's handcuffed. He can't go nowhere. When he says, you're not addressing my point, you are scared of addressing it, Peterson is not wrong. Now, of course, there's people who are like, well, see, he's out of pocket, but he's right. None of them are willing to come to the position of consciousness, because conscientiousness is not the point of what they want to be able to fight. They want to fight the boogeyman of the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. They want to attack the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Ghost in the general sense of conscientiousness as it represents God. They want to attack the concept of Yahweh. They want to attack the concept of Elohim Adonai. They want to attack the metaphysical, all-ramificated, all-seeing, almighty view of God. But if consciousness is God, then they're not fighting God. They're fighting Jiminy Cricket. This is the key fundamental issue to this position from the people that are trying to debate this. Cade came from it from a position of intellectual knowledge. I know what I'm talking about. I went to Seminole. Did I miss something? I wasn't being general. The reaction that you have to something is going to be specific. So let's talk about the specifics. How did you get to where you're going? What is the thing you're defining? How do you feel about God? From this supposition, using Cade as the beginning point, the bridge that's built is that God is all-seeing, all-knowing, all-feeling, and almighty. The argument that can be understood from Peterson, if I am defining his opinion correctly, from the position which I can reach from my own standpoint, God is rejected by the atheists because they do not realize they are rejecting complexity and conscientiousness of the self, both within and without. A God within, a demon without. If God is not just what you are and who you know and how you behave, but is the nature of how you live in the efficacy of your life, conscientiousness is now the definition of God. You know how to behave. So if you behave like a fucking monster, you're a devil. If you behave like you're a saint, you can be considered an angel. But you're still human. This is the way that most people come to understand things in society and culture, if not from a relativistic standpoint, but from the relativistic standpoint of how they choose to consume the foibles of nature that have now become so subsumed into the great American melting pot, or just the great American experience of the monomyth of religion, that we know these things to be sacrosanct and true. They might have different words for it, but everybody has a word for an angel and a devil. Using up a borrow word where suddenly you call every person who is an angel a devil, a fucking based individual, or a cuck, or a chud, doesn't undo the nature of the language and how we associate words. So from this position, Cade wants to attack this from you don't know, you're being limited with your specification. Then David comes in and says, well, if you don't know and you can't define it and you can't do the better work, Peterson, who are you to question me? And he says, just because I'm not aware of what you're saying doesn't mean that I presuppose a denial of that knowledge. I can be knowledgeable, and the fact that I recognize what I don't know is what makes me knowledgeable and makes me capable of defending this position, because I can describe what I'm describing as God. He didn't even come with an understanding of what he was attempting to get at. David's probably the worst one in this first question. Meanwhile, Greg says, you're using words wrong. Peterson says, okay, I'm using words wrong. What makes you believe that's true? What's guiding you? Well, my logic, like the etymology, words, okay. What guides the logic of your words? I don't get what you're getting at, bro. I define it as consciousness. Well, you know, the Bible defines it as this, and society colloquially says, I didn't ask you what society says. I told you what I believe it as what I describe it as, from what this book here says. Don't tell me about the fucking Torah. We're talking about the King James Version of the Bible. That's not relevant to my point. You're being disingenuous. You're being mean. You're being rude. Nigga, I don't give a fuck if I'm being rude. You need to tell me what the fuck I said. That's the energy that Peterson leads here. Aggressive, but it works to get people out of the position. It's really hard. They're talking past him, ironically.
Surrounded is now a podcast, available wherever you listen. Search Surrounded, plug in, and stay part of the conversation. Anywhere, anytime.
I'm out.
My next claim is that morality and purpose cannot be found within science.
Pause. Right. I need to do these as staples, because it's much easier than writing. So, let's go from here. Let's start using pictures. Claim number 2. Morality and purpose cannot be found within science. And just go back really quick to claim number 1.
Good afternoon, Dr. Atheist. I'm a clinical psychologist. My first claim, atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting.
This will help speed us through, because Lord knows that I can yap. But I'm doing it in a proper way. Mainly to make sure I don't get fucking stricken by Jubilee. So, right here. Put this there. And Bob's your uncle. Let's move this up here. Remember this for later, chat. This is the mystery mouse tool that we're going to use later to define things. Put this on the side, and we're going to bring it with us. Claim number 2.
Morality and purpose cannot be found within science.
I find it interesting that all the people that are running to the chairs are men. There are some women who are running, but I noticed this sister did not get her ass up.
Cannot be found within science.
Like, they are staying seated. They're not trying to get to debate. I find that interesting. Not just the shit that they want us to notice through who's talking, but what I'm also noticing from who's not talking. Not that many people from the left side stood up this time. Some of them are women. A lot of people on the other side stood up this time. A lot of them are men. Many such cases!
Well, there's Mr. Canada.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
What's your name?
Brian. I think it's interesting that you said
Mr. Canada. He called him Mr. Canada. Alright, chat. Welcome, B. Ryan. I am stupid and I crack myself up inappropriately.
say that morality and purpose can't be found in science. Actually,
Not within science.
Sure.
Yeah.
Purpose, I actually grant you, because purpose is subjective, right? Unless you want to boil it down to the purpose of life is just to procreate, right? Sure, whatever.
Okay, so morality and purpose cannot be found within science. B. Ryan chooses to give him the space to decide that that is the case. Because if you boil down purpose in life, it is just the biological imperative to cream pie. Many such cases. Let's see where he goes.
Morality is actually something that we do see. We actually have examples of Neanderthals, and older individuals found in a tribe, missing an arm, missing teeth, still alive somehow in his 40s, 50s, right? Typically, you're a Neanderthal, you can't eat, you can't hunt, you die, right? But we know that members of the tribe are taking care of him, right? So we know that at some level, early in our evolutionary history, we actually developed altruism. We have examples of chimpanzees who actually have a basic understanding of fairness, right? If you give a chimpanzee 2 grapes, right, and his buddy gets 3, right? He actually freaked out, right? But you give both chimps 3 grapes and they're good. We have examples of parrots.
Except for the greedy chimps.
Except for the greedy chimps.
They want 4 grapes.
They want 4 grapes. You know, those do exist, right? But we have similar examples where we do animal tests, right? And
so morality is intrinsic.
I think.
So it precedes science.
I think that actually
right?
a better way to define it would be that social animals, which we are, right, require some level of morality or.
Into what? I'm not disagreeing.
Sure.
Why do they require that?
Because it's the only way that social groups can actually survive, right?
That's my point with regards to science. Thank you very much.
Is that?
A Mao. Oh, fuck Christ. It happened so fast, he didn't even realize it. Okay, let's work backwards. Let's figure out where B. Ryan went wrong.
But those do exist, right? But we have similar examples where we do animal tests, right? And
so, the claim is that we have that morality and purpose cannot be found within science. It is something that has to be found within culture. Because that's the statement, right? So, let's draw a circle around that. Morality and purpose cannot be found within science. Why? Because we find it inside culture. I probably made this too big. Yeah, I did. Or probably not big enough. No, that's XL. This must become smaller. There we go. It cannot be found within science because it's found within socialization. He tries to use the methodology of the scientific method, which is a good place to start off from, but it does not do what you think it does. The scientific method, words are hard. Scientific method does not track something through the methodology of science, because using science to define science is scientism, which is science as a religion. Trusting the science of the science does not provide you with the knowledge of why you cannot find morality and purpose inside of science. You find it within socialization. Because what the scientific method actually is that you're defining something by the means of what it physically does. If I pick up this audio speaker and I throw it at my webcam, I know that it's going to knock the webcam down. How do I know that? Because when I throw it at my hand stumbles to catch it. There's an object here. The scientific method does not define that monkeys have culture. Because we're higher, greater apes. No shit, Sherlock! This is where he went wrong. Scientific method does not prove things with science that you can find somehow through a repository of experience. Which is to say, if I play 1,000 hands of Balatro, if I play a roguelike 1,000 times, every single one of those 1,000 generations are different. I am demonstrating by the scientific method that my actions are the only thing that is able to be changed other than something that could be applicable to a system, such as a meta upgrade system, a meta progression system. The intention of my actions and whether or not I fulfill a specific condition that can then be repeated as a part of the structure of the puzzle that I was handed in the form of the game. The derivement and the perception of the position requires induction, and the induction and thus the presupposition is what is it coming from? It's not being found in science because science can't measure morality. It can't measure purpose. Purpose is defined by the observer. Who is the observer? Us. We. How do we define its observance? The action that is derived from something that comes from interconnection. So he ran into a fucking rake. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy.
So morality is intrinsic.
I think.
So it precedes science.
I think that actually
right?
a better way to define it would be that social animals, which we are, right, require some level of morality or.
Into what? I'm not disagreeing.
Sure.
Why do they require that?
Because it's the only way that social groups can actually survive, right?
That's my point with regards to science. Thank you very much.
Is that?
Precisely the point that you just made, that science has to exist within a moral framework that isn't in itself scientific.
How's that not scientific?
Well, because it's not derived from the scientific process, as you just indicated.
It's not derived from the scientific process.
Well,
It's the fact that
hang on a second.
we are social animals and we need that to exist as a group.
I
right?
agree, but you pointed to the morality of Neanderthals, to the morality of chimpanzees. They didn't derive that from science.
They don't need to. That's not how that
my
works.
point.
Science explains it.
No, science doesn't explain morality.
It doesn't explain how social animals would need to be.
Well, that's a complicated question.
But we see it though.
Yeah, but explaining the evolution of morality and explaining morality itself aren't the same thing.
Okay, so you're asking why does this
Pause. So, B. Ryan approaches a good point. Now, Peterson does indeed hit him with the Boeing flip. Let's get smaller here, so I can zoom in better. Wait, I'm zoomed out way too much. Draw a smaller circle, Carl. Let's bring this back up here. And a smaller circle. And a W. There we go. Okay. B. Ryan says we find it in societies and animals. Peterson says exactamundo. Then he said something interesting.
We are social animals and we need that to exist as a group.
I
right?
agree, but you pointed to the morality of Neanderthals, to the morality of chimpanzees. They didn't derive that from science.
They don't need to. That's not how that
my
works.
point.
Science explains it. So
No, science doesn't explain morality.
it doesn't explain how social animals would need to be.
Well, that's
altruistic.
a complicated question.
But we see it though.
Yeah, but explaining the evolution of morality and explaining morality itself aren't the same thing.
Okay, so you're asking why does this happen?
So, Peterson says science explains morality. Excuse me, Brian says science explains morality. Peterson says no, it doesn't. He says asking why it happens is not the same from here.
They don't need to. That's not how that
my
works.
point.
Science explains it.
No, science doesn't explain morality.
It doesn't explain how social animals would need to be.
Well, that's
altruistic.
a complicated question.
But we see it though.
Yeah, but explaining the evolution of morality and explaining morality itself aren't the same thing.
Okay, so you're asking why does this happen?
Because he's speaking on the concept of the evolution of morality. Because he defines it as having evolved and evolving. Which brings us to an interesting concept. If the morality of a person is developed, and it is, because morality does not exist when you're inherently a creature. Why don't watching my child crawl all over Star to get at her breasts? A child does not get born with morality. We teach it into them. From where they learn it, they learn that if they make the correct amounts of sounds, guttural utterances, and hand positions, they can learn how to be able to communicate information to tell somebody what it is that they want and what they're trying to communicate for them to tell us what it is that they need. So, that is developed over time. Because obviously, you can watch a child go from a toddler to an adult, and they will have learned things. They'll have learned speech. They'll have learned complex hand movements and eye coordination. They will be able to retain and use information, not just for the purposes of learning and regurgitation, but for the purposes of adaptation to solve higher critical thinking skills of complex issues. This is not the same thing as understanding morality and purpose being found within science, because the evolving action does not describe it and does not reveal it either. You're just noticing a pattern, which is why the scientific method does not work for it. You're just pattern recognizing. If you pattern recognize yourself into believing that you understand morality, you're going to get fucked over when you realize that the pattern is not consistent. So, it doesn't help. And that's why culture and religion form the philosophy. Gold star to Juan Wick.
Happen.
Yes, that's more accurate.
Because we're social animals.
Yeah, but there's more to it than that.
Is there?
Sure. For example, so we're moral animals that have a sense of the future.
Sure.
Okay, that makes us unique, and that structures our morality.
No, actually, there are other animals that can predict the future. Or
Not
predict
really.
the future. No, tigers. Actually, there was a tiger at the SF Zoo that killed somebody. And so
Hunting
actually,
animals.
Lord have mercy. We are a unique creature that have the ability to have some prescience of thought to plan future sight for our actions. No, actually, one time, there was this tiger that killed a guy. What Peterson means when he means this and says this is he is attempting to say, we, as humans, plan for the future in a way in which animals do not plan for the future. We have the ability to manipulate our environment to be able to control the nature around us. If we are people that want to be safe from animals, we build the structure and the tools to capture them and then place them in safe enclosures. That is a zoo. If we are able to formulate things in the formulation of a zoo, that is on us to be able to perceive that potential. Because if it was not that the case, then animals would have already developed speech and would have gotten up on their hindquarters, and there would be anthropomorphic, human-like creatures that would be roaming the planet. But we don't live in that alternate timeline. So there must be something inherent to us that allows us to perceive this understanding and notion.
No. No, kids threw shit at the tiger. The tiger actually plotted its escape, and it found the
I'm not
kids.
saying that animals can't think.
Okay,
No, but they
let's
can
pause
see
here.
the future. That's what I'm saying.
Well-
Voted out by the majority.
Thank you, man.
Good man. Yeah.
Bay Ryan has been so far the least non-aggressive person because he engaged with the question and then attempted to communicate what he was saying. But it just so happened to be that everybody else voted him out in the majority because they wanted to have a chance. And it looks like the sisters finna have a chance to move.
How you doing, man?
Beaten up by a male once again! Unfortunate.
Good to see you, Luke.
So your claim that
Welcome, Luke.
morality.
I'm also going to start taking screen caps of the men.
How you doing, man?
My name's Luke. Nice to meet
Good
you.
to see you, Luke.
So your claim that morality and purpose can only be found in science is a little shaky because I think that your claim is really being framed to be morality and purpose can only be found in religion. Is that how you're kind of framing it?
I would say that the domain of religion is the domain of morality and purpose.
So, Luke says, you are giving a presupposition that morality and purpose cannot be found within science. It can only be found within religion. And Peterson says, as a retort,
is really being framed to be morality and purpose can only be found in religion. Is that how you're kind of framing it?
I would say that the domain of religion is the domain of morality and purpose. Yes,
Okay.
exactly. And also,
the domain of religion is the domain of morality and purpose.
that science is actually structured, at least in part technically, to eliminate such considerations from its purview a priori.
Okay.
Right? That's why we define
science is value-free. But that has to be wrong because scientists have to prioritize their attention towards something before they can even engage in observation.
Okay.
And that act of prioritization of attention is a value-predicated act. And so I can continue. There's all sorts of things we have to assume about science before it can take place.
Okay, so what I'm specifically pointing out here is about religion in particular, since you yourself are a Christian, right?
So, we get to the point of the reason why this is structured this way. When Peterson says the domain of religion is the domain of of morality and purpose, it is because you have a presupposition. I wish I had a stylus. You have a presupposition that is at the center of the concept that is being described. And effectively, you cannot be able to find morality and purpose within science because in order to do science, you must first have a value structure that you must observe in order to understand something that you are attempting to find. So, boiling water. If you attempt to boil water accurately at a temperature where you can bring it to a okay, real quick, in the chat, is it rolling boil or roiling boil? I can never say this word right. Is it rolling or roiling? I'm gonna Google it real fast. Okay, we're getting consensus and it's saying rolling. I hate my mouth. Anyways, if you try to bring a pot of water to a rolling boil, what you will notice is that most ranges in a kitchen, whether it be electronic, a induction thermal, or a gas, bring water specifically based on the kind and the type of material that your cookware is made of to a consistent temperature every time. There's a fucking famous goddamn YouTube short of fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about this. It was this experiment that he did with his oldest child or his youngest child. One of his crotch monkeys. That is not a slur. That is me trying to find words. He did this experiment with his child. He told them to watch the pot and to tell him what the temperature was every time he checked in on it. And eventually it reached an equilibrium where it did not get any hotter than it currently was. In order to make this observation, I need to first quantify something. So, the nature of religion in this formation is effectively, for those that have heard me talk about the Bayonetta superposition, it is an electron web. But rather than being an electron web of science, it is an electron web of existence and perpetuity. Science tells me I can figure out where I am in the world. Right? That's science. There is a geolocation based on where I'm currently standing and where this broadcast is coming from that tells you where I physically am. Religion, in the superposition of faith, does not tell me where I am in my life. Ergo, to make a value assessment, I must ascribe a value. And like an electron in an electron web, the moment that I make a move, my position is captured. To know another variable, I must capture another position. Let me see if I can hit the cactar. There we go. Establishing that position now means that all other ascriptions must go out the window. Because remember, God is ineffable! Ineffable! Therefore, I cannot know the position of religion. I can only attempt to learn and glean from the wisdom that is attempting to communicate. So that watch pot never boiled. Fergie's tasty. So, knowing this to be the case, and this being the position in which he is attempting to describe, what he's actually saying is not that you cannot be able to afford these things, but that the structure of science is meant a priori to decide on the action of what you will establish through finding these terms through religion. And just real quick, because that's a funny word, a priori. That is a meaning. That means that knowledge is obtained by analyzing concepts that is independent of experience, whereas a posteriori is knowledge obtained through experience. This means, I drew a line. This means when Peterson gives his answer, to learn of science and religion a priori means to obtain this knowledge by analyzing the concepts independent of your experience. Remember what I said just before in that last section from B. Ryan. Ryan says, of course science is able to show us this. I'm probably over timer. 22 seconds. B. Ryan said, of course we know what it is, because we can observe it with science. And he says, no, actually you can't. You can only be able to observe it through something that requires you to observe it without prior experience as a creature. And he now defines the reason why is because science cannot do what religion can. And that, by that nature, is what causes that to be the case. He's not speaking around in circles. He is explicitly saying, you cannot tell me something about religion from experience, because it's not about the religious experience of your action, which sounds in itself contradictory. So this is where the accusation of the Mott and Bailey comes from. But effectively, scientifically speaking, we cannot go back in time and find out the religion of Jesus Christ, because if this Jewish carpenter was to have existed, we don't seem to be able to find that person's biological data so that we can be able to date it via science. And even if we did, he would still be just a man from a time period that came from long, long ago. There are no people still alive that know who this person is. We cannot trace the bloodline of it any more than we can trace the bloodline of Adam and Eve, or Lilith, or any of the children of fallen angels in the form of Nephilim that were the first giants, etc., etc., etc. So we cannot go off of knowledge obtained through experience, because this is not something that you can do with religion. It is something that is inherently given to the monomyth of man. So it's something that you must go off of a priori, that you can demonstrate through action. Yet again, it ain't what you heard, it's what you hearing. Which is weird as fuck when you think about it the long way around. But you know.
That's, people debate about that, and I generally don't discuss it publicly.
Okay, I understand that. And me, myself, I am a former young earth creationist fundamentalist.
Oh, yeah.
So I have experience in this. I used to run a TikTok channel directed about apologetics about the Bible.
Unironically, a TikTok influencer.
Specifically in this type of facet with morality, evolution and such, and going back and forth with that. So in the Bible, it talks a lot about slavery, right?
Yes.
Yes. So in that, it teaches you how to take care of a slave. Rather than saying slavery is wrong, I think
No,
it
it
should
says
say
that in the story of Moses.
It says slavery is incorrect. It says
Well,
it's
that's
immoral.
why Moses leads his people away from slavery.
But why does the Bible predicate and tell people exactly how to take care of a slave? Isn't that immoral? Wouldn't you say that culturally we've evolved as a species, as he said earlier about empathy?
Yeah.
So he asks the question, why does the Bible teach how to take care of a slave? Technically, it doesn't tell you how properly to take care of a slave. It tells you how properly to take care of a servant who's in your house by your honor. If you niggle on the details and you split hairs on the difference of an indentured slave and a indentured person who is on your honor protected like a slave, you effectively still arrive at the definition of a slave. But to lean on context, to not be pedantic, raise of hands by the show of ones in the chat, who here has watched the TV adaptation of Game of Thrones? At least seasons 1 through 4. Show of hands. Show of hands. Show of hands. Also timer. Entire chat? Are you telling me that only one person has watched season 1 through 4 of Game of Thrones? That's crazy. Okay, there we go. We got 2. Technically, I'm 3. Or technically, I'm 1. He's 2, and he's 3. And you got 4 from Fatal. We've got 5 from horror. Y'all about to have me out here being like, hey, watch this Phantasmagoria for people to watch back when it was good? I was about to call Cap. But anyways, we've had enough people who have watched it. Not surprised that there's not a person who's never watched it at all. If for nothing else, you have at least watched seasons 1 through 4. It's okay if you haven't watched it at all, but I know some of you have. So, people remember how other members of other houses were indentured into the house to work effectively as what could be considered a squire, a knight, a page, or an indentured servant or a house slave. I'm trying desperately. The racism is giggling in my blood, chat. The racism is giggling in my blood. Of what we consider a house slave. Realistically, the way that worked is that a person who was an indentured servant that was in the house by the honor of the host, protected by the actions and honor of the other host. I give you my son, you give me your child. On my honor, I will do nothing to your child, and on your honor, you'll do nothing to mine. We will treat them properly, we will treat them kindly, we will treat them squarely, we will treat them fairly. And if I do something to your child, up to and including abuse, assault, and murder, there is no honor left between us, so the peace binding that stops us from attacking each other's progeny has been broken. So since I've attacked your child, you now have the ability to attack mine. People being in people's houses during that time period was seen as an action that was done for the purposes of the replacement of a dowry or to show the usefulness of somebody to the service of a prince, a pauper, a land, a lord, a lady, a king, or a queen of a civilization to impair action onto said person as being of a use and value. Not associating for such concepts such as prima nocta and other things like it in other cultures, the idea is that you were supposed to be treating them like they were a member of your family. They could have come to you at a young age, and thus they grew up with you because of what they've been through. In the case of, I believe it was Theon Greyjoy, Theon Greyjoy came to the house of the Starks via, I believe it was the, not Blackwater, Blackfire Rebellion, being crushed in the Iron Isles. So yes, Theon with the Starks, correct. The way that slavery happened inside of the Bible was explicitly because the Pharaoh, the Pharisees, or other such groups that chose to use power and might and strength to subjugate people, chose to abuse them. So attempting to bring this in is a little bit of facetiousness on part of Luke, but I understand where he's trying to go to. He's trying to say, okay, we understand that the Bible is trying to give us the monomyth of how to be moral and how to have honor, but it also holds people how to treat people like slaves. Even with the Testament of Peterson, he is attempting to say, okay, but how can the Bible have such descriptions of this? Shouldn't it just be the good book that tells you only about the good things, no bad things? Shouldn't only good things be happening? That's what he's trying to communicate here.
I would say that the reason we evolved, so to speak, away from slavery was because the West was founded on Judeo-Christian morality and the presumption that every person was made in the image of God. And so slavery itself became immoral, and that was established by Protestant Christians in the UK, who then convinced the UK government for 200 years to go to war on slavery.
And wouldn't you say that this is about the cultural evolution of humans in general, rather than just Christianity?
No, I think it's the flowering of the ideas that were embedded in the biblical texts across long spans of time.
I feel like...
So, from here, we actually get the first blowout. Consider the circles, chat. Consider this. So we get the first blowout of the giant circle that we were trying to negotiate from that was being avoided by those at question number 1, which is that he asks him, is this the proliferation of thought? And Peterson says, no, it is the flowering of the ideas as they have been pontificated. Let's hear it again. Click, goddamn you.
evolved, so to speak.
Says slavery is incorrect. It says
Well,
it's
that's
immoral.
why Moses leads his people away from slavery.
But why does the Bible predicate and tell people exactly how to take care of a slave? Isn't
Well,
that immoral? Wouldn't you say that culturally we've evolved as a species, as he said earlier about empathy?
Yeah, I would say that the reason we evolved, so to speak, away from slavery was because the West was founded on Judeo-Christian morality and the presumption that every person was made in the image of God. And so slavery itself became immoral, and that was established by Protestant Christians in the UK, who then convinced the UK government for 200 years to go to war on
And
slavery.
wouldn't you say that this is about the cultural evolution of humans in general, rather than just
No,
Christianity?
I think it's the
Because
flowering of the ideas that were embedded in the biblical texts across long spans of time.
I feel like this is just humans.
So, he asks, isn't this wrong? How did we get there? Haven't we come further? Yes, we have. But no, it is disseminated. Disseminated. I always type better when I'm closed, when my eyes close. See what I mean? Even with a couple typos here and there, specifically because I'm trying to remember what I'm fucking typing, I type better when my eyes closed. Fucking hate it. Disseminated. Spreading, not speeding. Ideas. Multiple. That should be faiths. In groups.
Editing based on cultural evolution.
And what do you
of
mean by
morality.
just?
Just?
Yeah, just humans.
Well,
in
humans.
Editing.
Well, based on culture and history, right? We get better.
Well, they did do it based on culture and history, but
Yes.
culture and history have their foundations too. So.
Well, yeah, but we're talking about slavery. So many people bolstered it based on
Everyone
the Bible.
ex-
Based on the
that's-
Bible, they
that's
looked
much
at it and
less
they
true.
justified it in the United States and the South. They justified slavery
Yeah, but
based
the
on the Bible.
main thrust of Protestant thought in particular was stringently
Yes,
against slavery,
which-
and it was about the only movement in the history
Yes.
of the human race that
Yes.
had an anti-slavery direction.
Which was driven by humans and their
That's
understanding
one
of
way of
morality.
looking at it. Well, it depends.
It's the same with women's suffrage. I mean, women's in the patriarchy.
What do you mean it was driven?
He's going to a lot of places really fast. Rewind real fast.
Had an anti-slavery direction.
Which was driven.
So, Peterson divulges that, yes, we've come further than that, and this was disseminated by the thoughts that came from those that were Protestants that tried to covet this to the crown to then lobby them for 200 years to say that slavery is wrong, because if all man was created in the image of God, how can you choose to enslave God in another body to do your bidding when they are also God and you are God too? Which now has evolved to, well, isn't that the movement of religion that is being done in the form of political action? Isn't that feminism? As he's attempting to define things as, well, we're all humans, we're all just everyday people doing stuff. Don't you think that there's an inherent nature of wrongness that is caused here? That shit came out of a left turn, chat. I'm not finna fucking lie to you.
So many people bolstered it based on
Everyone
the
ex-
Bible. Based on the
that's-
Bible, they
that's
looked at
much
it and
less
they
true.
justified it in the United States and the South. They justified slavery
Yeah, but
based on the Bible.
the main thrust of Protestant thought in particular was stringently
Yes.
against slavery,
Which-
and it was about the only movement in the history
Yes.
of the human race that
Yes.
had an anti-slavery direction.
Which was driven by humans and their
That's
understanding
one
of
way of
morality.
looking at it. Well, it depends.
It's the same with women's suffrage. I mean, women's in the patriarchy.
What do you mean it was driven by humans? Humans drove slavery too.
Yes, exactly.
So there's no argument there. If slavery and anti-slavery were both driven by humans, what does your claim that they were driven by humans have to do with it?
So, he then comes to the obvious logical head. Slavery was done and undone by humans. What is the point? Why are you attempting to take the bad and not also consider the good? This right here is quintessentially Peterson asking, I'm spreading too big, smaller. This right here is Peterson quintessentially asking, have you considered the lobster? Man has done bad things. Man is bad. Man bad always. Punish man for bad action. But man also do good thing. Man do good thing too. Why you take bad and not good? 'Cause man bad. Man made war, but man also made peace. Man made bomb, but man also made fertilizer. Man made gun, but man also made fertilizer to feed and stop world hunger. Man capable of destruction, but man capable of creation. How do you do? How rectify? Rectify thing, Magic Man! Magic Man, rectify!
Involving
There's a
morality
specific-
based on the cultures that within the society that they live in.
Okay,
So
fine.
with
I think
women's
that
suffrage
did
as well
happen.
is a very similar topic in the Bible. There are denominations in Christianity such as Pentecostal movement which do bolster women to be pastors, right? Which I think that's a great thing to do. But most like to disregard
Where do you
women.
think the idea that human beings were sufficiently equal to all vote and not be slaves came from?
Humans.
Yeah, but so did the idea of slavery.
So did the
that's-
idea of God.
Fine, but what's your
Yes.
point? Like, you're not making an argument. You're just saying all thoughts come from humans,
Yes.
regardless of the thoughts.
It's not driven by a higher power. It's driven on our experiences
Define
as
higher.
humans, which is what is best for all people.
Is it driven by conscience?
It could be. Which conscious is also something that has evolved over time, and I think that's
What's
something
the
that does evolve with morality and empathy.
Okay, I don't understand the point that you're making.
My point is that God influenced slavery. People looked at the Bible and went, "This is moral because God says so." Just like women's suffrage,
There's lots
and
of
just like homosexuality.
all humans.
Okay, let's watch this in real time. All right. We just went to a really crazy place. Let's bring this over to this side so you can look me in my blackened eyes. Look me in my blackened eyes, Jack. Here's how we got here. You start here.
As well as a very similar topic in the Bible, there are denominations in Christianity such as Pentecostal movement which do bolster women to be pastors, right?
He talks about the Pentecostal movement that allows women to choose to become bishops and pastors that preach the word. I care infinitely less about whether or not a person can do that based on whether or not they are allowed to have that action and that reaction, blah, 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 blah. I care infinitely more about where this is about to go. So, women can be pastors too.
I think that's a great thing to do, but most like to disregard
Where do you
women.
think the idea that
Most like to disregard this kind of thing. Who is they? Nick, you French too? Voulez-vous avec quoi perçoit? Okay. C'est bon? Who's we, nigga? Tell me who's we. I don't know who he is. But we better get to the point quickly.
that human beings were sufficiently equal to all vote and not be slaves came from?
Humans.
So Peterson then asks, who came up with the idea that it's okay to enslave God if we are all God? He says, humans. Okay, so humans came up with this shit too. What the fuck you saying, nigga?
Yeah, but so did the idea of slavery.
So did the
that's-
idea of God.
He then says, well, that's the idea of God. Well, you see, God said that that's supposed to happen. They got it from God. God said to yourself and the word in your head, you know what would be really good right now? If I suck this nigga's dick. That's what he's literally saying. God told you to enslave that person, and God in his head said, you know what? You know what I really want to do right now? I really want to suck that nigga's dick. For the sake of argumentation, I'm being facetious. But okay, you think that God told humans to enslave each other. What do you mean by God? Consciousness told you to enslave each other? And he then says yes. Because they got it from the Bible. From the Bible. They got it from the Bible. Therefore, Jesus said it was correct. Not to be confused, not the Bible, not to be confused with the Brobel.
Fine, but what's
Yes.
your point? Like, you're not making an argument. You're just saying all thoughts come from humans,
Yes.
regardless of the thoughts.
It's not driven by a higher power. It's driven on our experiences
Define
as
higher.
humans.
So then, Luke says it's not driven by a higher power, it's driven by our experience. Again, a posteriori. They learned it from God, and we derived it from our experience. But if a person has never experienced being a slave, why would they accept it? Because they're being beaten every time they don't do what they're told. Because somebody else with a weapon has taught them, if you don't do what I say, I will abuse you. That's a posteriori. That's not God. That's an animalistic response. If I stand in front of a woman, and this woman happens to be Sard, and I choose to drop my trowel, she by all means can grab it and twist it, and then I will sing Ave Maria. Because regardless of what I know from experience, she has the ability to say no. Because she's not a sex slave. Just because I have an erection does not mean I hit it without protection. Words for Liz the Man Life. And yet, he just made the exact same argument. Humans learned about slavery from God. And we also learn about sexual coercion from God too, because there are multiple instances in the Bible where men and women are being sexually assaulted. And we also learned about murder from God, and we learned about thievery from God, and we learned about sins from God. And this man is on a runaway fucking train that leads to where it's about to fucking go, before that shit falls off the goddamn tracks and fucking rails. I, for one, do not know why half of them are putting their flags up in the corner, but we're already at 50% filled up. Now let's watch this train crash.
Which is what is best for all people.
Is it driven by conscience?
It could be. Which conscience is also something that has evolved over time, and I think that's something that does evolve with morality.
So, Peterson was about to ask him, okay, you say that morality is something that has evolved over time. What has made it evolve? And then he defines it as such.
Just what is best for all people.
Is it driven by conscience?
It could be. Which conscience is also something that has evolved over time, and I think that's something that does evolve with morality and empathy.
Okay, I don't understand the point that you're making.
My point is that God influenced slavery. People looked at the Bible and went, this is moral because God says so, just like women's suffrage,
There's lots
and
of
just like homosexuality.
Slavery was defined by the Bible, therefore we decided that it was good. The gun is good. The penis is bad. Because the giant skull says so. Just like women voting and also sucking a dick or something. When you walk through it this way, it doesn't feel like so much of a jarring out of left field. But I can tell you, that shit, I don't know why he thought that was a bit, but he did. He thought that shit was clever. You can be as mystified as I am, chat. He thought that shit was clever. And I just ended up confused.
All human societies were slave owning, so you can't blame that on the Bible.
If humanity decided...
Nope, no booze. I don't have booze, you don't have booze.
Oh wait, address that first.
What,
all human societies were slavers, so you can't blame that on the Bible.
Well, you can say it bolstered it.
Well, not if you look at the broad sweep of history, because it was the Protestant Christians
Based
in
on
the
their
UK.
interpretation of the Bible.
It was the Protestant Christians...
Which evolves over time.
Let's pause there. You've been voted out by the majority.
Well, it was great talking with you,
nice
sir.
talking to you.
So, Peterson was going to say, you cannot put that on everyone, because if you're going to put slavery on humanity, as much as there were people who decided to have slaves, there were also people who decided not to have slaves. Which he then said, well, that came from the fact that they in society evolved to decide that it was bad. Therefore, you cannot decide that actually that was the case. It was literally because it evolved from a point, and that came from society, that came from experience. But the problem is that how did they learn that slavery was bad? It wasn't from experience. It was from learning. And they didn't know that slavery wasn't good beforehand without being able to challenge the thought and the notion. In order to gain the experience to know from thought why slavery doesn't work, they would have to test it. And then, both posteriori and a priori, they are able to come to the conclusion and understand, well, this shit leads to bad outcomes and bad examples for the entire society. And it's also making people want to murder us. Perhaps slaving people is not the way. Instead of coming from that angle, he tries to argue a Frankenstein version of what B. Ryan tried to argue. But he tries to do so from a position of attempting to niggle a point that doesn't exist. And literally is so non-existent that even Peterson says, nigga, what the fuck you talking about, bro?
Yes.
Dr. Peterson?
Good to see you, man.
Pleasure.
What's your name?
And yet another man. Another man!
Dr. Peterson?
Good to see you, man.
Pleasure.
What's your name?
Brian. So the first thing I would like to say is I would like to engage in this discussion in a symbiotic manner. I would not like to engage where there is one clear winner and one clear loser. Emotions are...
Oh, Brian. Okay, Brian. We'll bite Brian. Let's go, Brian. Alright, Brian says, I do not want to engage in this matter where there must be some clear winner and some clear loser. Let's see it.
Activated and ultimately comes about ego. So I'm just saying I'm really trying to understand your position, and I would just like you to really try to understand my position.
Deal.
Okay, sounds good. With that, if you're saying that morality and purpose cannot come from science, is the opposite of that true, that morality and purpose can only come from God?
So, let's repeat that again, just in case.
So I'm just saying I'm really trying to understand your position, and I would just like you to really try to understand my position.
Deal.
Okay, sounds good. With that, if...
F's to the chat, boys. Lord have mercy. I wish I understand why this has been happening, particularly in this week. I remember when this was happening earlier in the year, and I don't know why it's happening again now today. But we're going to power through this, chat. Don't worry. Okay. We are here. Brian asks, you say that morality cannot come from science. So, are you assumptively saying that it can only come from God? Peterson agrees and says, yes, God is the font from which cohesion and life springs. Let's rewind a bit, and then let's go from there.
Moral claims are based. That's a definition, right?
Okay, if there is a God, what is the purpose of life?
If there is a God, what is the purpose of life? It's a good question. Let's see where he goes.
Well, in the Christian tradition, the purpose of life is to engage in voluntary, upward, self-sacrifice so that the kingdom of heaven can be established on earth.
So you're trying to make it to heaven and avoid hell?
Yes, that's a good way of thinking about it.
What is the purpose of heaven? Do you understand?
Well,
so here's the deal.
At
we
minimum,
can
it's the opposite of endless suffering. How about that?
Okay, and so should we not try to achieve infinite suffering on planet Earth? And if we can achieve infinite suffering on planet Earth without God, avoiding it, if we can do that without God, then does that defeat your claim?
Well, yeah, except that it doesn't. You circumvented my initial definition because I said that by definition, God was the unified source of morality. And so if we engage in a moral exercise...
When you're talking about morality, though, when you really reverse engineer it and you get it down to its root, you're a psychologist, it really seems like it just has to deal with motivation. People are saying there is a God, there is...
It's more specific than that.
Well,
Okay, let's go slowly. We need to ease into it. Brian's an old, rugged man. He's never been pegged before. Morality cannot come from science. It can only come from God. Presuppositionally, from the position of this point, God is the font from which cohesion and life springs. Therefore, what is the purpose of life? If there is a God, what is the purpose of life? To establish the kingdom of heaven on earth. Why? To avoid permanent suffering. So, if we live well and live right, doesn't that defeat the claim? I would argue this is a very good basis to start from. Because realistically, this just follows in purpose the same way that a child would ask you the purpose of question. Daddy, what's the point of life on earth? To establish the kingdom of heaven on earth. Why? To avoid permanent suffering. Why? So that if we live well and live life, we're able to establish the same kind of life that we'll be living in the afterlife that I can have here with you and mommy. Why? Because it's good to do good things for good people and to live our lives well and to help others. Because when you're helping others, it's just like helping yourself. Why? Because good outcomes for me leads to good outcomes for you. Because a high rising tide will float all boats. And I want to pull as many people up with me as possible. Why? Because it takes a lot more effort to be negative than it does to be positive and to work together. Why? Because negativity is an energy that drags down and poisons the mind of everyone because it's the fear and mind killer that causes us to not reach out and reach our potential. Why? You can pontificate forever by asking the why game. And yet, it brings yourself to do it because then... My chin is bleeding somewhere. Because then, you ask yourself a existential concept that then pontificates into infinity. And ultimately, at the end of the day, it invites you to ask the question so that you can perceive an answer that you didn't expect. But it ultimately perpetuates a form of whataboutism. Because realistically, if you ask the question from Peterson's position itself is an infinite pontification. Morality and purpose cannot be found within science. So let's do it this time. Daddy, why can't we find morality and purpose not being perpetuated within science? Because morality and purpose comes from socialization. It does not come from science. Science cannot be able to analyze it because it is a superposition of logic and behavior. Science cannot be able to establish the reason why I do something or where I am in the purpose of my thought, but it can be able to establish the recognition of a thought and of a pattern. By trying to nebulatize down the person a priori and then a posteriori to a position where I must recognize patterns in order to understand something. If I say that people have existed in slavery, we then say people created slavery, therefore people are slavers. But there's a person who's not a slaver. That person breaks the standard and mold. That person needs to be studied because there's clearly something wrong with them. Why? Because people in society would not naturally do things against their will, against the priority nature that is behind and around them. Why? Because there's a difference between nature and nurture. Why? Because the difference between nature and nurture describes why a person is the reason why they do something in this life and why they would not do something in another. Why? Because if a person was to live consistently and consciously as an automaton, then their actions would just be the repeating patterns that is being inputted by stimuli and the control mechanism which holds their schema, like a golem. Why? Because humans are a type of golem. Why? Well, if you speak religiously, it's because we're an experiment by God to see what happens if he was to give a living creature free will. Why? Because the angels were creatures that effectively were deistic spiritual automatons. They did not have free will. They existed to praise the glory of God with the Trisagion. Or, excuse me, is it the Trisagion? Or is it Trisagonon? My brain is screaming Trisagion by screaming the thrice holy song of praise. Why? Because the kingdom of heaven is not just about the kingdom of God and how we will reign in glory forever and ever at this right hand of the Father with the Son connected within the Holy Ghost, but also specifically how we will live in a state of existence where we are free of the spiritual sins that weigh us down. Why? Because we'll have repented. Why? Because repenting is how we enter the kingdom of God. Why? Because a person who is even at the death's door, if they are able to repent in their heart, is able to enter the kingdom of heaven. Because the only way to enter the kingdom of heaven is to accept Christ in your life through the form of the Spirit. Because those that blaspheme the Spirit are those that doubt the will of God and then blaspheme against the Holy Spirit. Therefore, once they have done so, they are no longer considered worthy of that prophecy. Therefore, they will now have their hearts hardened, just like Pharaoh did when he refused to let Moses' people go. Why? Because sometimes God likes to use people as a tool. Why? Because metaphysically and metaphysically speaking, the purpose of the foible is to show what happens when you have a hard head, because a hard head makes a soft ass. Why? Because stubborn people don't learn until they learn the consequences of their actions by having things shown in front of them. Why? Because stubborn people think that they know people at an in-spirit heart, and by the nature of people, we are spiteful, evil creatures that like to put wickedness into the heart of man, and it is only through actively resisting the desire to be evil that we truly have established the power to be good, because we are neither good nor evil, we are just people, and by being people, we do not ascribe evil to people, we ascribe good and evil to actions. Why? And so on, and so on, and so on, and so on, and so on. Also, timer. Ultimately, no matter how far you go, you effectively will never stop. But, from here, Brian shows us morality is based in society. It is based in pattern. But it's not based in pattern because animals are people. It's based in socialization, and it's based in culture, which comes from a shared belief. Because, as he used in his example, if you gave monkeys an equal share of grapes, they will be happy. If you give them an equal share of grapes, they won't be happy. Unless they're a greedy fucking monkey who wants 4 grapes instead of 5. Luke then tells us the domain of religion, as he asks the question of posteriori and priori, is the domain of morality and purpose. And then pontificates that slavery is wrong. It's bad. And humans made slavery, so aren't slaves bad? Isn't humans bad for making slavery? But they also stopped slavery. So man is good and evil. Why are you only focusing on man's evil? Man is not without mistake, unlike which he built from his hands. We can be fallible, and from our actions, we can learn to do better. Now, we arrive at Brian. Okay, do you suppose that morality cannot come from science? It can only come from a form of religion in the form of God. Yes, because God is the font from which cohesion and life springs. Because atheists reject this font, but refuse to understand what they are rejecting, which is complexity and conscientiousness. Okay, so conscientiously speaking, what is the purpose of life under God? To establish the kingdom of heaven on earth. Why? To prevent permanent suffering, spiritually, metaphysically. Why? So that if we live well, we are able to avoid the permanent suffering through the actionable and willful decision of delayed gratification. So if we just establish the kingdom of heaven here on earth, aren't we just going to find ourselves to defeat the claim? And what that looks like, going straight to my Twitter real quick, what that looks like when you do that enough times is it looks like this. It looks like a group of people having a reaction to something and explaining something in the way in which it's being described, which brings you to here.
Alright, they really threw us in the fire like the big G didn't choose us. Nebuchadnezzar, we ain't never bowing to you. God in here with us. Flame proof, baby.
Ultimately, if the kingdom of heaven is established not in a physical place, but in a state of calm and mind, then God is everywhere around you, and truthfully is nature because he's of your nature. Ergo, we ain't never bound to you, nigga. It is the indefatigable. I don't like that word. Most people pronounce it as indefeatable, but the proper pronunciation is supposed to be indefatigable because they're undefeatable, but they're also not fatigued, so indefatigable, but it's pronounced quickly, indefatigable. And it sounds like I'm saying a slur, but I'm not. Anyways, the indefatigable strength of the unbreakable will of the human spirit. If we are able to be unbroken in where God's presence has never left us. So, this is obviously a fucking generated AI meme, right? Technically, this is representing the river of fire. So if we go not by Judeo-Christian standards, but specifically the Al-Habramic Jewish one, this is not hell, but Sheol. Sheol is the presence of God in absence. The absence of God's light. Despite being thrown in the pit, something, I believe the fucking meme says Nebuchadnezzar, so a type of king and unholy god, to which we are being asked to bow to. They throw us in the pit like God wasn't here with us. Nebuchadnezzar, we're never bound to you. God ain't here with us. Flame proof, baby. The state of God and godliness in Sheol is that God never left them. They never lost faith. Therefore, if we can establish a lack of loss of faith and we remain holy on earth, do we have the ability to maintain and systemically survive this state of existence, therefore denying your presupposition that you cannot find this without this? Which then leads back to the potential of the pontification of the question. And that's a good question. Because technically, if you do this, you actually are living Christ-like. Now, I don't know where Brian's going, but I want to find out. Also, I misspelled permanent. So, let's see where he goes.
So you're trying to make it to heaven and avoid hell?
Yes, that's a good way of thinking about it.
What is the purpose of heaven? Do you understand?
Well,
so here's the deal.
At
We
minimum,
can
it's
get into
the
an
opposite
infinite...
of endless suffering. How about that?
Okay, and so should we not try to achieve infinite suffering on planet Earth? And if we can achieve infinite suffering on planet Earth without God, avoiding it, if we can do that without God, then does that defeat your claim?
Well, yeah, except that it doesn't. You circumvented my initial definition because I said that by definition, God was the unified source of morality. And so if we engage in a moral
And
exercise...
when you're talking about morality, though, when you really reverse engineer it and you get it down to its root, you're a psychologist, it really seems like it just has to deal with motivation. People are saying there is a God, there
It's
is
more specific than that.
Well, so let me ask you this. So if there is a God and there is a moral code...
So, in this exchange, by playing the why game, eventually we get to... So what you're saying is... That's too big. So what you're saying is... is that there is a way to do X. And he's about to define X.
And it doesn't come at your benefit, are you going to follow it? Near it, and you get it down to its root. You're a psychologist. It really seems like it just has to deal with motivation. People are saying there is a God, there
It's
is...
more specific than that.
So, Brian says it has to do with motivation. He has to be motivated. He needs power. Real power. Quantum power! He says motivation. Peterson says it's deeper than that. Let's find out what's deeper than basic raw motivation.
Well, so let me ask you this. So if there is a God and there is a moral code and it doesn't come at your benefit, are you going to follow it?
It depends on how you define your benefit. If
it's going to come at your expense, would you still follow it? If God came down and said, here is my moral code and you should follow it, but even if you follow it, you are still going to end up in hell, are you going to follow it?
Well, that was the question that was put to Job and to Christ, right? Because they were required... hang on, I'm answering your question. They were required to withstand trials that would break anyone and maintain their upward orientation regardless.
And they did that with the motivation of believing that this omnipotent, all-loving God would somehow turn it into a benefit. So they still did it solely for their benefit. So
let's define benefit. Like, if I did something for your sister, would that be to your benefit? Like, how are you defining your benefit? Do you mean one of your whims gratified now? Or do you mean you and everyone you love and know over some reasonable span of time?
So when you're talking about whims, I think you're talking about something that's more dopamine. When you're talking about morality, you're talking about something that's more serotonin and more ultimately satisfying. So you and I agree on a lot. I mean, when it comes to talking about how men should be masculine and things of that nature, you and I are 100% in agreement. We just don't agree on the justification that God is the only thing that provides morality.
It's not a justification, it's a definition.
What's the difference then between a definition and a justification? I mean, it's ultimately psychologically the same thing.
Well, pause. So, they get into niggling details at this exact point. Right here. I wrote over it. If there is a God and there is not a benefit that doesn't follow his code, do you follow his code? If God comes down from the sky and says, if you specifically don't do the fucking thing I tell you to do, you're going to hell. And if you do what I tell you to do, you're going to hell. Yes. But these people in this biblical structure, they did so with the trust that the all-seeing, ever-living, and all-loving God was testing them to then replenish them and make them whole. Period. Then, because there are people in chat that noticed it, Brian did something very sneaky. He did something very, very sneaky.
Talking about how men should be masculine and things of that nature, you and I are 100% in agreement. We just don't agree on the justification that God is the only thing that provides morality.
It's not a justification, it's a definition.
What's the difference then between a definition and a justification? I mean, it's ultimately psychologically the same thing.
So, he says this. V-Lever just said it. Did Brian just ask, do you have integrity? He asked something a little bit more deceptive than that. What he actually did is he did this. Tell me the difference between a moral conscription and a general way to live. And the reason he said this is something he said before that, which came from the thing that Juan said, which was, it's serotonin and it's dopamine. You want something that's supposed to sound good versus something that has integrity and will feel good. If this is the case, what is the point behind this? Because he said that right about here.
More dopamine. When you're talking about morality, you're talking about something that's more serotonin and more ultimately satisfying. So you and I agree on a lot. I mean, when it comes to talking about how men should be masculine and things of that nature, you and I are 100% in agreement. We just don't agree on the...
So, he says, I agree with you, but I don't agree with you. Why am I being pinged? Whatever. I agree with you, but I don't agree with you. Here's why I agree with you, while I don't agree with you.
The justification that God is the only thing that provides morality.
It's not a justification, it's a definition.
What's the difference then?
And he then asks him, well, what's the difference? Tell me the difference between the moral conscription and the general ways to live.
Between a definition and a justification, I mean, it's ultimately psychologically the same thing.
Because he asked for the difference between the justification and the definition.
Well, it's not a
masculine, things of that nature. You and I are 100% in agreement. We just don't agree on the justification that God is the only thing that provides morality.
It's not a justification, it's a definition.
What's the difference then? Between a definition and a justification, I mean, it's ultimately psychologically the same thing.
Well, we have to define what we're talking about before we can just debate.
Okay, well,
right?
so here's my
I
position.
said that God, among other things...
I'm actually a non-theist. I'm not an atheist. I believe the human condition is one of uncertainty. And what that means is that I don't believe that you can conclude there is a God with certainty, and I don't believe that you can conclude that there is a God without in the same position. Now,
we found one! I don't have a bell. It would be very loud if I did. We found one! This is about to get really pedantic really fast.
With that, I don't care. I still wake up every day and I have motivation to be a moral person.
Define moral.
Moral, what I ought to do.
Okay, and how do you...
So, hold your Carls was right. Right? Okay. Tell me the difference between what is this thing. Right? I do something for a good. You want to tell me that there's a way to do things without motivation. I say it's deeper than that. You say, okay, God says, if you do this, I'm going to rape your mama. And if you do this, I'm going to still rape your mama. You going to do what I said? There's no benefit for you. Are you going to do it? He then says, there's something that's much deeper than this. Because he thinks that there's a similarity and that there is no inherent difference between a justification and a definition. Defining your way to live is not a justification. It can be a justification, but that is not a justification itself. That does not mean they are both the same thing at the same time. They can be, but one thing happened before the other. Which is to say, you didn't start with the definition, and the definition then became the justification. That is the opposite of what you do. That's the correct way of doing things. The opposite of what he's assuming is that he's assuming that the justification is itself the definition. That is an argument and a hammer in want of a nail. Or rather, a nail in want of getting hammered. You justify yourself by a principle, and so you follow through as defining yourself from the justification. So, by that, instead of, I want to treat people well so that I learn to be receptive enough to have the ability to date, to meet a woman, to have a life. Versus, I'm finna fuck women to have children. So what I'm finna do is I'm gonna find the most easily manipulatable person possible, and I'm finna nut inside every time. One of these is you're putting yourself in the position by understanding what it is that you wish to achieve. Dating to marry, for example. Versus, you're just floating through relationships, you know what it is that you want, and one day, you decide to baby trap your man and or woman. Searching for a thing versus allowing yourself to find that thing by living by the definition by which you are standing on, rather than, well, baby, you gotta understand, this is what I wanted and I went out and I got it. You just gotta accept that this is just what's happening now, which is the justification. It is an excuse to live by action rather than the definition that enables you to live in truth. Very confusing concept.
You
and
come
what
to that
I ought to
conclusion.
do, ultimately, it comes down to what not just benefits me, but what benefits the entire planet, what benefits the entire system. I think that your entire moral perspective comes from linear thinking, and when you look at the reality of the universe, it's actually more so holistic. So when you look at how Aristotle defined God, when he said that there had to be an unmoved move, or an uncaused cause, he was defining God from a linear perspective, and you do the same with morality, and you do the same with purpose.
How does my
I
definition
reject
of
that.
morality? How does my definition of morality hypothetically differ from yours?
Because you're saying that there's something that exists in a vacuum, that it exists in and of itself, and nothing in the universe exists in a vacuum. Nothing exists in and of itself. It's a whole systems-based morality. It's a systems-based reality.
Is there a higher?
Realistically, I'm going to disagree with Brian's perspective. In truth, there is a simple philosophy here. And what he is essentially saying here is we do not exist without stimuli. To a degree, that is true, but it's not. If you stab me or punch me, you are applying pressure, which is then implicated as force. That force is exerted as violence. And what happens is then stimuli. A little bigger. Make sure that's a semicolon. Now that looks like an eye. That looks bad. There we go. Nope, that looks like a J. What does it look like? It is a dot and a line. Dot, line. Good enough. Therefore, if pressure through force creates violence, which then creates reaction to stimuli, then stimuli equals variance deeper within a system. I should be using SYS. Deeper within a system. And I'm writing this as a mathematical phrase because this is inherently the thing that is happening. So as one wick displays, definition is how and why to live a life versus the justification being how to live the life with your actions. This is the difference between idle hands and hands in wisdom and action. If we are all living as a variety of a system, then the entirety of your life is living as a homunculi. Instead of why all of us do what we do, which is that, why aren't all of you broadcasting? Why am I not the one that's listening to somebody else talk? Why am I the one that's presenting this and not you being the one to present this? It's because I'm the one that had the desire to set up and decide to do something. I decided that I was going to tackle this content. Therefore, I am not an automaton. I think, I feel, I have decisions, I have choices. The same way all of you chose to tune in and listen and watch. The same way that those earlier chose to leave to go to bed or to take care of the other things that they have as a priority in their lives. Because they are also not robots. This is a position from which we are arguing from. And this is where his argument falls apart. Because we are not fucking animals in this way. Like, it is weird to do this. Because instead of the position of abracadabra, as I speak, so I create, instead it becomes cogito ergo sum. And obviously, these two things are not necessarily in conflict with each other. Because as I speak and I move, I create. And because I think, and therefore I am, I know that I am alive because I am eating. I had the desire to eat a hamburger, not a hot dog, or not a gray pudge of slop. So this definition, even though it sounds like it'd be correct, written as a scientific variance phrase, is wrong! Because we can only be an automaton if we see ourselves as automaton. It's like, there's no other way. Like, Nick, even though I did not choose to be created, the biological imperative of our bodies created the words are hard. created the spermatozoon, that then created the opportunity for the blastocyte that became the gamete, that became the multicellular organism that attached to my mother's womb in her cellular wall frame during her ovulation cycle, to then create the creatures that would be myself and my twin sister, which would then lead to the complication in birth that would cause me to become a singleton-born twin. From that moment forward, moving onwards, my cognitive function no longer was operating on a single-celled mindset of eat, consume, form, eat, consume, form. Now it became, I want the left titty! Now I want the right titty! Now I want the right titty while holding the left titty in a circle with my hand. The fact that babies are small programmable computers that then become a creature in the world is definitional proof that we are not automatons. It's why we are animals, but we are also humans. The defining line point being what makes us a man. Therefore, this cannot be the case. Back to it.
That is what the quantum.
Is there a hierarchical structure? Are some things more important than others?
Are some things? I think some things lead to more benefits than others.
Then, by your own definition, some things are more important than others.
Yes.
Okay.
What is there? You've been voted out by the majority.
So ultimately, even though he attempts to give us this fucking mathematical phrase in the form of his reference of differences between moral conscriptions and ways to live, they still arrive at the final point. I can make this smaller. They still arrive at the finality of the final point. Which is that there are some things that are more important than others. So, working off of this, what does that mean in terms of what we need to know and what we have to describe and define? What that means is that from this supposed inherent logic, this connects back and then formulates into this thought. Some things are more important. Like, sure, we're animals, and sure, I can punch you, I can kick you, I can stab you, I can feed you, I can sexually aggress you, I can be sexually aggressed by you. But obviously some things are more important than others. What's more important? Coochie or trying to make your life right? Type shit. Obviously, getting your life right is fine. Because coos is temporary. For some people, booty is more important than water. But you also need water to live. And they also need water to be lubricated. So should you commit yourself to a life of sexual crime? Probably not. Why? Because some things are more important than others. After all, you're going to need money to be able to even have the ability to get onto what you're going to have as the outcomes of a date, should you choose to live a life of violence. And then what's more important? Living or attempting to continue a life of crime? Obviously living, because you can't commit crime if you're dead. Or, if you want to use something that's less aggressive, you can't make money if you're dead. You can't live if you're dead. So instead of trying to prioritize things that will get you harmed, you prioritize the things that will keep you living. Moving forward.
How you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I guess since you said morality and purpose cannot be found in science, it would just depend on like what you're referencing.
And in comes Parker! Peter Parker. I don't think his name's Peter, but it's definitely Parker. Alright, Parker. Show us your stuff, and preferably don't blind us.
If you're saying a description of your psychological preferences would be considered within science, sure, but I don't think that you have to say that it comes from science in order to be like an atheist. As an agnostic atheist, I don't know if God exists, and I don't believe that God exists. And the only ones that I would really reject would be like the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good, perfect notion of God that plenty of Christians like prescribe themselves. So I guess
How is that relevant to this claim?
you're basing a position of morality and purpose in some like notion of God that isn't the same type of notion of God that typical Christians would prescribe. Your notion of God is
What typical Christians?
yeah. Typically, when I talk to Christians, they say that they believe in an
How
all-knowing.
about Cardinal Newman, who defined God as conscience? He's a major influence on all of Catholic social theory. How about that Christian?
Sure. So do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
So, we are now at a position with Parker where I need a different color, where we are now going all the way, we are going all the way back up to here. Technically, we're going even higher than that. So I need a line that's drawn like this. Going here, and then going here, and then going all the way back here. Parker is now reaching all the way back to question 1 to the point that, well, we're not defining things correctly because now we're right back at Cade's definition. I don't believe of the presupposition of an all-knowing, all-power, all-seeing, all-feeling, almighty God that normal people believe in. Okay, what about a formative person that doesn't believe in that? What about one that's on record as not having believed in that? What about that? And how quickly the angle has been shut down.
Typical Christians would prescribe. Your notion of God is
What typical Christians?
yeah. Typically, when I talk to Christians, they say that they believe in an
How
all-knowing.
about Cardinal Newman, who defined God as conscience? He's a major influence on all of Catholic social theory. How about that Christian?
Sure. So do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
What do you mean by believe?
You think?
We all know he was going to ask that question with a question. So, do you believe in this notion of God? What do you mean by believe?
Think it to be true.
Social theory. How about that Christian?
Sure. So do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
What do you mean by believe?
Do you think it to be true?
That's the circular definition. What do you mean
How
when
is
you
that
say you
circular?
believe?
How is that circular?
Because you added no content to the answer by substituting the word true and believe.
I said you think it to be true.
All right, so if
What's
you
a
believe something, you stake your life on it.
What do you mean by that?
You live for
Nigga, we could be here all night debating that. I don't even need 5 minutes for that. I only need 30 seconds. If you ask somebody, do you believe in the character of somebody else? And I say, what do you mean by believe? And they say, what do you mean by true? Stake of belief requires you to understand that if you put your faith in something and it fails you, there is no safety net. You die. Period. Inherently, by the nature of belief, if you put your faith in something, that's a Hail Mary play. Hail Mary, full of grace, blessed is thou amongst women. When you are throwing out a Hail Mary and you are praying that something works out right, that's your final saving grace. After that happens, the bottom falls out. There's no recovery. You're just done. In terms of gameplay knowledge, GG, go next. Or rather, since this is the position of if you fuck up and you die, GG, easy, no re, get your ass in Samsara. It's probably the most ridiculous and funny bit. Because if God was a video game, it would be a hardcore roguelike, unironically speaking. I mean, shit, we spawn in random places in the world, in random circumstances, with random starts. It is the most bullshit version of NetHack I've ever played. I hate this version! Why?
for it, and you die for it. That's what I mean by that. It isn't something that you say. It isn't something that's associated with logical consistency. It's not declarative. It's not propositional. It's not a figment of your imagination.
It's the presupposition of your attention and your action. And you're either fragmented, in which case you worship multiple gods, or there's some unity at the bottom of it that makes you an unstoppable force.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it?
Not really, no.
Okay. So then,
how would you define belief? Something you say?
Okay, so I explain. Like, I could believe it is the case that this pen exists, but if someone like threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? Like, I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your life.
Don't be so sure.
You wouldn't lie to save your
Okay. Parker just asked a very seminal question when it comes to people with belief. It is very silly that he asked this question. All right? We've all been here. All right? You were in high school. You first learned about the Jews that were living in the attic. Would you be willing to lie to the German police looking for Jews to murder to save their lives? Would you be willing to die to save another person's life through your act of random kindness? Is this something that you'd be willing to do? Now, replace Jew and put in any denomination you want. I don't care if they are religious. I don't care if they're non-religious. I don't care if they're spiritual. I don't care if they believe in some bullshit that happens to be inside of the purity spiral of the left's vision of progressivism. Are you willing to lie in order to keep a person alive? Are you willing to lie in order to keep yourself alive? Or, if you want to get religious, are you willing to rebuke knowledge of the Lord and deny your faith in order to keep yourself breathing? I believe it was the case of John the Baptist, no? Who was asked 3 times to rebuke the Lord. He was told that he said that he would not, and yet it came to be that he in fact rejected knowledge of the Lord, the Holy Spirit, and Jesus Christ. This kind of concept is very instrumental to the idea of faith. If you are truthfully a good person, air quote, if you deny your faith, you are not living your truth. There are Jews who, in fact, during Kristallnachts, as well as during the Holocaust, as well as different other groups during things such as the Great Famine, as well as the Holodomor, and other such genocides, executions, and political tyranny, actively refused to lie about their religious status because they considered it more important to live their truth than to conceal their faith. There are definitely people in this world that stand 10 toes down with the Lord. Once again, God's in here with us. Flame-proof, baby. Ultimately, if you ask this question and you say, well, I'm willing to lie in order to preserve my life because my faith is just a flimsy thing, this is something that inherently means that your faith is not inherited to the moral value. Because if your faith is inherent to who you are as a person, it is an unshakable, unflappable thing. Because remember, if masculinity is your power and self challenged, remaining unshaken and unbroken, faith is your belief being challenged and being unshaken and unbroken. If you deny your religion and are not wearing it publicly, it can be rationalized that you, in fact, are not living your truth and therefore are lying to preserve yourself. Because religion is based on toil and hardship. Therefore, you should not lie about your religious status. Now, logically speaking, if we want to be considerate, there is a place where you can argue that by denying your religious faith in the moment, so that you may be able to preserve it later and keep it burning alive, you are being pragmatic. Ultimately, we're not here to ask whether or not the Lord believes in pragmatism being to the core of your philosophy. However, the example I gave earlier about getting a gangster to change his lifestyle choice so that he does not want to keep being a gangbanger and instead would simply love to bang the woman that he loves as the only woman he will ever be with for the rest of his life and get out of the drug trade requires him to be convinced by an argument that he can understand. Because this man had no respect of religion, but he did have respect for common sense and logic. Something that he could be able to rationalize when it came to the concept of money. If I can be able to connect to him with money, I'm able to connect to him with philosophy and thought. And therefore, I get him rolling on the ball of putting his hands to wisdom and then putting that wisdom into action. So rather than him sitting saying, bro, I ain't finna never do nothing else but sell drugs. My mama sell drugs, my daddy sell drugs, my brother sell drugs, my sister sell drugs, the women in my family then had to sell themselves, bro, this is what I gotta do. Ultimately, this rejection of what faith must be becomes the exception of what faith is when it is tested, and you show that you are willing to remain solid on that faith until death. Period. Let's see where he chooses to go, chat. Let's see where he's willing to go.
How much do you know about me? I didn't lie to save my career. I didn't lie to save my clinical practice.
Would you lie to like save your children, your mom, your dad?
I don't think lying would save them.
Can there ever be a circumstance logically that lying could save someone?
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
I'll give you an example. If you're like in like Nazi Germany, and it is the case that there's like Jewish people in your attic and you're trying to protect them,
example.
would you lie to like the Nazis?
I would have done everything I bloody well could, so I wouldn't be in that situation to begin with. It's a hypothetical, and it's not answerable.
So, he asks him the obvious pathway. Therefore, we established some things. One, he thinks that Jordan Peterson would lie in a situation that is comparative to this example, which shows you either these people don't know anything about Jordan Peterson, which, if you're being honest, they know about his credentials, they know about his dramas, they know about him being a figure, but they don't know about specifics about him. So by asking him, would you lie about the Jews in the attic, he's demonstrating that he doesn't know shit about Peterson's character. He didn't lie about his life. He didn't lie about his career. He didn't lie about any of this. No, I wouldn't lie about those things. And also, the prescriptor that I would need to lie in order to do that means that I'm in a place where I shouldn't be in order for that to happen. Meaning, I'm in a place where bad outcomes are expected. So, I would instead try to do everything not to be in that situation. The hypothetical is useless because Peterson is smart enough a man to realize that he can reject the notion because the notion is pointless. Why is it pointless? Is it pointless because he just decided? No, it's pointless because a good man that lives his life in faith would recognize the bad outcomes that come when you are in that kind of situation where you have to inherently lie in order to save somebody else's skin. And if I'm lying on behalf of somebody else, that tells me that's a situation I shouldn't be in. So, just like before, and times again that will happen in the future, I don't need to lie, because I shouldn't be in a bad situation outcome that causes me to have to. I'm going to do something else, and I'm going to do everything possible to not end up there.
No, I can't answer a hypothetical like that because it's far. Look, don't play games.
I'm not playing games.
Yes, you are. If you present me with an intractable moral choice that's stripped of context and you back me into a corner, you're playing game. I just told you I would do everything that I could to make sure that I'm never in that situation. By the time you've got there, you've made so many mistakes that there's nothing you can do that isn't a sin.
Being born in Nazi Germany and trying to protect people that you care about, like there could be a Jewish friend that you have, and you want to protect them.
I think you should just give up on that line of questioning.
Give up on just like trying to clarify your position? Because you don't like. Are you like uncomfortable with me asking this question? It's just a basic hypothetical.
Are you uncomfortable with me talking about the Jews? It's just a basic hypothetical. Why can't you answer my question? Sir, why can't you answer my question? Do you have a problem with Jews? Jews, orange juice? Do you have a problem with orange juice? What about lime juice? What about apple juice? Sir, why won't you answer my Jewish question? This is not funny. This is really not funny. Lord have mercy.
Like I could ask
it's
you.
just a basic hypothetical where you put Jews' lives at stake in Nazi Germany. That's just a basic hypothetical.
Obviously, you would lie in that scenario to save their life, but you're like not trying to answer this question for some reason.
I just told you why.
Are you anti-fascist? Like, so you're anti-fascist.
And there it is. Prepare yourselves. Boo! Boo! Tomato, tomato, tomato. Boo! We all saw it coming. We all saw it coming. All of us, every single one of us, we all saw it coming. None of us are shocked. None of us are surprised. We're not a single one of us didn't think that he was going there. Arr, you be having Jews in your house. Yes, I have scurvy. Farce. Political farce. Political farce.
You're asking that.
I was just asking, just clarifying. But like, okay, again, you're not answering this hypothetical because you know it shows that you clearly would lie to save
I'm
someone's life.
answering it in a
Obviously,
manner
that's not
you
what
don't
truth is.
find acceptable.
Obviously,
Because
because I care about truth.
I wouldn't be in that scenario.
Obviously, right? Logically, because that's
No.
already happened. Like that's in the past. You don't have a time travel device. We're bringing this logical hypothetical up to show you that in some circumstances that do happen within the real world, you would lie to save people's lives. So your definition of truth isn't actually how we're typically using it. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to muddy the waters when I ask you, like, do you believe this? Do you think this to be true? So you don't actually have to answer the questions. And plenty of Christians don't like that because they clearly see that you don't really like want to be associated with
I can
Christianity.
imagine that I was in a situation where the best I could do as a consequence of my previous mistakes was to tell the least amount of lie I could manage. But that would likely indicate that I had made all sorts of catastrophic errors on my way there.
So you would lie to save someone's life. So again, you do believe it to be true in that circumstance, even though you like lied in that scenario. So
Not
clearly that's
without the
what you see to be true.
context that I put it in.
You were not willing to
I
die for it.
said-
You were not willing to let other people die for it. So that's not what you see to be true then, seemingly.
You're doing exactly what I said you were doing at the beginning of the conversation.
Pain. So, unironically, Parker has decided to yap to associate his refusal to answer the Attic Jew question to show that he is uncomfortable with the reality of his presupposed positions. And their outcomes. And in very big, bold letters, technically bold, so bold, bold, where's my bold? Bold. Is this bold? No. Is this bold? No. Where's my bold? I can't find it. I don't think I have it. So, I'm just going to do it as a second text. Remove the extra blank space. Put this right here. And then in bigger bold letters, Reddit atheism. In bold. And we're gonna boom, boom, boom. And we're gonna hit that with a additional boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Big old blurred words right there at fucking 3802. There is never a time where what Parker just did was acceptable. There was never a moment where what he just did was fucking acceptable. That shit was fucking lame. Anyways, moving forward. But before we move forward, I'll be right back. Talking about confidence, baby. All right.
You're generating an impossible, restricted, hypothetical, with no precursors to back me into a
How's it
corner.
possible? Is there something contradictory about it? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah. My next claim is that everybody worships something, including atheists, even though they might not know it.
All right. Claim number 3.
Hi. Good work. Thank you. Hi there.
Finally, some color in here.
I'm Zena. So I want to start off with defining terms.
Zena.
How do you define worship?
Prioritize.
Prioritize. So almost like having a preference over something.
So, Zena starts off with a very interesting question. How do you define worship?
It's a hierarchy of preference, including atheists, even though they might not know it.
Hi.
Good work.
Thank you.
Hi there.
I'm Zena. So I want to start off with defining terms.
Yeah.
How do you define worship?
Prioritize.
Prioritize. So almost like having a preference over something rather than the
It's a
other.
hierarchy of preferences,
Yeah.
and you use it to direct your attention.
Right.
So whatever you're attending to, you're worshiping.
Right. So I've kind of become a little bit familiar with your idea of this value-laden hierarchy.
Yeah.
Right. And you kind of posit that at the bottom of this hierarchy, or you call it top or bottom,
Yeah,
I suppose.
right.
At the bottom of this hierarchy, this foundational priority in your life is going to be considered God.
That's
Is that
right.
correct?
Yes.
Right. I'm trying to imagine a situation in which could there be that someone has a priority at their foundation that is different from someone else's?
Oh, definitely.
Right. So we can.
Okay. So far, she is working off of knowledge that is already understood about Peterson. She understands the concept of the definitional and structural beliefs that when you mine down to the basis of a person's concepts of worship and their preferences, that there is a base level preference that they have. And ultimately has understood that there is possible for a person to have a different type of preference and therefore a different form of focus of worship than others do. This is good. See, as soon as we put the minority is... I'm joking. I am joking. But am I? I'm joking. Xena, so far, has approached this with the best energy in the beginning. This is good. She's building off a structure of things that Peterson already understands and believes, and is communicating the concept. So, everybody worships something, including atheists, even if they might not know it. How do you define worship in this claim? A hierarchy of preferences. Everybody prefers a hierarchy of things, including atheists, even if they might not know it. Okay, is it possible for me to prefer something different than you? Because she starts out by defining her terms. And his answer in the straight positive affirmative is yes. So let's see where this goes.
Can have different conceptions of God.
That's why we fight.
Right. So essentially.
Is it possible for us to have different perceptions of God and different conceptions of God? Who is daring me? It's why we fight. This could be as simple as basic shit like the Tower of Babel and other things like this. The differences between you and I are the places where we have and have not, and we meet differently. And from there, this inherent nature of where we meet from each other is where the clasping of hands and the joining of hands becomes important. This isn't possible without understanding each other. Because the entire point behind the Tower of Babel is that once upon a time, we were supposed to be working together. We had an idea that we were going to make a tower that was going to match, if not rival, the greatness of God. And God said, I don't think about that. Have yourself a taste of confusion. And all of a sudden, we started speaking Smith. We all started speaking various forms of Simlish. Let's see where we go.
There's not one God, but there are multiple gods, and these gods exist in some realm of truth. Like it's true that this person has one God and it exists.
Yeah, probably better to think about it as multiple values, like that there's a hierarchy of values with something at the bottom.
Right, but at the bottom is God, and
that's a definition. Yeah.
Yeah, so at the bottom is God,
Yeah.
and there can be multiple people with different conceptions of God, and they're each valid in being called God. So there are multiple gods that exist.
It depends on what you mean by valid. So far, so good, but it depends on what you mean by valid, because I would say that some foundational conceptions don't play out when they're implemented. So if you...
So, she goes from, is it possible to have different conceptions? It's why we fight. To, okay, so there's multiple gods. Gods expressed as values. Then Peterson makes sure to correct her to make sure she understands that, okay, there are multiple gods, there are multiple values that are at the basis of all of these totem poles that build up the belief system, that is the hierarchy of preferences that makes up the concept that we are speaking on. And then they get here.
At the bottom is God, and there can be multiple people with different conceptions of God, and they're each valid in being called God. So there are multiple gods that exist.
It depends on what you mean by valid. So far, so good, but it depends on what you mean by valid, because I would say that some foundational conceptions don't play out when they're implemented.
So, there are multiple values expressed as God, but they do not all create positive outcomes, which is what he means when he says that there are multiple values that do not work out.
Depends on what you mean by valid. So far, so good, but it depends on what you mean by valid, because I would say that some foundational conceptions don't play out when they're implemented. So if you put the wrong thing at the foundation, you end up in hell, for example. That's what happens in totalitarian states.
Okay.
Yeah?
So you're saying...
So they're not all equal. Like, all foundational principles are not equal, even though they might be equally foundational. Right?
So what makes one kind of foundational tenet like better than another one?
So, very important question there. Okay. So, if all values are not equal, what makes them foundational and valued?
That's an excellent... Foundational principles are not equal, even though they might be equally foundational. Right?
So what makes one kind of foundational tenet like better than another one?
That's an excellent question. Iterability. Imagine that you play a game with someone and you're a kid, and it's fun. So then you play again.
Here we go. We're getting into game theory.
Again and again.
So repetition.
It's playability across multiple iterations. So then you have a friend. And a friend is better than having a game. Right? So that's one. Breadth of application is another. So if it's just for me now, it's not as good as something that would be benefit to both of us across time.
Right. So we're explaining like characteristics that can be applied to like these types of like foundational values. But why is it that this iterability makes it better, and what does better mean?
Well, one hallmark of better is likely to be selected voluntarily. So it's invitational.
Another descriptive kind of quality. So we're talking about characteristics that in some type of system with a goal, an output being like, we could maybe say happiness, right? Or some type of
harmony.
Harmony.
Yeah,
right?
That's better. Not happiness precisely, because it's too short term.
Exactly. So as someone who is an atheist, right, I can explain that within a system, there are things that we can see as better or worse to meet this goal or meet this output. But what we're interested in, though, is what could make these things, regardless of any system, right?
Well, imagine that you set up a system and you implement it, and it produces the opposite results to which you intend. Well, yeah, that's not a good system.
Exactly.
Right, so the foundational principles are lacking, because when you implement them, the game degenerates instead of moving towards the aim.
Right. So we're talking about within a system. When we talk about something being moral, right, just absolutely moral, it means that without a system, right, this thing is simply moral with no reason. Like, stands independent, this thing is good. So I'm trying to figure out if such thing can exist. And if so, do you believe that these things are moral in of themselves, like self-evidently moral, or are they moral in accordance with the system?
This is a very hard question. So, she's working out the material that creates the totem pole. What video game totem pole do I want to use? I'm leaning in the direction of Sonic. Let's go Sonic mode. Sonic totem pole. Why is it so hard to find a picture of a totem pole? Okay, here we go. So, observe the totem pole, chat. In this totem pole, there are things that we are attempting to ascribe and we are attempting to gain. We want the ability to argue for this totem pole, and that this totem pole be useful for the purposes that we wish to ascribe it for. Let me clean this up a little bit bigger, or a little better. This is a little bit too big. That's big enough. There we go. Observe the totem pole, chat. Is the totem pole capable of being moral in and of itself without invocation on behalf of somebody else? Are you able to make this totem pole meaningful, useful, and viable for the system of opportunity that is provided to everybody else so that one can be able to survive based on the system of objectable belief you are attempting to work off of? Inherently, the answer is no. Because the totem pole isn't moral, it's the foundation that makes it moral. So whatever is down here supports everything going upwards. If this is replicability, and this is irritability, and this is willingness to be chosen, is there something even more foundational underneath? And this is where game theory comes into play. Because game theory says that you want something that is core to this working. Because without this, the totem pole does not function.
I can't define them any more accurately than I already did, really.
Okay. In regards to morality, when we talk about the divine, when we talk about God and religion, these moral tenets and religion, right, and God exist as good because it is God, right? So it's self-evident, right? Without any kind of goal or output, this thing is good. So I want to figure out how...
There's an element of that that's true. So, for example, in the story of Job, Job is unfairly tortured in consequence of a bet between God and Satan. So Job is emblematic of someone who's being hurt for no apparent reason. Okay. So Job's response to that is that he refuses to lose faith in himself, and he refuses to lose faith in the ultimate goodness of being. Okay, and those are axiomatic decisions. They're not exactly evidence dependent because he is suffering. There's an arbitrariness in that that's reminiscent of what you claim.
So, right here, ironically enough, it was the sister. Xena was able to achieve the attempt of points that were being argued back here by him, by Brian. So, morality does not come from science. It only comes from God. Because when you define the worship, your hierarchy of preferences is what defines God. If I worship the god of hunger, and I carve God from the wood of my hunger, and what I believe in is I'm better than you, and I'm going to prove it to everybody, and I'm going to make sure everybody's watching, what do I worship? Do not say a lead head. If I worship something from the god of my hunger, I worship sacrosanctumly myself and my ego in myself. Because totems, to answer V-Lover's question, they do not just exist because someone else created it. It comes from a philosophy where you are learning by choice, axiomatically. So this is what she's asking. Because if I decide I worship the god of money, whoa, sing, skip it, whoa. Sing, say whoa. Sing, skip it, whoa. Sing, say whoa. Welcome back. I can't refresh this. There we go. Alright, fully back. Here's my F. Okay, are we back? What was the last thing people heard me saying? Because I'm pretty sure the last thing you should have heard was me talking about the god of hunger. The god of money. Okay, good. So, metaphysically speaking, if we describe what I believe from the concept of the god of hunger, that is another way of saying the god of greed. Money. opportunity. The same way that I made the title of the Leadhead stream, Carving Wood from the God of Her Hunger, is the same way that you could say that a person worships something like money. If you were to call it, let's use the lore of Path of Exile 2. The lore of Path of Exile 2 says that there were people inside the culture of Utsal, within the Vol Empire, that worshipped Kamasa, the god of wealth. That Kamasa, ultimately, is just a name. They're not worshipping the god Kamasa, they're worshipping money, which is represented by the idol of a monkey. A silver monkey! And in the shrine of the silver monkey, where you have to avoid the temple guards, they are affording themselves their philosophy based off of what they have chosen as their primary goal in life, to obtain and to enjoy. Now, to answer the question that was originally asked by V-Lover, would the totem pole not exist unless somebody created it? You would be right, but you would also be half wrong, because that's the wrong way to think about it. You should not think about it that the way that this totem pole exists is because we brought it, control yourself, Juan, that we brought it into existence. We were shown a totem pole, and then we were just told, decide what kind of person you are. And in that totem pole, our foundational belief became what we put here. At one point in time in the past, my particular god was opportunity. Now, what is underneath my totem pole is good outcomes. You people. What do you mean, you people, Carl? Anyways, in that philosophical belief, someone puts the philosophy of being whole in my head. That I need to know what I'm doing with myself. So then I decide to create my own totem pole. It's like the film, whatchamacallit? The one with dreams. Inception. It's like Inception. You cannot be able to have a totem that's like somebody else's totem. It needs to be specific to you so that you know that you're not in a dream. You can't borrow somebody else's totem, but you can use it as a reference point. That's what she's getting at. And this is the same belief that was being reached by, not Parker, but by Brian. If you take this concept and you apply it, morality can't come from science, it can only come from God. Because I define what God is. Because I decided what the foundation is. People can have different conceptions of God because they have different values. And if all values do not lead to positive outcomes, what makes them foundational and valued for the purposes of being decided on? Some of the values that Peterson has is replicatability, irritability, and likely to be chosen willingly, which means collaboration, cooperation, communication. Are you easy to talk to? Are you easy to get along with? Is it easy to replicate the results of talking to you and getting along with you at all times? Do I enjoy having time with you? Do I enjoy sharing time with you? If the goal of life is to establish the kingdom of heaven on earth, is it not possible for us to have to do so by having foundational totems that work together with other people's cohesion to prevent the permanent suffering? By no means, by establishing this, do we then get here. Because the difference that's happening between a moral conscription and a way to live... I had to pull the screen down. The thing that's happening with the moral conscription and the way to live is that it's being influenced by the totem. That's the difference. Look at him! Look! I know it went by fast, but look.
So Job's response to that is that he refuses to lose faith in himself, and he refuses to lose faith in the ultimate goodness of being. Okay, and those are axiomatic decisions. They're not exactly...
They explicitly cut to Brian. This is what Brian wanted to argue about. But Brian was going from a position where he was attempting to try and pigeonhole him into a position that he didn't argue. Instead, by starting from the definition, Xena achieved what Brian couldn't. Truly, black women are the goal!
Evidence dependent, because he is suffering. There's an arbitrariness in that that's reminiscent of what you claim.
So I'm essentially trying to figure out, do you believe that something can be good, like stance independently, something that can be good?
I don't know what you mean by stance independent.
Okay, so
you mean independent of people?
Independent of people. We can use that, or more so, I want to be more specific. Something that can be good, right, regardless of any end goal.
So you see that here, Xena mines even further down. Because he asks, what do you mean? What do you mean it's independently good? Is it independent of people? Is it independent of action? Is it independent of faith? Idle hands. Idle hands. Do I need to involve myself in it? Is it good by nature of it existing? Is it good by nature of me being next to it? Is it good by nature of me having even thought of the idea? Boom, 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 boom. Totem, 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 people, society, family, culture, individual, self, inherent natures of the spirit.
It's just good.
No, I think good is tied up with goal.
Goal, okay, I completely agree. So, in a sense, this is why...
That's why the religious goal in Christianity is the establishment of the kingdom of heaven on earth. It's goal dependent.
Okay, right.
So it's in reference to a goal.
So,
or the goal would be the
but
imitation of Christ.
Someone's goal, right, can be something that doesn't encompass being in congruence with God or being with God.
No, the thing that they want to be in congruence. That's right. That's good. That's great. The thing they want to be in congruence with is fundamentally equivalent to their God.
So what makes someone a Christian and what makes someone not a Christian? What makes that's what I'm trying to figure out. Because
that's a good question.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, probably the deepest answer to that is willingness to shoulder your cross voluntarily and trudge uphill regardless of circumstances.
Okay. So if someone can believe in.
So, right here, we get a really good answer from Peterson. Also, I'm happy that you noticed that Xena's gotten the longest amount of time to talk. So, right here, Xena has established the foundational purpose. So, everybody worships something, including atheists, even if they might not know it, is in congruence with morality and purpose cannot be found within science, and is congruent with atheists reject God, but don't understand what they're rejecting. If we start here, notice that I have aligned this in what you could call a totem pole. Point 1 is established into leading to point 2. Point 2 establishes and leads to point 3. They reject God because they reject the principles at foundation to their society, their concepts, and their belief. Martin Bailey! Martin Bailey! That's a Martin Bailey! Why is it a Martin Bailey? Because, is there something that I missed about God? Is God not what I read in the book? No, something deeper than that. How much deeper? I don't know. Let's go down to claim 2. Boom, claim 2. It cannot exist within science, morality and purpose. Why? Why can't it exist within science? We have morality in societies, bro. It exists in animals. But you cannot be able to know this through experience. You must obtain it by analysis of the concept independent of the experience. Well, you see, you need to understand, sir, that actually, people are fallible. We fuck up. Okay, how does that help anything? We create the problems, and we also provide the solutions. What are we talking about? You ain't talking about nothing. Well, you see, it's because morality cannot come from science. It can only be able to come from God. Isn't that your prescription? It's one of them. Okay, so God is from which the font spring of cohesion and life comes from. Okay, so what's the purpose of God? To establish the kingdom of heaven. Why? Because we need to avoid permanent suffering. Why? And instead of going down to the bottom of the totem pole, Brian stopped at, well, bro, you're just picking through descriptions. Don't you understand that through the form of performance and action with violence, we create stimuli and we're all just fucking homunculi and golems? No, we're not. Why? Because we have to believe in a notion. Because the belief of the notion of God is not God. It's the principal philosophies that connect us to each other through the congruency of our inherent nature of agreeableness and our irritability with that agreeableness. Because we all believe in something we're calling God. Even if you don't know that's what you mean by God. Well, what does that mean? Well, what do you think I mean? Well, what do you mean? Well, can we define it? Yeah. Okay, so when you say that we're worshiping something that we call God, what is in that God-shaped hole? Well, I don't know. What do you mean by worship? A hierarchy of preferences. Okay, we are defining that we worship something even if we do not know what that thing is, within the hierarchy of preferences that I prefer. Okay, cool, based, sure, boom, I'm on board. Is it possible for me to believe in something different from what you believe? Absolutely. Is it possible to have a difference of the conception of what we consider to have as God? Yes, it is. It's why we fight. Okay, so if we have multiple gods, well, what do you mean by gods? Values. Okay, if we have multiple values, is it possible for them to exist in a way that they're congruent with each other? No, because you have to understand all positive outcomes do not mean they come from all possible solutions. Some values are not created equal. Okay, if that is the case, what makes them foundational in value? The ability to repeat them, the ability for how well they create little to no friction, how easy it is to willingly choose it. You don't choose it between, hey, if I punch you in the face or I steal your money, are you going to be motivated to do what I want? No, because you're physically hitting me. You have to use proof of force with pressure to create violence. The most stringent and stringent, the most strict and stringent form of philosophical belief that is inherent to society, nature, and the world. Because we cannot get more descript than the stimuli of the being. Therefore, if I'm hitting you, I'm saying, why are you punching yourself? Why are you punching yourself? I don't know. Why are you punching me? Well, I don't know. Why are you punching yourself? But I'm not punching myself. Society is telling me to behave a certain way. And I inherently believe that some things are more important than others. Some philosophies are more important and lead to better outcomes than others. Because some of them are not worth a damn. Okay, how do we find that? How do we establish that? These values. Okay, so if this leads to here, because this leads from here, from the moral conscriptions and the general way to live, I can tell you how to live, or I can give you the framework to build your life around. And anything that causes inherent friction, you don't need. That's the difference. Okay, but how does that affect it? Because you fit in via socialization, via game theory. Technically, I should be living around this. Game theory. People who treat you badly, you don't want them in your life. People who treat you well, you do want them in your life. People who focus and prioritize you, you do want in your life. People who will backstab you and only do things when you apply social pressure to them, you don't want. That's what they needed the entire fucking time. Not one person has achieved it other than Xena. Well done. Well done. Black girls get it done. So, let's rewind, and let's start from where we now are, because of our wonderful black queen.
Being in congruence with God or being with God.
No, the thing that they want to be in congruence.
Oh, right, okay.
That's right.
Sorry,
That's right. That's good. That's great. The thing they want to be in congruence with is fundamentally equivalent to their God.
So what makes some?
So, the thing that they want to be congruent with. The thing they want to be congruent with is the equiv of God. I saw your message. Thank you, Alex. Is the equivalent of God. Therefore,
Someone a Christian and what makes someone not a Christian? What makes like that's what I'm trying to figure out. Because
that's a good question.
Yes.
Yeah, well, probably the deepest answer to that is willingness to shoulder your cross voluntarily and trudge uphill regardless of circumstances.
Okay, so if someone can believe in.
So, what they want is incongruent with their equivalence of God. So, what makes someone X? X represents the value of what your denomination is. The word that was used was Christian. So let's plug in Christian. And what Peterson gives back is the willingness, or the willing nature, to choose to bear yours and all burdens collectively. And this form of flagellation brings you closer to God, because at the bottom of their totem They understand that this is what they need in order to be Christians. No matter what is here in the pole, what holds up the pole, not the base, but the foundation that's under the ground. Little known fact, in order to have a totem pole, you can't just have a block of wood sitting on top of another block of wood, sitting on top of another block of wood. Because if something were to come over and knock it over, then it would just fall over. It's a block of woods on top of each other. What makes it a totem pole is that it's fully carved all the way down to the bottom, and there is a foundation that is rooted in the ground. Because that way, the totem pole will stay upright at all times. That's what he defines in this stature. So, from there, this is what creates the actual outcome that arrives at the answer that is critical to his question. So actually, I would like to ask Jordan, is it possible for someone to behave Christ-like and be Christian even if they do not identify as a Christian? I can answer that question for you. The answer is yes. Because technically, to be Christ-like is to be willing to give of yourself even when it hurts. That's mostly the attempt of the parable that people are meant to arrive at when it comes to any form of Judeo-Christianity. You give charity, especially to the point where it hurts. Specifically, not to the death, but to the pain.
Then someone can have a God, because in your definition, your first preference, that is God, right? So someone can believe in God, right, and not be a Christian, right?
Yeah, well, there's a statement that Christ makes in the Gospels. He says, not everyone who says, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven.
So not that they're even saying that they believe in God, but they just...
I know, but that's why I'm saying this to you, is that Christ himself points out that there's a difference between people who say they believe and people who act it out. And the fundamental issue is the action rather than the stated belief.
Boom. Right there. Those that believe in some denomination of a religion that says that they will reach paradise cannot say, I believe, and not show this through their hands, through wisdom and action. You can't just say it, you gotta do it. You can't talk about it, you gotta be about it.
He also says that, you know, to be saved, right, you must believe God has died for your sins, or that God has resurrected in some way. So it's like, I don't necessarily think that we can take from the Bible and say that, like, acting in accordance with God necessarily means, or acting in accordance with, you know, the principles of God. For example,
They keep patting over to They keep patting over to Brian! He is fleeting forward in his chair! He can't believe this shit! Oh my god! Jubilee! Jubilee, I see you! I see you, bitch! I see you! I see you, baby. I see you, baby. Oh my god.
Sacrifice that you talk about means that you are Christian. I don't see how you can get that from that interpretation and then, you know, kind of justify it as the truth.
I don't think that the fact that you sacrifice is sufficient to make you Christian.
So can we repeat once again what you believe makes someone Christian?
There's many things, but one of the most fundamental is that you believe that the cosmos itself is founded on the principle of voluntary self-sacrifice. Best founded. Let me offer you a contrary example. So I could assume that power rules. And so that my assumption would be, if I can make you do it, I win. Right? And I can found a whole society on that. And that happens a lot, by the way. And that's also how societies tend to degenerate. And so that would be a society that was founded on the principle that you get to sacrifice and I don't have to.
Right.
Boom. Right there. Right back to here. If I can make you do it, if I can force you to do something, I can make you sacrifice, and therefore I don't have to participate in the system. You do. We have now arrived at a loop point where now she has taken this point and has dwarfed Luke. She's mocking all the men! Every nigga is getting mocked by the black woman! Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. I do declare. I do declare. It's a little bit of black excellence, chat. It's a little bit of black excellence. Looking like a bit of a case for Edward the N-word.
Right now, the contrary to that would be something like you give up voluntarily and with courage all the things you need to situate yourself properly in relationship to the future and other people.
Right.
Right. So then there's a harmony. That's why I talked about harmony earlier.
So you navigate your life, right, in accordance kind of to this principle of self-sacrifice. Can I say it in that way?
Yes, you can definitely say it that way. That's exactly right. And navigate is the right term.
So someone does not have to have any awareness of Christ, of the story of Jesus, and but let's say 60% of their actions, right, or more, whatever kind of metric you want to use, are in line with this self-sacrificial.
So the Christian thinkers of the Middle Ages dealt exactly with that problem, and they were talking about the pre-Christian philosophers, for example. And they noted similarity, let's say, between pre-Christian Greek thought and later Christian thought, and presumed that there were moral actors outside the Christian domain.
Right.
They're
So is that person
addressing
Christian, though? Is that person
well,
Christian?
to some degree, again, that's a matter of definition, because they
Exactly.
wouldn't be proclaiming Christian propositions, but they're acting out the pattern.
Of
Right? So,
Christianity.
yeah, so imagine that full Christianity.
So, effectively, it is possible, or technically I should say it's probable. It is probable, executive word. It is probable than possible that one can navigate the fundamental principles of religion of any denomination, including Christianity, without needing to be of the parish and faith, but will inherently perform the actions of ritual, technically of rite and ritual, that would denote them metaphysically and socially as functional as the same to all that notice. It is inherently possible that you can have a person who follows a different religion, a different doctrine, a different moral system, be able to then dictate the ability for one to engage in the behavior that is being had and still be able to understand the philosophy and the point of which you come from to originate the goal for which you believe. So, if my hands of wisdom in action inspires a person to do actions that are good, they don't have to believe my inherent nature of what I follow. It could be the most fucky and wacky thing in existence. They don't have to have my conscriptions. If they perform the exact same action, so let's put this in a different context. We're moving from religion. We're fry cooks. We cook in a chicken kitchen, boy! It's Carl and Carl's doing an official sponsorship sale with Papa Legba's, Chitlins, fries, wings, and more. We are doing a Don Julio presentation with Popeyes. And every single chicken brand is inside of it. You got Popeyes, you got Bojangles, you got Jollibees, you've got KFC, you've got Church's Chicken, all of the at least American national ones, and maybe a couple of UK ones, if there are European fans that I have that can name some. Everybody knows what it means to be a fry cook. Every single person knows that it's possible for anybody to play the position in the kitchen. You got some people who work the grill, you got some people who work the front line, you got some people that work the sides, you got people who work the goals for whatever it is they require for the time that they got to pick it up. For all of the linguistics that go into retaining money and also keeping themselves abreast in the time of plenty versus a time of famine and feast. And by rules of rites and rituals, they rub up the fryers, they change the oil, they cook the chicken, they marinate the chicken, they can make the biscuits, they can make the sides, or they can reheat and then properly prepare the sides for both display and service for meals as well as preparation for drive-through, and they can be able to flip it and whip it on the grill, and they can be able to knock out the side dishes all while doing the job of a fry cook. They may not act in the capacity of a grill operator, but they are a grill operator. They might act in the capacity of a biscuit maker when necessary. They're not a biscuit maker, but they can become one. They act in the capacity of a fried cook, and they are a fried cook, and they are a chicken marinator, and they are a dishwasher. By doing this by nature of proxy, if grill is Islam, and chicken is Christianity, Judeo-Christian, so forms of Islam, forms of explicitly moderate Islam, forms of moderate Islam, forms of Christianity, forms of Christians, forms of Buddhism, forms of Sikhism, for each of the positions in the kitchen. If I am able to act in the capacity of these things, then I am able to be that thing. So, if I can act in the capacity of understanding the religion of Islam, despite not practicing Islam, that can make it seem to those that are watching and consuming what I do as a feedback loop of my actions. He says he's not an Islamist, but he has the philosophies, he does the prayers, he knows the rituals, he performs the rites and rituals exactly, he knows the words, he uses them accurately. I don't know, bro. I think he's Islamic. No, I'm not. I was at some point in time in the past, but that's not the point of what I'm saying. I just am able to perform at that level. This does not work the same way in all religions, because there are certain rituals that you have to partake in and certain philosophical foundational beliefs that you have to also believe in order for that to be the case. Which is why I said moderate Islam. Moderate Islam, you don't have to believe in Sharia, because fundamentalism and Wahhabism, the version of Islam that is Islamist, militant in its faith, and fundamentalist in its doctrine, where the job of women is to prepare the next generation of freedom fighter as a member of the Honorable Mujahideen. It is not possible for you to be that without having that. You can't call yourself a Wahhabist and not be an extremist. The same way you cannot call yourself a Christian without inherently believing in these foundational principles. Because if you say that you are, but you obviously do not perform like you are, then you're just John Delaraz. You say that you're a Christian, but all of a sudden you're posting 1488 and you're power leveling, and you're fucking trying to hack max at the same time. You're not a Christian. You can't be. Because then your actions would be incongruent with the behavior that you're choosing to display. So in the case of John Delaraz, he can't be a Christian. Because at no point in time should he be backstabbing his friend. Is where inside of religion and belief as a Christian does it say that your religion says you should backstab one's brethren? That is the insight and the dagger that poisons my brother. Why would I stab my brother in the back? Granted, one should not be one's blood brother keeper, but the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. So if I say somebody is my friend and someone is my family, I'm not going to backstab that person. I'm not going to lead to their ruination. I'm not going to cause them problems. I'm going to bring them positivity. I'm going to bring them solutions. Otherwise, they're not my family. It follows through with actions. Because through actions and wisdom come the words that lead to decision. This shit is cyclical. Or rather, I should say, this shit is systemic. It requires one and the other.
Christianity would involve a dozen things. And you can imagine someone who knows nothing of Christianity, say, acting out 8 of them.
Right.
So then they'd be 8/12ths Christian or something like that.
Christian. Well, but to be like a full Christian, how can someone say I am Christian? Like I am Christian, not 8/12ths, but Christian.
Well, I hesitate to do that personally because I think it's the kind of goal that you be very careful about proclaiming. The technical.
But belief is not necessarily, to be mostly Christian, belief is not necessary. 8/12ths or, right?
Well, it depends on what you mean by belief. See, because I would say that acting out the pattern is the deepest form of belief. Now, you could add to that what you say. So, maybe in the optimal situation, how you act and what you imagine and what you say, they're the same, right? But you can imagine a hypocrite who says all sorts of wonderful things and does nothing, and you could imagine another person who acts in a very positive manner but proclaims nothing.
So what I'm kind of seeing is like a really comprehensive but descriptive analysis of human action, human thought, and by which we can characterize people and put people in boxes. But I don't see...
Why in boxes?
When I say in boxes, I mean I can categorize you based on your actions, not based on necessarily what you say, but based on your actions that you are more so or less so Christian, right? Things like that, right? So we can categorize people as Christian.
Well, I would say more or less voluntarily self-sacrificing.
But that's also what we came to, though, is that someone can be like 60% or 70% Christian based on simply just acting in that way.
Yeah, Richard Dawkins is like that.
I watched that debate.
There, he's been voted out by the majority.
The interesting thing here is that she had almost well, I wouldn't say the entire... Well, no. She is the first of this rotation on this claim. She had probably the highest amount of time to a single individual, and yet they were voting her out just simply to replace somebody else. I don't know why that is. However, she hit on all of those fundamental claims. Also, new meme unlocked! I'm 3/5 Christian. That means I'm only 1/3 viable in the eyes of the Lord. What part of me goes to heaven, chat? All slaves do not go to heaven. Only 3/5. This man is going to hell. Nah, bro, I'm going to purgatory. I'm 3/5 saved. It's my hands. Mwah, mwah. They're not. The memes spring eternal, just like the kingdom of heaven. Or rather, the kingdom of Kekdom. The kingdom of Kekdom, where the memes are dank and they're never stolen. And there's no 9 gag marks.
Very good.
Thank you so much.
Really, very thoughtful.
Hey, Dr. Peterson.
How you doing?
Danny, nice.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Do we even take notes, chat? We all know it's coming. Don't feel bad if you have to bounce, chat. You can always catch it on the VOD.
Nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Danny.
Danny.
You're saying atheists worship things or people or places, whatever. Can you be very clear about your definition of worship again?
Attend to, prioritize, and sacrifice for.
Okay, that's it. That's your understanding of worship.
Well, I could flesh it out, but that'll do for the time we have.
Okay. Do Catholics attend to Mary?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So do they fit that description of worship?
Yes.
So you would say Catholics and other people that revere Mary, like the Eastern Orthodox tradition, worship Mary.
Well, they might not put her in the highest
But
place.
you would put it that way.
No.
You just said it. You're taking it back
There's
now?
still a hierarchy.
Okay, there's a hierarchy, but within
There's something at the top.
All right, you can worship things
Mary is
below.
quite a ways up the hierarchy, but not at the top.
Let's go over your definition of worship again. What's your definition of worship?
Attend to.
Attend to.
Prioritize.
Do Catholics
and sacrifice for.
Do Catholics attend to? Do they prioritize Mary over all other human beings?
No, I didn't say overall, did I? I didn't
Well,
add that to my definition.
you understand.
I said there was a hierarchy as well.
You attend to
So you can attend to something.
And now we're immediately to the shits. Okay, the question that he asked was, do X put Y over everything? Do Christians put Mary Magdalene, the mother of Christ, over all things in religion? Immediately he goes to the Gish Gallop. Realistically, timer. Realistically, you do not need to put X over everything. X does not have to go over Y or Z. It doesn't have to go over A or B. The imaginary XI means that do I choose to multiply the factor by which I choose to prioritize things over the things that I choose to prioritize over and under X, Y, and Z. Truthfully, you can do it whatever way you want. But immediately, the moment that we find common ground being found, we are immediately back to a point where we now are niggling at definitions that are not important. And this now falls apart. Because now he's playing games. He's gish galloping.
Trivially, or you can attend to it deeply.
Okay, now you're adding stuff to the definition, but your original
I
definition.
added the hierarchy part at the beginning.
Are you
just
familiar?
didn't understand it.
Are you familiar with the Immaculate Conception?
Why is that relevant?
Because you go to a Catholic church, don't you? Or you've attended recently. You're interested in Catholicism, aren't you?
Sure.
All right. Are you familiar with their doctrines?
Somewhat.
Okay. You're
Their
familiar.
doctrines are very
How do they
deep.
regard Mary?
Why are you asking me that?
Because you're a Christian.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is that?
So, here's the moment. You say that, I haven't claimed that. But you said that they have to have it. It's fundamental belief. Realistically, he did not say at any point in time that he was a Christian. Realistically, until Peterson really defines it in an inscriptional position, he is aware of the tenements and the doctrines. So, applying what we learned from Xena, by this logic, Danny has not done a gotcha. He hasn't proven anything. He's just being a fucking annoying asshole. He's being a fucking annoying ass stripe. So now, we come to the meme position that everybody else in the world chose to recognize. Oh my god, he's beating his ass! He's got him now! No, he doesn't. Are you fucking stupid? Do you consider yourself a Christian? Like, somewhat. Like, I'm not a full Christian. Like, I'm probably like 4/5 of a Christian. Well, don't you aware of the Immaculate Conception? I believe I am. But I don't see how this is necessary for the goal of the question, for what I asked. What the fuck does Mary have to do with worshipping something, even if they might not know it? What are you trying to debunk here? Well, you're saying that you're not a Christian. This is retarded. The fact that this was allowed content. This is frustrating to watch, so let's watch it.
This is Christian versus atheist?
I don't know.
You don't know where you are right now.
Don't be a smartass.
Well,
And I mean,
either you're a
'cause I
Christian
won't
or you're
talk
not.
to you if you're a smartass.
Oh, either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
I could be either of them, but I don't have to tell you.
So, the prescription. Either you're X or you're Y. So now, let's bring it down to where we left it. Come here. Where did I leave you? Where did I leave you? I left you... Where did I leave you? I left you up here. Boom. So, what we learned here about this prescription, either you're blank or you're not. We now have the circle that it connected to. This was a disjointed thought by itself. Now we have the circle that it connects to. Danny, in attempting to be a fucking asshole, is telling you, no, either you're Christian or you're not. Either you're this or you're this. Either you're this or you're this. Because he believes that you must put X over Y. However, we have just learned from Xena, no, actually. You can worship something and fundamentally function in the capacity of being a thing. But you ultimately will be parts of that thing. And I should make sure to write that down. I'm amending ritual, right and ritual as R&R. Beliefs. I can't spell. So, what we ultimately learned from Xena, the most important thing that we got from her, you can be 3/5 of something. It is possible for you to be 3/5 of a thing. And you must perform some deeper nature of a thing in order to be considered a full thing. So, when this little asshole decides to say this is disproven by this. Because this is canceled out by the fact that he doesn't have to be the thing that you prescribe just because you decided arbitrarily to prescribe him as that thing, especially if you do so out of aggression. So, replicability. Can Danny replicate the conversation that Xena just had? No. Irritability. He's a fucking asshole! And likeliness to be willingly chosen. Danny's about to get fucking ignored. And therefore, Danny is too busy attempting to worship a different kind of God than everybody else. Let's say Jordan Peterson ascribes to attain ultimate, capital T, truth. Xena prescribes to a God of understanding. She wants to know and chases the knowledge. Danny prescribes to a God of conflict. I want problems, always! Especially when looking like an Italian twink. That is what he wants to be. He has chosen to be a jackass. And so, while he attacks him, Peterson says, okay, I am many things, but I don't have to talk about them with you, because I don't want to talk to you. Which then leads to the moment where everybody on the internet was saying, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Because when I saw the clip in context, or excuse me, out of context, when I saw the clip out of context, it didn't make sense. Now, in context, I think we can pretty much agree this little jackass had what he had coming to him.
You don't have to tell me. I was under the impression I was invited to talk to a Christian. Am I not talking to a Christian?
No, you were invited to.
I think everyone should look at the title of the YouTube channel. You're probably in the wrong YouTube video.
You're really quite something, you are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing. Right? You're not a Christian.
Okay, I'm done with him. Hi there.
Hi, nice
What's
to
your
meet you.
name?
Gerard.
Hello, Gerard.
Hello, Gerard. How are you? How are you doing? And so, to follow along with the principle that was applied to us by Peterson, he is immediately kicked the fuck out. Literally canceled. Canceled. Because he focuses on the primordial desire to be a jackass overdoing his job. Which now connects us to Gerard. Gerard, please be better than Danny.
Nice to meet you, sir. So you said that worship is when you prioritize and sacrifice for something, right?
He's got a folder! He took notes. He might be half decent at single-player Carl. But he would not be a Carlist. He hasn't been through the collective hazing yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there's a hierarchy in there.
Sure. So I prioritize and sacrifice for my wife more than I would prioritize and sacrifice for a random person on the street, right?
Probably. Yeah.
Presumably. Do I worship
I don't know.
my
I've
wife?
seen some pretty bad marriages.
Assuming a good marriage, are you saying I worship my wife?
I'm trying to define worship.
That's what I'm asking. So prioritize and sacrifice. I do
The
those
higher
things.
it is in the hierarchy, the more what you're doing is akin to worship. But even in your trivial acts of attention, you're prioritizing and partaking in worship, even if you don't know it.
So I am.
Pause. Right there, a very insightful concept. No matter how trivial your action, no matter what you are doing, or rather I should say, no matter the goal of your outcome, you are engaging in a form of worship. Gerard asks, if I care for my spouse, romantic love interest, am I worshiping her? In truth, the simple answer is yes. The complex answer is, well, that depends on what you mean by worship. I would think, if I use my standard, if you can be able to describe what you're doing in the following: I will kill for her, I will die for her, I will live for her, I will kill for him, I will die for him, I will live for him, I will kill for him, I will die for him, I will live for him. As his parent, I will kill for him, I will die for him, I will live for him. As his associate and friend, I will kill for him, I will die for him, I will live for him. For somebody who is in my social circle and in my community, if I will sacrifice for you, if I will suffer for you, and I will risk my life for you, then somewhere in your action, you have to be performing the capital D word. If I live for you, if I die for you, if I kill for you, I am capital D devoted to you. And devotion is a more serious form of worship. It's not just, I casually go to Sunday and I praise on Tuesdays. It's you in the closet with a fucking idol saying, God be given to the Most High. Today was the second to last time that I permitted my action of self-flagellation, my liege. I will not shirk the duty of my self-flagellation. Prepare the hot coils. The action of devotion requires you to commit something so holy that your purpose is to it. A husband can be devoted to his family and his wife, and thus he provides to guide them in this world with his sword, using his strength to provide a pathway to safety for them, so that the wife, who may be a mother to his children or his family structure, supplying and aiding him in his job, where his back is protected because they are now back-to-back covering each other's sixes, she now is devoted to the protection of the household for which he claims his right as the lord of Antwerp, well, technically not lord, but king of his castle. A castle that is then further devoted to worship of God, whatever God is at the bottom of that value, towards the family, so that the children, who are inherently, because of the nature of us as animals, but also to the structure of the family commune, are devoted to the family structure and the support of mommy and daddy. They are able to do for those within and not for those without, until those within can suffer for those without because they have covered through their need what comes before everyone else, which is themselves, then their family, then their community, and then the world. If they can achieve LDK, then they have achieved what is necessary to be able to say that it is truly a matter of devotion. Not just worship, but devotion. Because if you hear somebody say, I worship this, versus I'm devoted to this, well, if you hear Felice Johnson say, I'm devoted to your booty, you can pretty much assume he's about to pick you next. Versus if he worships the booty, he worships the concept of the booty. But obviously, he can worship the concept of ass. But is there an ass that he holds higher than the thickest bitch you can find on the runway? And maybe if he says man's butt, he has a definition of the best man's butt he's ever had. And therefore is the best that he's ever had. The greatest ass, the greatest frame, the greatest thighs. Talking about the greatest.
And it's partly, well, with regard to your wife, say, so why do you value your wife? You do value your wife.
I love her, so I prioritize and I sacrifice for her.
Right. So that's within the confines of love, let's say.
Sure.
What else does it serve?
What else does what serve?
Your love in your marriage?
I mean, I am married to my wife because I love her. That's also why I prioritize and sacrifice for her. I certainly wouldn't think I worship her, and I don't think anyone else would make that.
I'm
Are you
trying to
making
make
that
a
claim?
definition.
Okay.
Yeah, that there's a hierarchy of attentional priority, and as you move up it or down it, depending on whether you think about it as a pinnacle or a foundation, you move more towards worship. Right.
Okay.
So even the small things. I'll give you an example. Imagine you go on a date. Well, imagine that your aim is a long-term relationship like a marriage. Okay, now imagine that your aim is short-term sexual gratification. Your pattern of attention is going to vary during the date, depend on your ultimate end. That's the hierarchy. The way that you attend to your wife is dependent on your ultimate aims, even if you don't know it.
So at what point is it worship? Because it sounds like you're saying worship is almost a spectrum, right? Or it's not a binary. It's not a.
It's kind of like that's a good question.
When is
The question of whether or not religion is a spectrum is very interesting when you view it through the frame of devotion. Because now you have the ability to understanding what is then core and foundational to why he reacted so violently to the fucking boy twink that came before him. Gerard is arriving at the same position that was established back here with Parker, and was established here with Brian, and was also established with Luke, and was also established with the claim of number 2, which was also established with Greg, and what was also established with the Mott and Bailey. Ultimately, you are trying to find what gets you closer to God. If worshiping a woman gets you closer to God, the question you should first ask yourself is, what do you mean by worship? Do you mean sex, or do you mean service? Because if you're just a sex toy, I mean, that's a form of service. But obviously, you want something that's a little bit less physical and something a little bit more metaphysical. So on the side right now, my woman has texted me and said, I love you and I miss you. And I'm about to hit her with a crying, holding back face emoji face. And I hit her with the LYU too. Is she saying I love and miss you because she specifically wants the dick? No, not necessarily. Is she saying it because she genuinely loves me and misses me? Correct. So, her desire of wanting to be with me in a way where she wants to live in my skin, as all women do to the men that they are affectionate towards, is that a form of devotion? I would say yes. There have been multiple times where I've had a conversation with her where she has said things along the lines of, I feel bad that I can't do more for you. And every time I tell her, you're already doing enough. Because I believe our relationship is more than enough to me and for me, as is. But I obviously want more than that. I don't just want the fact that we're in a relationship and things exist. I want to build off that foundational structure. Because what I mean by you're already doing enough is you don't need to give me your arm and your leg and your head and your heart and your hand and your money and your time and your affection and more importantly, your goals, in order for me to say that I'm fully devoted to you. Because I'm devoted to the concept of the building that we have towards the future of our lives together. So, devotion for me is that I am fully committed to that phrase. In fact, that is how I would define my affection for her. I will live for her, I will kill for her. I will die for her. And she has the exact same standard for me. She is willing to kill for me. She is willing to live for me. She is willing to die for me. She is willing to sacrifice for me. So it is affectionate, mutual collaboration between the two of us. Something that people on the internet would call gooning. And I would not be against agreeing that is the case. Especially those that have heard me in Narnia. That's a deep cut joke. By that I mean, if I had a pocket horror, and I could pull out my pocket horror that any time the two of us are playing with each other, and we say things that we obviously mean deeper, this pocket horror, if I press the button on the top of her head, will say, just shut up, you two know you love it. She would not be inaccurate. Because that's the nature of what that causes. It is not performative. I am not doing the bare minimum, where the bar is in hell, where I'm doing only what I have to be able to keep up the priority of what I want out of her. Which, if I was an evil man, would be sex and financial support. But that's not the case. The same thing applies to her as well. Because it's not just my foundation that's at risk, it's her foundation. And now this gets into simulacrum. But rather than going up the totem pole to what must be at the position of the Godhead, we're going down the totem pole to the position that lies at the foundation of the relationship. What keeps us with each other? It has to be something greater than love. It has to be something greater than just simple sacrifice and believing that we don't deserve anybody else. It has to be true, raw affection and compatibility. She chooses me over every other nigga in the world. Why? And it can't be because my dick is good. Whatever that it is, that is what it is. That's the God in my relationship. So truthfully, I don't worship the God of hunger or of money or of analytics and metrics. I worship the God of devotion. I am on a metaphysical primordial level where the things that I chase are so inherent to my core that something that goes against my nature will physically hurt me like fire. Something that makes me feel that I have stepped out of my character as who I am as a person now means I must rectify this mistake that I have done. And now I have arrived at what God is. God is devotion.
Is it worship as opposed to just I love my wife?
The closer you get to the top or the bottom, the more it's more like
How close
worship.
to the top? Because I don't think I worship anything. And if you're saying I have to hit a certain threshold for it to be worship, it is possible I don't worship anything then, right?
It's not possible that you don't worship anything.
What do I worship?
Because you wouldn't attend. Well, love.
So you think I
apparently.
worship love?
Do you attend in consequence of love? See, I'm trying to define something. What do you mean worship? I told you what I meant. What do you mean?
So I mean, something you worship is something that you have a reverential view for in a manner in which you believe it to be above and beyond normal things you like. Like you.
So do you have that attitude towards your wife?
I have that.
Do you
attitude.
privilege her compared to other women?
Of course, I privilege her compared to other women, but I don't worship her. Nor does she worship me.
By the definition you just offered, yes, you do. Because we.
So, what he's doing isn't so much him trying to misdefine words. He just doesn't know. He just doesn't know how to properly define what he's calling worship. Because what he calls preferential treatment towards his wife, we would call worship. What I call preferential treatment towards my woman, I would call worship and devotion. Because if devotion is what creates the form of the Godhead for which your entire world wraps around, then that is the reality of your structure, and therefore it is the foundational principle at the basis of your totem.
You just offered a definition that involved prioritization and elevation.
Well, and thinking that she is divine above and beyond what a normal natural phenomenon can be. Not other women, no, beyond any human being could ever be. I will prioritize.
Pause. Peterson is giving him the result of what he's particularly asking him. In Gerard's sense, when he thinks of worship, he believes of God Queen and God King deification. So, to help those in the chat, we're talking about the Addams Family kind of love, okay? And by that, I mean specifically Raul Julia and Angelica. So, when he hears worship, he hears pure, true devotion. So the word that we're looking for is yearn. And literally, ironically enough, hey chat, guess where I got this from? You're obviously not gonna be shocked when you figure out where I got this from. Anybody want to guess? Does anybody want a blind guess? Does anyone want a blind guess while I pull it up on the side? Anybody? 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 Where's TikTok? Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. That's too loud.
Look at her. I would die for her. I would kill for her. Either way, what bliss.
Literally, I got it from the Addams Family. The kind of compassion and exuberance to the point of ecstatic ecstasy. The highest form of delight that a person could prescribe themselves to within the realm of reality. This is what people claim they want out of their relationships. But this is so far to the degree of fanaticism. This is what he is imagining when he says worship. When Peterson says worship, what Gerard hears is this. And he thinks, I don't deify her like she's a god. Meanwhile, I'm here with, I got the knife right here. Who do I need to stab? Or, more specifically, when I am in public and Star sneaks up behind me, she puts her hand on my back and I don't flinch. And she says, oh my God, you don't even flinch when you don't know who's touching me? And I tell her, well, if it's not you, whoever's touching me is about to realize how murdered they're about to be. And if it is you, you know that I'm not afraid of you because I'm already at peace at where I am in the world. Either way, I get to see something happen. Type shit. This is something primordial that any man that has ever been madly in love with a woman understands. And yet somehow, he doesn't see it.
Prioritize her over
So
any
you're
other
making
women. I
the
don't think
assumption.
that she is
You're
some
making the
supernatural being.
assumption that only the thing at the top or the bottom has anything to do with worship, and I'm saying that's not true. It's a hierarchy of prioritization, and there's either something at the top or the bottom, depending on the metaphor, or you're fragmented and confused. Those are the only options.
So let's say
you're
I'm
either going in many directions,
Okay.
or you're going in one direction.
So let's suppose I'm fragmented and confused. Then you
Yeah.
agree I don't worship anything.
No, then you worship multiple things.
So what's the threshold when it's worship? Right? I prioritize a lot of stuff.
I said that the closer you get to the pinnacle, or the
How
closer
close?
you get.
Can you give me some sort of metric? How close do I got to get to this pinnacle?
Do you know the difference between cheap literature and deep literature?
Yes.
Okay, that's the same issue. And how do you distinguish between them? What's the difference between cheap and deep?
I mean, it's really an opinion-based thing, right?
Is
I mean,
it? So it's just an opinion that
plenty of-
Dostoevsky is better than a porno magazine.
Well, I've spoken to people who think To Kill a Mockingbird's cheap. It's one of my favorite books. So I mean, people will differ on
Well,
opinion.
just because people are stupid about things doesn't mean that their opinion is valid.
That's
What a take! What a take! Yes, some people are fucking morons! So, it is possible to arrive at a position where it is necessary for the ability to define our terms, that it is possible that there are people that do not have taste. While there are all people that are capable of establishing some type of philosophy and some type of belief that is inherent to the goal, that is to the nature of one's person and self, that they are capable of being able to describe what is necessary for the understanding and purpose of setting the goal that then creates the foundation for which you depict things. Because if you believe in multiple things and you're scattered, then you believe in multiple things and you're scattered. If you are organized and you believe in a structure of things and a hierarchy that is ordered and based of magnitude that deserves your attention, then you are structured on one thing. And of those things, they all play center to what is at the foundation and what is to the goal. And in this way, if a person tries to tell you, hey, listen, you know what's really funny? Backdoor Sluts number 557. I don't know, bro. Maybe it's possible to say that there is a porn that is actually better than other porn. Bro, what's better than Backdoor Sluts number 557? I don't know. Bible Black? Or, in literature form, bro, you know what's really good in the service of a Royal Navy? Why not Kill a Mockingjay? Well, why not Catching Fire? Well, why not Mockingjay Part 1 and 2? Well, why not fucking Song of Siren? The song. What was it? What was that fucking thing called? Not Sunrise on the Reaping. The Song of Snakes and Songbirds, something like that, or Sunrise on the Reaping, or any other movie adapted book or movie based book in general. Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. Thank you, Juan.
Certainly
Do
true.
you, well, let me ask
I
you.
agree with that.
Okay, well, do you think there is a hierarchy in literary quality?
I think that there is a hierarchy to an extent in literary quality, but I think once you get to a certain threshold, it is just opinion. Like, I agree, Dostoevsky is better than a porno mag, but is F. Scott Fitzgerald
Why do
better
you
than
think
Ernest
that?
Hemingway? I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough. Why do you think that?
Because of what a book is, what literature is. Dostoevsky, he follows what literature is the purpose of more than the porno magazine.
Okay, good. Well,
so it's about purpose.
So let me. Yeah, sure. Let me give you an.
Okay, so what makes them better? What allows me to be able to reach the hierarchy where we can be able to engage in the difference of, you know, I really like Path of Exile versus, motherfucker, if you put your hands on a woman, it's the last time you will ever taste or see in this world. And the answer is the order of magnitude based on...
And like, I agree, Dostoevsky is better than a porno mag, but is F. Scott Fitzgerald
Why do
better
you
than
think
Ernest
that?
Hemingway? I don't know.
Yeah, fair enough. Why do you think that?
Because of what a book is, what literature is. Dostoevsky, he follows what literature is the purpose of more than the porno magazine.
Okay, good. Well,
so it's about purpose.
So let me. Yeah, sure. Let me give you an analog then. The depth of worship.
So, what ends up dictating the line by which this is dictated is purpose. The purpose of your devotion is what decides the direction of your philosophy and faith. If you have no purpose for your devotion, you might as well be worshipping fucking Malbug.
Worship is analogous to depth of literary significance, and the closer you get to what's deep, the more religious and worshipful your practice.
So
and maybe you don't know what's at the bottom, but something needs to be, or you're confused.
Well, so to use your analogy, then how deep do I have to go for it to be worship? Do I have to be Catcher in the Rye? Do I have to be War and Peace? Or
Depends on what.
is
It depends on
Twilight
what you're
enough?
seeking for.
I'm seeking to know whether I worship something. You claimed I worship something, and I
If you
want
want to have a deep and meaningful life.
So, Gerard's answer is, I want to know what I am seeking in purpose. This right here is samsara. I am searching for purpose. So I search for purpose. Because I'm searching for purpose. Because I do not know what I value in my structure. The best way to break somebody out of this holding loop, because this is actively a hold loop. The way that you break somebody out of this is you threaten what they care about most. And the thing that they defend first is what they value most. So, if I threaten his wife, and I force him to pick between his life and hers, and he sacrifices his life, he prioritizes his purpose to defend her over himself. Period. Boom. Done. Meanwhile, you create your own purpose in life. So, if he doesn't know what his purpose is, he's in search of meaning. So he's about to go on the hero's journey. And we're going to see him at the end of samsara. And then we find out what happens next. Moving forward.
Then you have to go all the way to the bottom or the top. And insofar as you're capable of doing that, because otherwise you'll be fragmented and miserable and anxiety-ridden and hopeless.
So I have to worship something to have a meaningful life. And if I
There's no
worship-
difference between those two things.
Okay.
They're the same thing.
So if I don't worship anything, my life will not be meaningful, correct?
Well, that's the definition of nihilism.
Okay, so if I'm a nihilist, I don't worship anything.
That's true. And then you.
Oh, okay. You just said everybody worships something. I think you just agreed there is a class of people that doesn't.
Well, they're incoherent in their worship. And
Okay. A nihilist does not believe in a way that people who believe. Okay? If I believe that my job in this earth is to provide for myself, provide for a community, provide for my woman, provide for my family, my blood family, and the family of my choice, or for which I choose to create a blood covenant, which then creates the shipping and the launching of a new family, I am responsible for all things that fall beneath that. A nihilist does not believe anything in the formulation of something that has rigid belief. They believe in multiple things that are incorrect or multiple things that are incongruent. It's not that they don't believe in nothing, and therefore you agree in a class of person. A nihilist specifically believes that all things are ultimately meaningless, and that moral values are baseless, and true knowledge is impossible. Including the fact that this can encompass various views, including existential nihilism, and that life lacks inherent purpose, and moral nihilism, which is the denial of objective morality, that allows you to be able to divine whether or not you can call your brother son, or your brother man. Brother man hit him on the band while I sit him on the gland, ba-da-da-da-da-da. So, quite literally, this right here is what creates nihilism. You are in search of purpose. The closer you go to believing that nothing is useful means that you are a nihilist. The closer you go, in terms of devotion, come here, Angelica, the closer you arrive at meaning. Bring this above. So, at some point, you are pulling between devotion and nihilism. The more committed you are to finding the purpose, the closer you become to the Addams family. The closer that you go in the direction of having nothing, the more you become, let me see, nihilism, cartoon character. Who comes up? Oh, look at that. Rick Sanchez. Lord have fucking mercy. Wubba-lubba-dub-dub. Let me get one of him doing an arm pose. There we go. So, I'm going to put nihilism in the middle. Make it smaller. And bring in Rick Sanchez. Make him bigger. Boom. So, the closer that you go, or rather, they should be reversed. You start here. And then you get here. So, the more you're nihilistic, the more you demonstrate the inability to arrive. I know that there's Owl Man. I went for the first one that came up. It was convenient. So, the closer that you go towards nihilism, and the closer you go towards making your purpose to find a purpose, and the closer you go to arriving at saying that there is no purpose, the closer you come to being Rick Sanchez. The closer that you go towards devotion, to the point where you're able to achieve the Godhead, and you know what it is you want to do with yourself in your life, in this world, for yourself and your family and your purpose amongst people as you decide it for yourself, the closer you go to becoming so lovely. Truly, chat, never go full Rick Sanchez. F. So, the closer that you go towards one end, the closer you become a nihilist, and the more disorganized, and the more you believe in multiple things that are incongruent to yourself. The more that you put yourself in the physical direction that brings you closer to what you need to have, the closer you go into the direction of being like the Addams family. And somewhere in between is everybody in the world trying to figure out how they fit into the giant melting pot. Which, of course, and effectively, because I used it earlier, All-Star Superman. Lex Luthor. Which then brings us here. The more that you go in one direction or the other, the more you bring yourself to the inherent nature of attempting to be All-Star Superman Lex Luthor. Understanding that without having this sense of purpose and morality, you are then finding yourself in a permanent loop of inability to understand. And from this, everything is derived thusly. Moving forward.
Gestures like that aren't going to help.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, if
very
you're
incoherent.
incoherent and fragmented and aimless, which is what happens if your objects of worship are unstructured and chaotic, then you're going to be anxiety-ridden and without hope. That happens. That's a technical argument.
But there's happy nihilists.
Oh, there
How
are.
do you explain that there are happy nihilists then? Because
Well,
you just said they
the
can't
mere
be.
fact that you state that there are happy nihilists doesn't make it true. Like, what's your evidence? That how do you measure nihilism, and how have you associated it with happiness, and what's your definition of happiness? And have you compared them to religious people? Because if you do, by the way, it's clearly the case that religious people, over the long run, have better mental health. It's a well-documented fact in psychological literature.
Sure.
So your claim is just a claim. It doesn't stand on anything.
So you disagree with the claim that there exists even one happy nihilist?
I didn't say that.
Okay, would you agree there exists at least one happy nihilist in the universe?
I have.
He's not disagreeing that there is at least one happy nihilist. He is saying that nihilism does not lead to the outcome of the trend of positive happiness. And therefore, this is not something that he is disagreeing with out in scale. He is not focused on the, well, there's one happy nihilist in the world. No, I'm not concerned with that. I'm concerned with the metaphysical state of how we get them to understand that they don't need to kill themselves because there's supposedly no meaning to the world. There is meaning to the world. They just need to find whatever they decide is meaning in that world.
It's not a question that has any meaning as far as I'm concerned, because it depends on what you mean by happy, and it depends on the duration that you're trying to calculate over. Now and then, there's probably some deluded soul who thinks he's a nihilist who's momentarily pleased with himself. But as a long-term strategy to deal with the future, to get along with yourself and with others, it's sadly lacking. That's why Nietzsche warned that when God died, as he announced in 1850, that people would be flooded with pointless, anxiety-ridden, hopeless nihilism. And that was what would attract them to, for example, to the false gods of totalitarianism, which is exactly what happened, because everybody worships something, even atheists who think they don't.
Aren't there unhappy Christians or devoted believers? So worshipping something is neither sufficient nor necessary for happiness then?
Well, terrible things can come your way regardless, and that does happen. But it's the case that even when circumstances become deeply troublesome, that how you're oriented makes a big difference. So I'll give you an example. So the book of Job deals with the issue of...
Lovely. We're back to Job. So, to break up the monotony, because if I don't talk long enough, Jubilee will strike my ass! If my internet provider hasn't already fucked me enough properly. The demonstration in point is not that there can't be a happy nihilist or an unhappy Christian. It is the fact that if you're only focused on the determinate goal of deciding that there must be one summary similar thing in the world that decides the thing that is possible, you are missing the forest for the trees.
Unfair suffering. So Job is a good man who has everything taken away from him in the most painful possible way.
To settle a bet, right?
With Satan, yes. And so he makes the axiomatic presumption that he won't lose faith in himself or in the spirit of being itself. And that helps him remain calm and forward-looking through his time of trial.
Doesn't he absolutely curse God?
No. His wife tells him to do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, good. My final claim is that atheists accept Christian morality, but deny the religion's foundational stories. Hi there.
It's very nice to meet you.
What's your name?
I'm Ian.
Hi, Ian.
Yes. So God says that you can own people as property. He says that you can beat them with a rod too. He commands genocide in Deuteronomy, in Numbers, and in Samuel. I mean, they have a goddamn baby barbecue in Numbers. Like, is all of this in line with Christian ethics?
No.
So then God.
Banging the segment at it! Oh my god. He comes in really strong, really hard, really fast. I didn't even get your picture, sir. Hello, Ian. How dare you have my friend's name? You're embarrassing all of us. Okay, Ian. Let's zoom the fuck in on you. Bzzz. Also, let's zoom out on Peterson. He's a little bit too big. Okay, gentlemen. Let us begin. Make it good, make it clean. Let's get a line here.
And people as property. He says that you can beat them with a rod too. He commands genocide in Deuteronomy, in Numbers, and in Samuel. I mean, they have a goddamn baby barbecue in Numbers. Like, is all of this in line with Christian ethics?
I'm pretty sure that there's going to be an answer to what is in context in Numbers. Despite how much I've read the good book, do forgive me that they don't immediately jump to mind. Of course, we can Google it, but I think we should just watch the content.
No.
So then God doesn't fit within Christian ethics?
Well, the biblical library is a continuing story, and everything written in it has to be contextualized by the entire text. There's 65,000 hyperlinks in the biblical text. And you can take pieces of it out of context and criticize them, and that's what you're doing. But that's a mistake, I think. It's an analytic mistake because you're putting the cart before the horse.
I really don't think so. I think that if we say that something is Christian ethics, then I think that all of the books essential to Christianity would fit with it, especially if it's like the main character. When we're talking...
Pause. Okay. So, ignoring the fact that he's gish galloping. The books are central, including the Christian figures. But in the context of religious text, when we choose to use certain shibboleths, for people who are not aware of what a shibboleth is, that means a recognizable cultural distinction. SIHBDOLAETH. When we are able to understand what a shibboleth is, it is as simple as the concept of the easiest one in existence. There are a few. We have the cultural one, which is, you're not from round these parts, you're not allowed to have an opinion in my politics. If you can't pronounce the name of the place that you're trying to talk about, get the fuck out. Versus the historical context for why the word shibboleth exists, which is the Ephraimite. Soldiers sitting on the bank of Ephraimite. Timer. Soldiers sitting on the bank of Ephraimite. Go and attempt to find the Jews that are amongst their people. They then understand a particular phrase that is pronounced a particular way. This word is shibboleth. The reason why it is shibboleth is that when pronounced correctly, the phrase inside of the phonetics of a distinction is specific to the word itself from the delineation of the proper Hebrew, which is the same image that is taken from New Orleans, specifically about the removal of the 2017 Robert E. Lee Monument, where the people who were not able to pronounce the name of Shaposalis Street meant that they were outsiders, specifically because of the origination of the term of what a shibboleth is. For this purpose, I will simply just clip the entirety of the biblical account and its origins, since the phonetics of the biblical text itself, as it is the first unique concept that we can delineate as a cultural password, is important for the purposes of the description. So I will read from the article itself directly. A shibboleth is any custom or tradition, usually a choice of phrasing or a singular word, that distinguishes one group from another of a people. Historically, shibboleth used as passwords and ways of self-identification, signs of loyalty and affinity that maintain traditional segregation and protection from outside threats, coming to mean a moral formula that is held tenaciously and unreflectingly, especially in the context of taboo, where this originates from the Hebrew word shibboleth, which means the part of a plant that contains the grain, such as the ear or the stalk of a reed of rye. Less commonly, or more appropriately, a flood or a torrent. With the use of this being used, and from the account of the Hebrew Bible, from which the pronunciation of it was used to distinguish Ephraimites, whose dialect used a different first consonant. The difference concerning the Hebrew letter shin, which was pronounced as hul, such as shoe. So, when we describe words such as shehol, in the book of Judges, chapter 12, after the inhabitants of Gilead, under the command of Jephthah, had inflicted a military defeat upon the invading tribe of Ephraim, from around 1370 to 1070 BC, the surviving Ephraimites tried to cross the River Jordan back to their home territory, but the Gileadites secured the river's fords, to stop them. To identify and kill the Ephraimites, the Gileadites told each suspected survivor to say the word shibboleth. The Ephraimite dialect resulted in a pronunciation that to the Gileadites sounded like Sibboleth. So, shibboleth, Sibboleth. Shibboleth, Sibboleth. Within Judges 12:5-6, in KVG, which is the King James Version of the Bible, the antidote appears thus with the word already in its current English spelling. And to the Gileadites to the passages of Jordan before the Ephraimites. And it was so that when the Ephraimites were escaped, then said, Let me go over. And that the men of Gilead said unto him, Art thou an Ephraimite? And if he said, Nay, they said unto him, Say now Sibboleth. And he said Sibboleth, for he could not frame to pronounce it right. And then they took him and slew him at the passages of Jordan. And there fell at the time of the Ephraimites 40,000 too. Specifically, 42,000 Ephraimites were slain as they were attempting to escape after a military defeat, because they couldn't stop slurring their words. This concept is the basis, ironically enough, on all of the things that are necessary to know why Ian behaves the way he did, why Gerard behaved the way he did, why Danny behaved the way he did, why Xena was the most respectful, why Parker behaved the way he did, why Brian behaved the way he did, why Luke behaved the way he did, why Greg and David and even Cade behaved the way they did. They are playing fast and loose with the concept of a shibboleth. They try to use the basic phrase that we understand, we, collective, the royal we, not the we here that may not be of the religion, but are of the faith. We, royal in the sense, as it is structurally, based on what we can see happening, this is the friction that's being caused. They wear the skin, they wear the suit, they wear the attitude, but they can't fucking walk the walk and talk the talk and be the thing, because they are not of the thing. To put this into context, those of you who are tired of fake weebs, the posers, the grifters, and the fucking tourists, they cannot say the words. They don't understand them, they don't know them. I can give you a perfect example of this in actual form. Yesterday, a jackass was being annoying to one of my mutuals. Specifically, this guy right here. Not this one. Different screen. This one. In this phrase, Aochi goes to Christina and says, bro, just translate the fucking anime. Christina says, they did. They literally did. But they did it poorly, bro. But it was a simpler time, a more accurate time, a better time, a less meme and modern slang projected time. That's how I know you weren't there. Aochi is standing on the top of a shibboleth. He is using that to say that Christina is a faker, is a poser. The same way that I, days before, said and declared clearly with evidence to prove that also, to the detriment to which it mattered, that Adi Shankar, when it comes to Devil May Cry and all the other things he says that he is a fan of, is not a true fan. He's a fake fan. This use of shibboleth is the reason behind the friction in the conversation. Because they are trying desperately to say, nuh-uh, 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 nuh-uh. And Peterson is telling them, tell me what I think. And they can't do it. And the only person who got close enough for it to matter was Xena. And the basis of Xena gives us the structure to everything. Because this is it. This is the shibboleth. This is what's necessary to understand Jordan Jordanson, the evolutionary form of Jordan Peterson, a lineage type Pokemon. This is the shibboleth that is necessary to understand Peterson's point. Without this, you have nothing. This is why Danny was dismissed. It's why Gerard didn't understand the point of devotion, seeking purpose away from nihilism. And it is the reason why Ian finds himself here. Because they do not understand shibboleths. That's what he was saying when he said you have to believe the whole thing. Period.
How do you deal with the morality of war?
So
how do you think you should deal with the morality of war?
Sure. Because I feel like the morality, like I feel like Christian ethics, like this is kind of, I guess I just think it's like kind of an absurdity to say that God doesn't fit within Christian ethics. But sure, well, we can go on my ethics. That's totally fine.
I don't know what you mean by an absurdity. What game are you playing with?
Well, I just think that it's an absurdity to say that the Christian God doesn't fit within Christian ethics. That like the Christian God isn't like Christian ethical.
I said that the specific statements that you made don't take the context of the stories into account, and so that your analytical approach is faulty.
Sure.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Sure, then let's go through the example. Yeah. So, and I apologize. So let's go through the example. So in 1 Samuel 15:3, God says,
he doesn't even fucking really. His facial expression doesn't change. Look at his face. His facial expression doesn't change. Look at Peterson. He is furious. Look at Ian. Look at him. This man is stoned out of his mind. He's cross-eyed. What's going on, man? What's going on? Truly, it is the final evolution. Jim Jordan said. Anyways. He's so determined to bang on this bullshit. He doesn't even change his facial expression, bro.
Faulty.
Sure.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Sure, then let's go through the example. Yeah, so, and I apologize. So let's go through the example. So in 1 Samuel 15:3, God says, go and slaughter the Amalekites, slaughter the men, the women, the children, the infants. What's the justification for that? Is that in line
That's a
with
good
Christian
question.
ethics?
That's a good question. I don't really know what to do with the terrible, blood-soaked, saturated history of the human past. I don't know. And I don't think anybody knows. I mean, what you try to do in your own life, as far as I can tell, is to conduct yourself in a manner that makes such things much more unlikely.
I totally agree.
Pushing towards good outcomes rather than pushing towards bad outcomes.
We're all saddled with the problem of the catastrophes that got us here, aren't we?
Yeah, but this one was commanded by God. That's the problem.
Yeah,
That's
well,
what differentiates it from anything else, is that this one, it's God
Do you
saying,
think that
go
there's
and
ever
do this
such a thing?
atrocity.
So, we're going to look up scripture. Say it again, Ian Peterson.
Put words in my mouth.
Sure, then let's go through the example. Yeah, so, and I apologize. So let's go through the example. So in 1 Samuel 15:3, God...
1 Samuel 15:3. Samuel 15:3 NIV Bible Gateway. We can go through various different versions. We'll start here. New International Version. Put it on the screen so everybody can read along. Gonna be a little bit hard, but we're gonna do our best. NIV. Choose a different filter. And focus down. Want a little bit smaller. Good enough. Whoop. Whoop. Why am I doing it like this? I'm sorry. I'm retarded. Chat, I'm retarded. I'm so stupid. I'm so dumb. I'm so fucking dumb. Why am I doing that? I'm out. Lol. Okay. So, annotations. At this point in the debate, here is the new international version of this at 1:57. He says, all right, let's go through it. So let's go through it. Samuel 15, first of 13. Now go and attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. The Hebrew referring to the irrevocable giving over of things or persons unto the Lord, often by totally destroying them. Also in the verses of 8, 9, 15, 18, 20, and 21. What is the context and what is the reason why this was said and done? Let us begin here with looking. Now, let's go from here to the King James versions. Move this out of my way. Because there are multiples. So, King James. Did not change. There we go. Now, go and smite Amalek, and utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not, but slay both man, woman, infant, and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass. And then, let us take this scripture, and then let us study what this means, and why this is here, and what it's supposed to describe to us. So, Bible reference. What does this mean? Context, expand. Because there are various different versions. Gotta move this out of the way, or close it. I'll close it temporarily. So, here is the different versions inside of the scripture. Let's go from here. Because why was I using the version I was using? At this timestamp, here are the versions that exist. Go now and strike Amalek and devote to destruction all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man, woman, child, infant, ox, sheep, camel, and donkey. NIV. Now go and attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them, but to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. Now go and strike Amalek and completely destroy everything that he has, and do not spare him, but put to death both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. Now go and attack the Amalekites, ESB, and completely destroy, utterly, blah, 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 NLT. Now completely destroy the entire Amalek nation. Men, women, children, babies, cattle, sheep, goats, camel, donkeys. KVG, yet again, the same one I just read. And the NKJV, go and attack Amaleketh, and destroy all that they have, and do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, infant and nursing child, ox, sheep, and cattle, and donkey. What does 115-3 mean? The Lord is commanding Saul, king of Israel, to act the Amalekites and utterly wipe them out. In fact, God tells Saul to leave nothing left alive. This command is absolute and includes men, women, children, animals, and livestock. The Lord is clear that every living thing should be killed. The phrase, devote to them destruction, is from the Hebrew word haram, from Joshua 6:17, referring to an absolute, inviolable decision. This means he is literally commanding him by action to commit a word of God that if he were to disobey would have him extended from the kingdom of heaven. This is the Lord in his most vengeful. This is grapes of wrath. This work of Israel is out of obedience and as a kind of offering to the Lord. In other words, Israel is to be the instrument of God's judgment upon Amaleketh. They are not to profit from this war. This command does not describe the impulse raising of an out-of-control God. This is the Lord commanding his people to fulfill his own 400-year declaration of judgment on Amaleketh. They had attacked Israel as God's people as it was escaping from slavery in Egypt in Deuteronomy 25:17. That assault is described in Exodus 17:8-16. Moses stood during the battle, raised hand with the staff of God while Joshua and the Israelite army fought. Moses lowered his hands. The enemy was successful. So as Moses fatigued, he sat down while Aaron and Hur held his hands up. Joshua and the Israelites experiencing victory. And God commanded Moses, write this as a memorial in a book and recite it into the ears of Joshua, that I will utterly blot out the memory of Amaleketh from under heaven. In Exodus 17:14. At the celebration that followed, Moses declared that the Lord will have warred with Amaleketh for generation to generation. In 17:16, Deuteronomy 25:18, that Amaleketh did not fear God and would be judged because of it. The command to kill every person and animal of a people sounds devastatingly harsh to the modern ears. It is essential to remember that one of God's purposes for his people was to bring judgment onto tribes that had been practicing depraved evil in his sight, generation after generation, from 17 to 19, put the heart of Israel's purpose in the war to be used as God as a cudgel towards this purpose to accomplish this goal. So, in context of what is being said, absolutely, it is a simple choice of actively misunderstanding the phrase, the quote, the purpose, the understanding. The context is supplied and suppraised, and the summary thus given. The point of the verse is not, God's just cool with murder, bro. Bro, don't you understand that your God is like fucking asshole-ish? Don't you get that God is fucked up? No! He said, hey yo, I saw you on that fuck shit, nigga! You was on that timing! You thought this shit was sweet? You thought shit was good? Fine, my niggas! Right on that ass! And don't you take a single... I don't want to see none of you profit off this shit. You burn that shit to me, bitch! That was him getting his get back. That was literally the Lord God, the Most High, Adonai, saying unto himself that he is Elohim, and these people are to be eliminated, for they have done sin against my chosen people. They have gone against my word, and they have done victimization onto the chosen people of my kind. And therefore, they have broken the blood of my covenant. Therefore, their blood shall be spilt. Now that we understand that this is the concept, it's not just wanton murder for nothing. It's specifically Jesus and Lord, Savior, and the Spirit getting their comeback, just like when the plagues were sent to Egypt as a punishment unto Pharaoh and the people of Egypt for him not letting the people go to suffer, lidocaine, slurring words, to suffer the plagues. This is them doing the exact same. When Pharaoh rejected that call, his punishment was for his heart to be hardened, and then for you to now suffer the consequences of my actions and be used as an example, which is what it means when God hardens your heart. I gave you the chance to repent. You didn't. You then willfully chose to slander me. You kept doing it. So now you are denied everything that was possible. There was a chance for you, now it's taken from you, and everything you have now belongs to me. Control has been taken away from you, and you are now victim to my actions until I decide when it ends. But it never ends. It never ends. It never ends. And they're crip walking on them. They're crip walking on them. So, where in the AI generated clip, the men are in a form of Shahol saying, bitch, we live in the kingdom right now. God's in here with us. Flame proof, baby. The people in Amaleth are saying, oh my God, what did we do, bro? I don't know. What did you do, bitch? It's a shorter list. And therefore, the hype edit comes into play with the fucking loud droning sound effect that goes, Doom! I don't know, bitch, what did you do? You fornicated, you sold, you slaved, you fucking enslaved, you murdered, you raped, you pillaged. Looks like he's getting his get back. Elohim said you gotta die. Boom! That's the context. So now, we can define that Ian is an asshole who's fucking lying through his goddamn teeth. Goofy shit. Goofy shit.
God says, go and slaughter the Amalekites, slaughter the men, the women, the children, the infants. What's the justification for that? Is that in line
That's a
with
good
Christian
question.
ethics?
That's a good question.
So the justification is that they sinned against God. And their sin against God was throughout the generations. They did evil, and so God paid evil unto evil. He paid back and was given what was his. And all of it was done in devotion of his will. They were not to take of them and simply smite them and kill them. But he said, I want you to burn and raze it to the ground. Knowing this in context, even if you didn't know your biblical history, you could look it up. And even if you didn't look it up, you can understand how vengeance works. Because remember, in the Lord, vengeance is not for you, it's for him.
I don't really know what to do with the terrible, blood-soaked, saturated history of the human past. I don't know. And I don't think anybody knows. I mean, what you try to do in your own life, as far as I can tell, is to conduct yourself in a manner that makes such things much more unlikely.
I totally agree.
We're all saddled with the problem of the catastrophes that got us here, aren't we?
Yeah, but this one was commanded by God. That's the problem.
Yeah,
That's
well,
what differentiates it from anything else, is that this one, it's God
do you
saying,
think that
go
there's
and do
ever
this
such a thing-
atrocity.
Do you think that there's ever such a thing as a righteous war?
I'm skeptical. I'm not sure. It would probably be situational.
Well, right, fair enough.
But this one,
Correct answer. Is there ever such a thing as a righteous war? Define righteousness. If there is such a thing as a just war, the question now becomes, what is considered just? Let's start with the modern war. Is Kiev and the war of Ukraine justified? Do the people of Ukraine have a reason to resist against Russian tyranny? Yes, because the opportunity is that if they do not resist, they will be killed, because they are attempting to replace the people of Crimea and those that live there with foreign-born Russians that then become the natives because there are no longer any natives to claim heritage. Well, it's all ours, so it should belong to us. You murdered everybody who lived there, bro. Well, do something about it, bitch. That's a just reason to resist. Bye, V-Lover. At the same level, let's go to the infinite forever war that's being glazed by everybody. Is it justified to fight as Israel against Palestine or Palestine against Israel? Wrong framing of the question, because that is controlled by Hamas. So technically, is it moral for Israel to defend themselves to survive? And he is right. It is 1:40 in the morning. It's okay. They'll be back here on the VOD. Don't worry, kids. Is it justified for Israel to resist being tyrannized by missiles and rockets and suicide bombs and IEDs? Yes, 100%. Is it justified that the Palestinians should hope to resist against any type of tyranny that's being done by Israel? Yes. It is possible to say that both sides are 100% in the affirmative to fight as they do. Does Hamas deserve to have the right to wear the PLO and Palestinians as a permanent shield to defend themselves from the actions of tyranny against the Israeli government? No. Why? Because they are actively hiding behind citizens. Hamas has no interest in doing what is just and right. They have an interest in trying to trick people through guilt to give them what they fucking want. So is it justified to try to protect those that exist on both sides in the conflict that are civilians? Yes. Is it justified and right to wish that the terrorists that are doing terroristic actions should be neutralized? Whether that be through peaceful means or higher than non-lethal means? Yes. Should that be done by people that are just simply living? Preferably not, because we don't want non-civilians to be involved in a war. Because we're involving people that are non-civilians in the action by framing themselves as something that's not. That's a break. That is a violation of the Geneva Conventions and of the criminal justice courts and the ICJ. And if that's a violation of the ICJ and a violation of the Geneva Conventions and a violation of also NATO, guess what gets to happen? Fortunate son happens. And we don't want that. Because we don't want to go to another protracted forever war for what's fucking happening. Since they're the ones that are at cause for why it's happening in the first place. If you want to talk about the actual truth of the matter. Because remember, there is no such thing as men and women being above or below each other. Men and women equally are slaves under something like Islamism. If we're doing militantry. Because the only person that's above men and women is the caliphate. Specifically, the members of the religious order. The brotherhood. The imams. The religious leaders. The women that train the soldiers of the next generation to go die in the name of the religion. When we're talking about the militants. When we're talking about the militants. When we're talking about the militants. Very important that you specify. There is such a thing, especially back considering the First Crusades, when the Muslims terrorized the Catholics, and then the Catholics did the Second Crusade, and people said, oh my God, it's so bad, why'd you do it? And they said, do you remember how you fucked us over? Is it justified then? What about against those that were happening during the Irish Troubles? What about then? What about the battle against the 5 boroughs in New York City amongst the multiple tribes that lived there and the multiple gangs that fought there? Same difference. What about black emancipation and struggle in black Hollywood, as well as black Brooklyn, as well as the black boardwalk, as well as black society in the separate but equal state in which they had their own culture? Same difference. Take any period of time where 2 or more sides were warring against each other for any particular reason, you can ask this question and you will have a hard answer. Because it's not just easy enough to say yes or no unless you're talking about obvious good outcomes. But that's a nebulous concept. Obviously, you don't want war. But it's also hard to argue that some people are not actively causing problems that lead to bad outcomes for themselves. So let's not play stupid. Hug! We're almost done, chat.
Well, it certainly wasn't a just war. The context for the Amalekite slaughter is that 400 years earlier, they fought one battle, which they lost, and God says, that's it, I'm going to wipe them off the face of the goddamn earth. And then 400 years later,
It was not one battle. It was generations. So he doesn't even know what he's talking about. The context is right here. We all have the text. He definitely should have had the text on hand. This man's just flying off the seat of his pants. He don't even have his phone out for his context and reference. Other people came prepared with documentation and were actively and passionately listening and learning. He is just blasting off from the seat of his pants with what he thought was an actual argument. This is 100% Redditor bullshit.
He commands the Israelites to genocide their great-great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren. That's not a just war at all. And also, a genocide is not a war.
Well, a genocide can be a war, but...
Absolutely not. Look, the genociding of the Amalekites, the men, the women, and the infants, that's not a war. The infants aren't combatants.
Look, I already said that it's very difficult to look at the blood-soaked past and to know exactly what to do about it. The answer I gave to the gentleman who was sitting here before you is that it's necessary to read a text like the Bible at all of its levels of analysis simultaneously. And there's a directional morality that emerges across time that has its roots in the Old Testament, for example, with its restrictions against murder specifically, that makes itself manifest in the Christian texts as the insistence on voluntary self-sacrifice as the foundational belief. That's a profoundly anti-violence ethos.
Do you have the belief in your theology?
Well, what do you think of that? Wait a sec. Now, address what I just said.
So I'm about to address it, but I'm addressing it with a question. Do you think that God is...
You're addressing a question with a question, or rather, you're trying to address a point with a question to niggle at a point that doesn't exist. So gish galloping. So instead of answering what he asked, so that you can lead into the direction of where he's trying to take you, away from the stupid reaction you're trying to make, you're instead committed to the goal of being a fucking dick, while trying to blast out your points, so that you can try to get your rhetorical points. Because, listen, well, are you about to say that babies are combatants? I don't know, bro! Apparently, according to the people that you probably believe in, Hassan Piker thinks they are, dude! How far down this road do you want to go? It doesn't lead well for you. You can leave it, or you can try to go down it. You want... we could go either way, bro. We could go either way.
By his very essence, perfect.
You'll have to provide more.
Sure, just like maximally great in all
I
like the
think
great
it's a
making
definition.
qualities.
Sure.
Yeah,
By
like
definition.
flawless. Yeah. So
Okay,
does a
wait
flawless
sec,
thing
wait a sec.
change? Does a flawless thing reveal like more and better information over time, or would a flawless thing say, "Here's what's good. Here's the."
He's trying to explain to him. He's trying to have a conversation with him, and he's still blasting his points. And the look on his face, chat, the look on his face. I'm putting that in the notes. That's going in the notes. That's going in the notes. It is going in the notes, boys. He's just blasting this shit, and he's got this look on his face. It's like, Lord, please grant me the strength. Please grant me the strength. You're going to go back up here. Reddit atheism. Copy. And paste. 1426. Truly, they did not send their best, but at least they sent Xena.
The absolute good thing to do at all circumstances in time.
Well, we know some of that.
Wait,
Tell
so
the truth. That's one.
That's totally fine, but
No,
presumably...
no. You don't get to skate over that. That's totally fine.
It's a straw man of my position. It's a straw man of the argument. So
You say that it's a straw man of your argument, but you are already straw manning the biblical context, as you are already not telling the truth about it. And because of the format in question, you want to keep blasting on this. Now, Peterson doesn't necessarily have to correct him on the biblical point, because by creating the point himself, we now have the ability to fill in. Now, one, be careful there, buddy. So we, as the people in the middle who are witnessing this undecided, we have the ability to create the context upon which we are creating the knowledge for what we are trying to establish. This is what creates the backbone of everything we're trying to deal with. And this is the point at which we now have to worry about the things that we have to worry about, and the things that we have to not worry about from the things that we don't have to worry about. In his attempt to do this, he is attempting to play a word game. This word game does not work, because in order for it to work, we have to not have the ability to get the context. This has already been disproven, because we have the words right here. So, in this debate, where he's trying to get his Reddit gold, and he's trying to give him the opportunity for a conversation, we in the middle can say, and we can point out that they're doing bullshit. And now, people who are undecided on who don't know what to believe or what to think, now have a full account of a timeline of actions from person to person to person to person to person to person, as the arguments were formed and were made that bring out the basis of how all of it flows back to and works with everything else. And what it looks like when people are putting in the highest amount of work to understand versus the people who literally didn't even fucking try. So now it becomes our job to keep Ian honest. It's not Jordan's job. Jordan's job is to get his point across. Our job is to call Ian out and to supplant Jordan's point.
Wait a sec. You said find one maxim that's transcendent across situations.
I didn't say any of those words. I'm not sure what conversation you're a part of.
Don't be a smartass.
I'm sorry.
Seriously. I mean it. If we're going to have a serious conversation, conduct yourself properly. Okay. Rephrase your question so that, because I must have missed it. I tried to answer it.
So in my mind, I guess by my lights, a perfect being doesn't change. A perfect being, if they're maximally good, maximally moral.
Does our understanding of the perfect being change?
Our understanding might, but
how do we distinguish?
Well,
I agree. How do we distinguish between that though at the human level?
Okay. He reprimands him. Conversation reset. And now he has to describe something foundational. Let's listen.
You said find one maxim that's transcendent across situations.
I didn't say any of those words. I'm not sure what conversation you're a part of.
Don't be a smartass.
I'm sorry.
Seriously. I mean it. if we're going to have a serious conversation, conduct yourself properly.
Okay.
Okay. Rephrase your question, so that because I must have missed it, I tried to answer it.
So in my mind, I guess by my lights, a perfect being doesn't change. A perfect being, if they're maximally good, maximally moral.
Does our understanding of the perfect being change?
Our understanding might, but
Okay, how do we distinguish?
revealing.
Well, I agree. How do we distinguish between that though at the human level?
How do we distinguish between whether...
Between our transform.
I want to attack that really fast. A perfect being does not change. I have several words for you. Do you like cars? And by that, of course, we all know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about cars. I was looking for a fucking video, but that'll work. So, when I say a perfect being doesn't change, and I say, do you like cars? A perfect being is something that evolves constantly. A perfect being changes by nature of coming to its environment. Period. To say that a perfect being doesn't change is stupid. Because a creature that is able to adapt is a creature that will be able to live. It is so intrinsic to the question that why would you even say that? Good Lord, you just woke up. How much is Reddit atheism assault going on, and how much is Peterson losing his edge? You came back in after we had already dealt with this lolcow from the beginning of the video, basically getting jettisoned because he was trying to play word games with Peterson. And thus we finally established the reason why the axiom that he gave in that clip was what was there. We also got to Gerard, who couldn't be able to explain the difference between faith, devotion, and finding non-nihilistic purposes for purpose in his life, which brings us full circle to the All-Star Superman clip I used earlier, as well as coming to the point of why shibboleths are important, as Ian tried to lie about 1 Samuel 15:3 in context, and then giving non-stop Reddit atheism salad. And you've come back at the point where he is now being asked to give a prescription about a perfect being. And he says something to the effect of, if not exactly, a perfect being does not change. Why was my mice moving permanently to the left? That was weird. Was it shaking my leg? Probably was. Anyways, he says this.
Our understanding might, but
Okay, how do we distinguish?
revealing.
Well, I agree. How do we distinguish between that though at the human level?
How do we distinguish between whether...
Between our transforming understanding of perfection and perfection itself.
Between our
we can only, yeah, well, we can only see through our own lenses.
Presumably a perfect being would be revealing all these aspects all the time, especially if God's outside of time. I don't know how a God who's outside of time is revealing different things at different times. That just seems like incoherent to me.
So, this inherently comes to the nature of what I said earlier about God. Specifically, all the way back here, when the question was asked for the definition of what God was. All-seeing, all-knowing, all-feeling, almighty. If it cannot see, and it does not know, and it cannot understand me, how can it be the Almighty God Adonai? How can it be Elohim? How can it be Yod-He-Vav-He? The answer is that if it is something that is not all-seeing, all-knowing, all-feeling, it does not have context. And without context, how do I know if that is truly a godlike being or a being that is close to God? If a perfect being doesn't change, then what is it? Because it's not a perfect being. A perfect being that does not change is a creature that is not learning and growing, which means there is no such thing. I'm on the fucking thing. Back. There is no such thing as a perfect being that doesn't change, because all beings are growing and evolving at all times. And the only thing that causes us to stop evolving and growing and changing is when a particular formulation of a cell reaches cell death. This presupposition from Ian doesn't work, because, as I said before, the beginning of learning is the ending of learning is the beginning of death. If we are not thinking, if we are not forming, if we are not changing, if we are not evolving, then we are not creatures that have reached a zenith. We have not reached the threshold of our ability to break through. Yes, Adam's family. Don't worry, bro. Don't worry. Is there any chances for the doc file to be shared with the rest of the class? I can share it inside of the Discord. It's going to be a giant-ass file, though. I hope you're okay with that. If you want to watch me do it in form, you can actually watch on the VOD. But anyways, a perfect being does not exist, because a creature that doesn't change in the form that it doesn't have to change doesn't exist. There is always stimuli in an environment that creates change. A creature that does not respond to the stimuli of change, as we go back up here, formulating to the opinion that we received from Brian, if a creature responds to pain and violence as a stimuli, that stimuli allows violence to be expressed as a change that creates the format in a system. Therefore, when we arrived at this example, if I can force a person to do a thing, because a person does not understand how I can engage with a type of action to find purpose in my life, with pressure and exertion on said object, how do I have the ability to define that that creature is not learning and thus is not alive? Because it has to be responding to stimuli in order for that thing to matter. Period. It has to exist by some nature. If it does not, then we have failed the concept of what we think of as perfect. Because a perfect creature changes and evolves. Cell, for example. Dragon Ball Z, coming in clutch. DBZ, cell forms. If I can get a picture of all the cell forms next to each other, I guess that'll work. Or technically this can also work. Or actually, this one works better. A creature, like Cell, was constantly shaping, growing, and evolving. He had an embryo form. He had a zygote form. He had the ability to split off himself and create cell juniors. He had a blastocyte form that eventually was a juvenile. Then he had a near adult. Then he had a perfected adult. Then he had a perfected form. And then, with Cell Max, he had something even closer to the greater evolution of a form. At no point in time was he perfect because of that. What he was achieving near perfection, as he was designed to do. And in this formulation, Cell's not perfect, but Cars is. Because he's not only able to have the powers of being, in the context of JoJo at this point in time, at part 2, of being a vampire that has the abilities of being a vampire, but it can also walk in the sun. This is something that was technically halfway achievable by Cell, but ultimately was defeated by the fact that he had to be outwritten. A better example of a better perfect being is actually that of Goku Black and Zamasu. Through the use of these two beings, unifying and working together, a god with a philosophy, and a god that was able to ambush, overtake, and make for himself his own power from Goku, a being who evolves, both from the conditions of a wish that says that he will always get stronger, which was the wish of Bardock, and 2, from the power of the Zankai boost that already belongs to the Saiyans that allows him to evolve constantly. That entire timeline, in most cases, required an asspull. For Cars, he had to literally be launched into space because Araki wrote himself into a corner. For Cell, he was exploded on King Kai's planet because Goku had to sacrifice himself. And in the case of Goku Black and Zamasu, as well as Fused Zamasu, they literally had to press the God button and get Zeno to erase the timeline. The entire timeline. Because he had such a perfect victory that without the implementation of the story and goal, there was no way to defeat them. But even in this sense, all three of these examples were still growing. Any provocation of what can be called ultimate is technically penultimate. Because an ultimate being would be in a being that would always adapt and grow. And in that shape, that's still a living creature. There's a perfect example of that, and it comes from Metroid. Does anybody know what it is? Anybody? Anybody? No, it's not the Metroids. Does anybody have an idea? Does anybody have an idea of what particular thing fits the description of the ultimate creature? Especially in the context of that universe. Anybody? Any about all? They literally had 3 games focused on it. 3 of them. Technically 1.5 or 2, depending on how you count Metroid Fusion. It's okay to say that you don't know. Not a clue? I'll show you. It was the X-Parasite. The X-Parasites are perfect organisms. These little balls of snot are literally the perfect being. They are living cells that take over your body and work like the Thing. It kills you from the inside out. It then kills you and perfectly replicates your cells. The Thing is also an example of this. But the X-Parasite is basically the Thing. Metroid Fusion. Technically Metroid... The Metroid Prime games that had to do with the concept of the Ing. Because the Ing formulated themselves as a philosophy comparative to Phazon existing like it. So, Metroid Prime, Metroid Prime 1, Metroid Prime 2, Metroid Prime 3... Then Metroid Fusion, and then Metroid Dread. Which was all based around the X-Parasites eventually being something that had to be eliminated by their natural predator, which was the Metroid. Because in spite of the fact that they were the perfect type of parasite, the Metroid was the perfect type of hunter that could kill them. It was its natural predator. In removal of this natural predator, this could prey and parasitize on anything. Just like they did to Samus on Metroid Fusion. This is the perfect type of organism. Unless it falls under the categories of those things, which is literally a immortal vampire, experiment made by a doctor that was making use of time travel to potentially win in an alternate future, and literally gods. This is the closest you can get to a perfect creature. There is nothing in society that exists as a perfect creature, because there is always a bigger fish.
Imagine something that's perfect.
Sure.
And complete.
Sure.
Okay, and it's trying to communicate with creatures who are anything but that.
Sure.
Well, they're going to get it wrong.
Sure.
Okay, now, wait a sec. Do you blame that on the interpreters or the phenomena itself? Like, for example, are you perfect in attending to your conscience?
Hold on. At the point in time when God is literally the one who created us, he could have created us in a way where we would always be receptive to these principles, where we don't have to go across like a learning curve where, maybe we'll understand like thousands of years in the future, maybe we'll do it. Oh, also, if you believe in an all-knowing God, then free will is impossible.
That is inherently a lie. An all-knowing, all-caring, and all-seeing, ever-living God that understands that humanity needs to have freedom, understands inherently that man is not without mistake, unlike that which we build with our hands. It would build us with the intention to care for ourselves, and to then take care onto others. It would not have that kind of philosophy purpose. So that is also in itself self-rhetorical, which is less stupid than the first stupid thing you said.
Oh, across like a learning.
Perfect in attending to your conscience?
Hold on. At the point in time when God is literally the one who created us, he could have created us in a way where we would always be receptive to these principles, where we don't have to go across like a learning curve where, maybe we'll understand like thousands of...
If God created us well and equal, he would have created a learning curve and would not have included said learning curve in the formulation of ourselves, because we would have been perfect from the moment of our creation. We would have been whole and we would have understood the mysteries of the universe. This would be making us into slaves. Which, if you consider it, this is what the snake in the garden was doing. If you choose to believe the particular interpretation that I'm about to say, there's interpretation that the creature that we call God is not God. God the Father, as it was represented in his vengefulness, the creature that chose to punish the people from the garden, was not God, but was a creature called Yaldabaoth. It was a creature imitating God, the one that actually created the universe. Instead of giving us the ability to have free will, to choose to exist in the state that allowed us to be a part of the creature, rather than it being the case that we were being enslaved to samsara by being tricked by the serpent in the garden, it was instead an angel descending in a form convenient to the form of Adam and Eve, or Lilith, whoever you choose in this interpretation, that instead, to break us free of this vengeful, wrathful creature that was not God, in perpetrating his role and attempting to chain us to a form of samsara, in the form of keeping us ignorant of the greater truth that we were having, that it was the goal of that snake to have us eat from the fruit, to give us the ability to now enable our free will, as we are now capable of imagining a fruit in our head. Period. Should you ascribe to what is considered a interpretation on its normal maxim, and to its extreme, a conspiracy theory, if God was an evil creature that wanted slaves, trapped to free willed, he would have made us into perfect beings like angels. And then they would have had no will. Technically. Technically, over time, angels developed their free will, and thus they fell. That became the fallen angels, which then became the first demons, or rather daemons, which then their children and progeny that chose to multiply with humans became the Nephilim. And in this choice, God, or should say Yaldabaoth, attempting to keep the power of knowledge of eternity from those that did not deserve it in his eyes, this would be when he sent the flood. And as a promise to those that would remain sheep, he would never purge them again with water. First it was with light, then it was with sound, then with darkness, then with lightness, then with water, then with fire, then with extinction of life itself, pulled from the breath of man. Isn't that what happened with Lucifer, developing free will and then got prideful and greedy? If we interpret the text itself from all of the creatures that existed from Mount Xiphon, that heralded and sang this Trisagion, the thrice holy prayer, it was in the viewpoint that Lucifer, the morning star, saw himself as prideful amongst the angels, because the first sin was not committed unto by him, but instead first by God unto the angels. There's a very big iceberg, and we're not here for said iceberg. But on the consideration in question, we are here for the understanding of what is effectively the ability to rotate an apple in your head. To Ian's point, where he attempts to say that we do not have free will, we do. It was designed into us. We had the ability to divine our purpose from being able to think. Again, abracadabra. As I speak, so I create. And cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. By combining these two things, we as humans understand that by speaking, by behaving, and by acting, we create and we divine. Therefore, because we think, we know that we are. If we cannot communicate with another thing that is able to speak, this is the first sign that we use whether or not a creature is able to communicate on a level that is instinctual and comparative to our ability to divine what is human. If to err is to be if to create is to be human, to err is to be divine, as the saying goes. Our ability to understand that man is not without mistake, unlike that which he builds from his hands, we, as humans, try to build tools. We built an infinite and eternal tool in the form of a fork. I can use this almost forever, 'cause plastics! Meanwhile, my body is a biological machine. It needs to be lubricated, it must be maintained. Otherwise, it will rot and break over time. and it will rot faster, as a count on my missing tooth. This way. Therefore, it is up to me to be able to make the establishments between the things that are necessary that I can change and that I can't change. And then to upkeep them as appropriate. Not just with my bodily health, but also with my mental health.
Years, thousands of years in the future, maybe we'll do it. Oh, also, if you believe in an all-knowing God, then free will is impossible. Because
Wait
if
a sec. Let's
well,
not go
wait,
to
because
that yet.
you threw free will into the mix.
Well, that was the answer to your question.
Yeah, and
you
I'm
said,
saying
why
that's
wouldn't God...
incoherent.
Well, you know,
It's
a thousand
contradictory.
years of deep-thinking philosophers would disagree with you.
Yeah,
But have
and
your
a
way.
thousand years of, or at least like the last 50 years of philosophers would disagree with you. These analytic philosophers, people like Graham Oppie make arguments about the incompatibility of omniscience and free will, that if God created this world, if he chose this world instead of that world, then he makes it causally inevitable every single action that you were going to make. If he made a world where we were just electrons in love, then none of this would have happened. But by making us in this world, knowing exactly what's going to happen in the future, it makes all of those events inevitable, which means that they're all causally determined, which means that we have no free will if you believe in an all-good God, or an all-knowing God that made everything.
And this is the here problem that exists in his statement. Because he says an all-knowing God. He does not say an all-knowing, almighty, all-feeling, ever-living. Because the perpetuity of the conduit and the conflux that then creates the constant of divinity is expressed by a quartzer. That was a very long sentence. Here's what I just said. The inevitability that everything doesn't matter is only derived if you choose to believe that there must be no point and you must not have free will, because in every timeline that it mattered, he was always going to go on that Gilly-Gawk rant, and I was always going to answer like this. Because that's how the world was divined. You were going to make your response, you were going to type your messages, and all of us are just simply spinning, going off the operant quality of whatever the current script running the universe is. However, as the ding just happened, or not happened, the metaphysical sense of an all-seeing, all-knowing, and all-feeling God would know this, would see this, and would feel this, and then observation would make it possible to know what was possible. Therefore, observation. And in that, you need a quartzer. And a quartzer is something that observes time. It's a witness, a herald. Just as there is a herald messenger that tells you, be not afraid, come bearing the word of God, and just as Metatron comes as the voice of God, for God's voice is too powerful, for it would render us unto ash, should we hear the glory of his magnificence. And where the accuser, which I'm forgetting his name, it's the one that does the merchant hands. I should remember this because he's one of my top tier demons in Megaten. It'll come to me. Where the accuser, also known as the Satan, the devil's advocate, were to be the witness that says, you know that humans were fallible and they won't always do what you want. It is that observer that provides the context to know whether or not that is the truth. And the truth is that humans are better than what they are doing because man is not without mistake. We will err. And in the nature of knowing we will err, we can forgive ourselves for our sins, and those that trespass, and those that we forgive that have trespassed against us, delivering them not unto temptation, but delivering them from evil. Or, if you want to, non-bad outcomes. Namely, delivering them from consequence for their actions, and forgiveness for their actions. Not just for themselves, unto themselves, but for us unto them. Forgiving them for what they've done, for they know not what they do. The same forgiveness that was given unto humanity when the Son of Man, as God, came from the heavens, and as the Son of God, died on the cross for all of our sins, to allow for the original sin to be forgiven, so that we all may have the opportunity to earn our place in the kingdom of heaven within the book of life.
Have it your way.
Okay, cool. So then the Odyssey fails.
Well, it fails for you. That doesn't mean you've disproved it. I mean,
Do you
you tried to
understand the
make
argument?
Yes, you tried to make a case for a causally deterministic universe. I don't think there's any evidence for that at all.
Do you think that God could have created a different universe than the one that he created?
I have no idea.
Okay, so then there's going to be a double bind, right? So either he couldn't have done it, in which case he lacks the power, or he could have done it, in which case we don't have free will, because he chose this world instead of that world, making the events of this world instead of that world inevitable with his infallible knowledge.
I don't understand where you're headed.
Well, it just means that the free will defense fails. Like all this, like under
Like I
your
said,
view,
if you
under
want to
your
have
view,
it
free
fail,
will.
no problem. I don't know why it's relevant to the issue.
Do you acknowledge that under your view, free will doesn't exist?
No.
Oh, then do you want to respond to the argument?
You'll have to phrase it more
Sure,
clearly
okay.
so that someone like me can understand it.
Yeah, gotcha. So God already knows in advance everything that's going to happen, which means that by making this world instead of that world, everything is inevitable, which means that God's act of causing this world instead
Inevitable
of that world
doesn't mean determined.
It's causally inevitable if God chooses this world instead of that world.
Doesn't make
Causally
it determined.
Pause. Just because you claim that it must be inevitable does not mean it's ineffable. God knows that it is going to happen. We do not know that it's going to happen. Therefore, our ability to have not observed it means that the superposition is still in rectifiable retrograde. We are bouncing around in possibility. Ian's argument is that we are held from action because God knows what's going to happen. So from our perspective, we don't have free will because from his perspective, he knew what was going to happen. Therefore, in this timeline, God is so omnipotent that he chose to create a perfect universe simulacrum where nothing is possible except what they already decided. It's like if somebody chose to rewrite time from the outside with prior knowledge of what came before. That doesn't work because that's not how superpositions work. Time is not crystallized to always happen with an ebb and flow. Instead, it is based on the concept of what we have not yet to do. Again, as I think, or rather, as I speak, so I create. If I didn't have the ability to do so, then I wouldn't have the ability to do whatever it is I chose to do that as a focus. It is inherently begging a question that does not have an answer because he does not accept the answer that it provides. The answer to the obvious question is, well, in your framework it fails because you refuse to accept that he is all-seeing, all-knowing, and all-feeling. If God is not all-seeing, and if he is not all-knowing, and if he is not all-feeling, he is not able to see the context of what would happen if he allows predestination be the case of what's happening. That's like living in a universe where no matter what you do, death is always going to kill you. Because the game is rigged from both sides. Which is basically some of the background behind Final Destination Bloodlines. Basically, all 5 films that came before Final Destination Bloodlines, being the last role that was ever done by Tony Todd, was that you were always going to get killed by death. Technically, it is possible that the precognition that was... Now we're still back. Oh, Lord have mercy. If only Jubilee didn't strike people for trying to be able to react to something so that we didn't have to do all this extra goddamn work. I'd still do the work, but it would be a lot shorter. So, in arguing for predestination, he refuses to recognize for the concept of Quartzer. So, in understanding the concept of Quartzer, what we are able to apply here is that he believes that there is no reason to try anything. Thus, he ends up in a nihilistic position where predestination is the only goal. However, it is not because, with free choice being cooked in by the choice of having an all-knowing, all-seeing, and all-feeling God, God would give you the ability to have the grace, to have the chance, to have free will, through the point of observation with the superposition that you take in your life. You don't know what decision you're going to make, but you make a decision. It is chosen by you, and the moment that you determine that future, you are able to rectify all choices. At that point, we might as well just talk about fucking Path of Exile fucking lore, because that's literally how Chaos sees destiny. You think about what fate you have that's waiting for you. Chaos smiles and knows that the answer is all of them. There's a world where we end this earlier with only 1 hour. There's a world where we ended at 3 hours. There's a world where we ended at 4 hours. There's a world where we didn't get disconnections. There's a world where I didn't slur my words. There's a world where I didn't rock my knees. There's a world where I didn't plan 3 events in one day and I only planned 2 events. And then I put this one on yesterday so that when we then get through day 1 of Summer's Games Fest, we then have that live stream to go through. And so on and so on and so on. There are multiple doors. There are multiple doors, but I opened this one. So it can't be predestination. Because at some point I made a choice. And then I committed to the choice. And then I followed through with the choice. So metaphysically speaking, quantum time lock speaking, and quantum lock speaking, it is not true. This is Reddit tier behavior. Again, unironically.
Causally inevitable means determined.
No, it doesn't.
Absolutely, yes, it does.
Well, have it your way.
Okay.
That's not the case.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Jordan, nice to meet you.
Very zippy. What's your name?
I'm Liam.
Hi, Liam. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Not too bad. I'm
Good.
surrounded by atheists.
My
Hello,
question to
Liam.
you, let me scoot in, would be, what does it mean to accept Christian values precisely, or Christian morality?
It means to aim up as hard as you can, no matter what happens to you.
Okay.
Okay.
So I think that that's a very broad definition of what Christian
Yeah, but it'll
morality
come
is.
in handy at some point in your life.
Right, but I think that many different disciplines and theologies.
Well, you asked for a truncated answer.
Okay. Writing it down.
Let me scoot in. Would be, what does it mean to accept Christian values precisely, or Christian morality?
It means to aim up as hard as you can, no matter what happens to you.
Okay.
Okay.
So I think that that's a very broad definition of what Christian
Yeah, but it'll
morality
come
is.
in handy at some point in your life.
Right, but I think that many different disciplines and theologies.
Well, you asked for a truncated answer. I
Right.
mean, there's other ways of representing the
Yeah.
situation, but I wanted to give you something that was kind of foundational briefly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It doesn't mean it's, exhaustive.
Yeah, yeah.
I could say that you would have to believe that Christ is God and he died for your sins. But that's, in a very difficult way to understand, that's the same claim.
Yeah, yeah. If there are other theologies and disciplines that have similar types of values,
Yeah.
how then is that definition mean? Wouldn't those also be Christian values under your definition?
That's a good question. I spent a lot of time studying different religious systems from all over the world and found multiple interesting layers of concordance.
Right.
So, for example, in ancient Egypt, their god Horus, who was the reviving god of the totalitarian state, he was the god of attention, right? And the Jews hypothetically came out of Egypt, and there was crosstalk between Egyptian and Jewish foundational morality, and then that led into Christianity. I mean, human beings all over the world have come up with moral systems that fit roughly into a pattern, and they're very usefully studied. Now, I learned a lot about Christianity by studying Taoism, for example, a lot. So I think you can make a case that Christianity formalized the landscape of good and evil more comprehensively and in more detail than any other religious system. And I think
That's a good basis. So, accepting Christian morality, what does that mean? With the fundamentalisms of Taoism, a Judeo-Christian value is defined by the extremes. I can't spell. That are defined by action and lack of action. Because action is good, inaction is evil, etc. From this, Christian morality tells you to put in effort no matter what. Period. And from this, you have a moral prescription that gives you a definition to work from. The prescription doesn't necessarily need to be moral to the point where it is the central of life in the order of magnitude on the totem pole, obviously. But it does have to be to the point where you're able to understand and fundamentally assure yourself of the knowledge of this information for what it is designed for.
I think that that's part of the reason that it defeated paganism and spread so broadly across the West and is still dominant, still understructures our culture, for example.
The way you feel about Horus or Taoism or something is how I feel about Christian morals, I think.
Yeah, but how do I feel about them?
Well, that you took inspiration from them, you learned from them. Maybe,
That's a good start,
right.
because I would say that actually constitutes belief. Like you said, well, look,
Right.
in Noah, in the story of Noah, right? Noah is inspired by the apprehension that all hell is going to break loose. Okay?
Yeah.
He regards that inspiration as God, right? And when God comes to Abraham, he comes to Abraham as the spirit of adventure. It's inspiration. One of the definitions of God in the Old Testament, unsurprisingly, given the derivation of the word, is inspiration. And so if you take inspiration from Christian ideas, then insofar as you do that, you are in fact a believer, which was my point with regards to atheists
Correct.
not understanding.
But have
what
you
they're
taken
rejecting.
inspiration from Taoism or from studying Egyptian mythology?
Definitely.
So then you believe them under that definition?
Yeah, but I've incorporated them into something I think that's more comprehensive.
Is it possible to take inspiration and to appreciate the teachings without being a believer in their truth claims?
We obviously, again, have already established that all the way back up, not just with the Shibboleths, but specifically with the foundational philosophy of purpose, as was described and defined by Zena. If we define worship as a hierarchy of preferences, and you prefer to do things that enhance your life, not negatively affect your life, you will lean towards things that can now fit into your totem pole. It does not matter if your totem pole has a structural foundation that's buried under the ground, that starts with your foundational belief, that then builds out the base of the totem pole, and the various pieces that are in the middle of the totem pole. That one was not a internet deplug. That was my toe somehow nudging a USB cord. Hopefully I didn't break something. So, it doesn't matter if your totem pole is 3 blocks up or is infinity positive up. It matters that on whatever order of magnitude on the totem pole, you have divine purpose and function to what you believe. That's it. That's all that matters. It does not need to be an inherent system where you have adapted that system, but you call it something else differently. Because the whole word there would be spirituality. Because it can't be Taoism, because it's not property of Taoism. It's tenements of Taoism. Just the same way that martial arts styles that incorporate techniques of Jeet Kune Do are not themselves inherent to Jeet Kune Do. They have adapted concepts of Jeet Kune Do. So on and so on and so on and so on.
No, I don't think so, but I think, you see, there are different kinds of truth claims, right? There's propositional truth claims, which are the truth claims of what you say, and then there's embodied truth claims, which is the truth claims of what you do. That should be prioritized. Optimally, what you say and what you do would be brought into harmony. But I would say if you had to prioritize, it should be what you attend to and what you act first. And that's what Christ actually says in the Gospels, because he points to the Pharisees, for example, who say all the right things, but don't do any of the right things, and points out very clearly that that's not acceptable.
I don't know that the Christian morality, those principles originate in Christianity, because you brought up other things that predate Christianity that you can very closely tie connections to.
Well, I don't think they do originate precisely. I mean,
Right.
I don't think the Christian claim is exactly that they originate in Christianity.
So if I'm
right?
living those values, how is it that I'm living the Christian values and maybe not the Egyptian values or something else?
Well,
that you brought up?
that was good. That was good. Yeah.
Even though they voted him out quickly, Liam was actually onto something very transformative. Liam's attempting to describe that, well, if my values come from something that's ancient. So, let's use Wiccans. Wiccans believe something that can be comparative to witches and warlocks. By choosing to believe a foundational system that can be worked into their spirituality, even if we take them to be utterly aware that what they're doing is a form of pseudoscience, or active conspiracy, can they work that religious system into the actions of their life, where they are able to then reach a tenement where they are the equivalent of medieval doctors? The answer is yes, because an apothecary is effectively a person who, they may not have the tenement of the Hippocratic Oath of do no harm, but they're the likely person who's going to be a plague doctor. And those people were actively trying to combat bacteria that they didn't fully understand yet, using fucking beak masks and herbs and gloves, wearing what was effectively a medieval hazmat suit. So, it's possible to reach it, it's just difficult to ascribe it without being able to truly open your mind to the possibility.
Hi.
Hello there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What's
Now we have the other Black Queen. She scuffled up there real quick.
your name?
I'm Kumari. So I was curious about this Christian morality that you're talking about, because a lot of my issues with Christianity have to do with the base morality of it, specifically with the idea of the rapture and how we see people that aren't going to come up with us with the rapture, and that concept of heaven and hell. I don't really agree with that morality, but if you could explain that to me and how I do agree with that, I would love to hear.
Well, I can't explain the rapture to you because that isn't something I concern myself with, and that's more of a sectarian belief than something that's central to Christianity. Now, there's all sorts of evangelical Protestants who might disagree with that, but that doesn't have anything to do with me. You asked a deeper question with regard to, let's say, heaven and hell and judgment. Yeah. Well, that's a tough one, right? I mean, sin, you could put it this way, sin is what puts you in hell, right? And so then you might ask, well, how do you know you're in hell? How about you do anything to get out of it?
Can I ask
How
you a
about you
question?
know that you put yourself there?
Do you think, is sin a part of Christian morality?
What do you mean exactly? Sin.
So, formulation here, she asks a question about the rapture. And from the rapture, this then gives into the conversation about sin. Ultimately, you do not need to have the structure of that in something because that's much more prescriptive to a more ritualistic formulation about how one goes about the absolvement of sin. For that, you want to go to an Italian Christian, or an Italian Catholic, or an Irish Christian, or an Irish Catholic. Because that shit was pounded into them in a way where they had to effectively adapt a religion that does not help them to push out of them the culture that they had to give. However, from rapture and sin, you have to then get to the recognition of sin. And from here, you have a very interesting formulation of attitudes that come. Which starts with what she's currently asking.
And that's
Like
part.
the
It's missing
concept of sin?
Okay,
Yeah.
it's derived from an archery term, and it means to miss the target, right? And so it presumes that there's such a thing as a central target, and that you can miss it in many ways. And the consequence of that will be your life will be ridden with anxiety. Your life will be pointless.
What
People
if
will
I
turn
like,
against
don't
you.
believe in sin at all?
Well, do you believe in error? Have you made any mistakes?
What if I believe that the mistakes that you make, that they're fixable, and so that no sin is finite, and that the
Well, that's a
idea
Christian belief.
of the idea of hell, I don't.
Pause. So, she asks a formulated question, and she's asking it in a way that bounces off of the ideas that we saw back up here with the totem pole. In this, she asks, or rather, she states, I believe in a form of concept where there is no permanent sin. You can forgive all sins, which is a core Christian belief. You can be absolved of them as you choose to give them up to God. Technically, in most people's cases, this is the God of ecumenical politics. The things that you cannot be able to decide on. To be exact, when I say the God of ecumenical politics, the God of ecumenical politics is another way of saying the God of life. In the context of ecumenical politics and ecumenism, the phrase God of life is often used to describe the God who is a source of life, justice, and peace, and who calls for the resistance against forces of destruction and oppression, conceptualizing the emphasis of the ethical dimension of ecumenical theology and encouraging Christian engagement in social and political issues, as seen here. So, when Kamari talks about this, within the organization of sin, she is giving up the idea of sin to this concept, offering it up as a sacrifice to the ecumenical God of politics. It's very interesting, because the only other time inside of literature that this is used, ironically enough, is from the 1999 film Dogma, as a phrase that was said by Chris Rock as Metatron. Hilariously enough.
I don't believe
No, it's
in
also
it
a Christian belief, by the way.
A Christian belief is hell?
No, that there's no sin. Well, there's one. The sin against the Holy Ghost is unforgivable, but that's really the sin against the process that would enable you to learn.
Okay. But there's a Christian belief that hell does exist, and if I commit sin, I'm going to go there, correct?
Yes.
So what if I don't? I don't believe in that. Like I think
okay, let
that
me-
when you
okay,
can I
that's
explain a
good.
little bit?
Sure, sure.
Okay. I think that when you commit sin, that it's because of a lot of environmental factors in your life, like where you were born and who you were raised by, and so there are.
So, she's starting from the position of sin as something that, instead of giving it up, sin is a factor that comes from circumstance. And that if you just don't believe in it, it doesn't hurt you. Like, lol, bro. I don't believe in that. Like, sin isn't real, bro. Like, as long as I don't believe in it, it can't hurt me. And, that's funny. That's funny. That's cute.
Certain things that lead you down a dangerous path, and once you are dead, I think you're kind of removed of that person. There's no like, there are no factors of the earth that have to.
What happens after death.
Right.
So I would ask you, in these times that you've suffered terribly in ways that you thought would never
Yeah.
end, do you believe that you had any causal role in that? Like, did you play a part in that?
In my own suffering?
Yeah.
Maybe sometimes I would say that
Okay.
there was a part that I played
well,
in
that's,
that.
Okay,
but I
that's
also
the thing
do
to
think
find
that,
out.
I think that maybe it's like a concept of free will that I don't really believe in, somewhat of free will, that I think that there are certain things in your life that lead you to do certain behaviors, and so when you commit those sins, you go to hell. I'm not too sure why you would still be reaping the consequences of that.
Like I said, I can't address that. Do you believe that you...
Now, the answer to her question is that when you go to hell, your job is not to be permanently damned. Your job is to suffer for an equivalent time that is evidentiary until you have decided that you have suffered enough and you are allowed to finally be given the grace to reach the kingdom of heaven. And ironically, from Dogma, there's actually a perfect clip that encapsulates this process. Oh my god, we're getting so many references in here. Let's see here. I'm looking for the full length of evil as an abstract. I want the full scene. It should be this. So let me get it up. Right here. Evil as an abstract. And go.
So he's a muse too. Former muse. He was kicked out.
Ever the fucking apple polisher.
So then what happened?
Yes. What? Well, Lucifer just had to start his little war for the throne. Heaven became divided into two factions, the faithful and the renegades. Oh, the ethereal planes were chaotic with battle, angel against angel. And when it was all over, God cast the rebels into perdition.
But Azrael refused to fight. He remained in the middle, waiting to see who came out victorious.
What are you, some kind of fucking chicken?
No, I was an artist, stupid! I was inspiration! A muse has no place in battle.
So after the fallen were banished to hell, God turned on those that wouldn't fight. And Azrael was sent down with the demons. Something he considers a great injustice.
Oh, come on. Don't tell me you never questioned the judgment serendipity.
No, it never bothered me. So you were an artist. Big deal. Elvis was an artist. But that didn't stop him from joining the service in time of war. That's why he is the king, and you're a schmuck. So all this is about revenge. You're gonna unmake existence because you have a grudge against God?
After the first 1,000,000 years, no. Escape from hell became my all-consuming reason. So I studied the religions and waited for my opportunity to present itself, which it finally did in Catholicism, plenary indulgence. But I couldn't exercise it. Demons can't become human. No, we can't transubstantiate. But angels can.
Bartleby and Loki.
After that, it was a simple matter of waiting for a church to celebrate their centennial, and when that finally happened, I sent the pair an article laced with ideas. An incantation I picked up in the pit kept them cloaked and off heaven's radars. And aside from the triplets here and the Golgothan, no soul in hell had a clue as to what was going on. But the Almighty could still pooch the whole deal. So I dispatched him in a fairly ingenious fashion.
Her. And how? That's the only thing I couldn't figure out.
Oh no, I've seen way too many Bond movies to know that you never reveal all the details of your plan, no matter how close you may think you are to winning. The only X factor was the involvement of the last scion here. But fat lot of good that did, right? I mean, here you all are. Powerless to stop the inevitable.
Look, asshole. I don't know if anyone explained the rules to you, but if you succeed, everything gets blinked out of existence, even you.
Human, have you ever been to hell? I think not. I'd rather not exist than go back to that. And if everyone has to go down with me, so be it.
Still thinking only about yourself, you fucking child.
Now. Things are getting too intense in here. Hey, let's say we watch a little TV.
Yo, put on Channel 9, Davey and Goliath.
Actually, I was thinking more along the lines of current events.
Now, the thing that's important here is this scene, and then the deleted scene, which we are going to watch next. Namely, Evil is an Abstract. Please tell me somebody has a better fucking version. I guess we'll have to use this one. Give me 1 second. So, The important here is that to understand this, you need to understand that evil and sin is an abstract, which leads us to this point.
Human, have you ever been to hell? I think not. Did you know that once hell was nothing more than the absence of God? And if you'd ever been in his presence, then you'd realize that's punishment enough. But then your kind came along and made it so much worse.
Humans aren't capable of 1/100th the evil a shitbag demon like you is.
Evil is an abstract! It's a human construct! But true to his irresponsible nature, man won't own up to being its engineer, so he blames his dark deeds on my ilk. But it's not enough to shadow his own existence. No, he turned hell into a suffering pit. And why? Because it is beyond your abilities to simply make personal recompense for the sins you commit. No, you choose rather to create a psychodrama and dwell in a foundless belief that God could never forgive your grievous offenses. So you bring your guilt and your inner decay with you to hell, where the horrid imaginations of so many gluttons for punishment gave birth to the sickness that has infected the abyss since the first one of your kind arrived there, begging to be punished. And in doing so, they've transformed the cold and solitude to pain and misery. I've spent eons privy to the flames, inhaling the decay, hearing the wail of the damned. I know what effect such horrors have on the delicate psyche of an angelic being. I'd rather not exist than go back to that.
And that's the version of the scene that exists without it being removed. So, bringing back to the ineffability of sin, effectively, writ small and writ large, you cannot just ignore sin. You have to rectify it. Then, you cannot ignore sin. Not only do you have to rectify it, you cannot loathe yourself over it. Because at what point do you stop antagonizing yourself? And when do you make Sheol into not a place for you to consider your actions and think upon your sins and then slowly work yourself through them? So for those of you who remember Dante's Inferno, the ability to reflect on them and slowly work your way out of Inferno into the upper construct of, not Paradiso, the one in the middle. Purgatoro. You slowly work yourself from hell going down to go up. You understand yourself. Yes, I was trying to remember the Latin for it. You go down through hell to arrive back at purgatory to then go up into Paradiso and then into the structures of heaven. Your job when you're suffering and you feel like your life is in the shitter is to count up your sins, think about what you've done, and slowly put to action, not sloth, but wisdom, to correct what you can do and recognize what you can't do. Which, to use another clip, to use the phrase that everybody should remember, especially from the Boondocks,
Thanks, Granddad. Granddad, what do you do when you can't do nothing, but there's nothing you can do?
You do what you can.
and that's it. That's the entire formulation of justice, purgatory, and sin. inside of most religions. You count up your sins. You figure out what you can't do and what you can do. You give up the things that you know you can't affect because they're outside of your sphere of influence, and you give them up to the god of ecumenical politics. You can't change the heart of other people. You cannot change their circumstances if they refuse to listen to reason and put wisdom into action, into focus. So you work on yourself and focus on yourself, and you worry about your own soul. But you also consider those that you can affect, and you worry about them as too. So you worry about your family, you worry about your friends, you worry about your wife, you worry about your dogs, you worry about your pets, and you eventually worry not so much about yourself for the sake of your own sake, but for the sake so that you can be able to hope that you can be for them, that you can be there for them in the moment where you know that nobody was there for you. So, to quote another fucking franchise, no one was there to lift you up in your arms, so now I shall be there to lift you up in your arms still. Which is me paraphrasing Henry Emily from the burning ending of FNAF 6, the pizza simulator. You lifted so many people up into your arms, but nobody was there to you to lift you up into theirs. Rather than focusing on permanent damnation, you are more focused on understanding what it is that you can do with your time on this planet and what you can't do with your time on this planet, and addressing that appropriately when it is time to address your issue and problem, rather than allowing yourself to be stuck in the abstract of what you believe must be the case, because otherwise you end up at a dead end, both in the case of sin and in the case of circumstances, because I'm not responsible for my actions. Everything that happens to me is because other people refuse to understand. Because if I just do what the fuck I want, then eventually I'll be A-okay. And that's not how any of this shit fucking works.
You can change.
I do.
Do you believe you can change for the better?
I do.
Do you believe that when you change for the better, you abandon the things you've done in the past that weren't good?
I think that you can.
Okay, then that's very much in keeping with Christian doctrine.
Can you explain to me how that's in keeping with Christian doctrine?
You believe
you would go to hell for those things?
You believe you can improve,
Yeah.
right? And you believe that if you improved, you would let go of things that were impeding you. That's a sacrifice. You believe that improvement would be upward, and you believe that you have agency in that. Yeah, those are all Christian presuppositions.
I guess maybe we have different opinions of what Christian morality is.
Yes, sounds
so
like
I think that my opinion of Christian morality is something that I don't really agree with, and maybe you would define that as like the foundations of Christianity.
Let me give you an example. So if you want to atone, which means to unify yourself and unify that with the world, then the first thing you have to do is figure out what you did wrong and admit it. That's a confession. That was good.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you too.
That in and of itself is the basis of everything. So, basically, the thing that leads you from the goal, you can't decide that sin doesn't exist, and you can't decide that I'm not responsible for my actions because of my circumstances. You actually have to take account for it, and you have to confess. If you do not confess to your sins and accept the consequences that come with the human abstract, then you're fucked. And then you're cooked. So, if there's nothing you can do, you're an innocent victim, there's nothing you did wrong, you can't fix anything, you're just good, they just hate you, okay, I guess you're fucked. You know everything and we know nothing. I guess you're fucked. And then I go this way. And then I go this way. Because I can only help a person if they're willing to realize what they've done wrong. The same way that somebody is willing to work with me. And what we perceive as wrong is what we perceive as wrong in the situation. Period. It's so weird how, despite the fucking Reddit atheism that reeks off of people like Kevin Smith, he actually made works that actually descripted and showed how this works in biological function, to the point where a fictional piece of material is actually able to pose the argument that is necessary to understand the working mechanisms to put yourself at the ability to understand the concept of mercy and grace. Media's funny. Media's weird. We've been here for a while. Please let us end this mercery. Dr. Peterson will now choose an atheist to debate for 10 minutes on a claim of their choosing.
I picked Xena because I think she asked genuine questions and wasn't trying to win.
Okay, well, hello.
Based. Based. Blacks win! Blacks win! Blacks win! Blacks win!
My claim is Jordan Peterson's framework for understanding Christianity is probably not the one that the Bible intended us to use. In regards to the way that you interpret the Bible, I don't see you have said in some circumstances that there's not a way to kind of say whether or not ontologically the historical claims made by the Bible are true. Like, for example, the story of Cain and Abel. You've said that this story is like a meta-truth in the sense that it exists all throughout time, culturally. And the way that you define meta-truth, I don't see a distinction between that and like a metaphor, right? But and you also said you cannot say whether this story was true. You can say that it exists eternally, metaphorically, but you can't say that it's true. And if you can't say that there are historical facts being said in the Bible as stories that weren't really said with much ambiguity, how can we say that we can understand the Bible in the way that it's meant to be interpreted? Like, if you cannot make any claims about these stories, right? You don't know whether they're true or false. How do you know that your interpretation is the correct way?
So that's why I picked you. You ask intelligent questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was good. What do they say? By their fruits, you'll know them.
Okay.
Right. Well, so one of the things I look at is the impact of what I'm doing. Right. And so I know a lot of evangelical Christians, a lot of Catholics, a lot of Orthodox Christians, a lot of people from other faiths. And they told me, like many of them, that they found my interpretations very helpful and that it deepened their faith. And so that's interesting because I wouldn't have necessarily expected that to be the case. And I've also talked to thousands of people who've told me that they came to understand the foundational stories of their culture better as a consequence of listening to me, and that they did everything they could to sort out their lives and that it worked. That's many different pieces of evidence that all converge on something like the practical and conceptual utility of my approach. Now, is it the same? There's a lot of approaches to biblical interpretation historically, and what I'm doing is possibly less new than you think.
Yeah, I want to make a claim on whether this evidence is enough, right, to substantiate whether or not your interpretation is going to, be more plausible, right, be the most plausible. Because in regards
it's an open question.
Yeah, right.
You bet.
So in regards to how we interpret the Bible and how we see the Bible, something can add value to someone's life. An interpretation can add value to someone's life. An interpretation can connect you to your conception of what your faith is. But if it's the quote-unquote interpretation that God does not intend, that can lead to a plethora.
That's certainly the case. That's why the medieval Christians were so concerned about heresy.
Exactly.
Yeah, because they felt...
Pause. So, he says a particular statement that needs to be analyzed. By their fruits, you'll know them. Technically, the statement is, by the fruits you shall know them. Or, you shall know them by their fruits. You will know them by their fruits. A good tree cannot bear bad fruit, nor can a bad tree bear good fruit. Matthew 16:18. So, let's go back to the Bible Hub. Or rather, let's go back to the one I was using before. Bible Gateway. It was either Gateway or Bible Hub. So, multiple verses, especially multiple in cross-reference to each other. Full screen. There are lots of references here, so this is going to be a very big example, especially by the majority text by which they're referenced, and I can't even put all the fucking cross-references in context. That goes here. When we zoom into it, thus, by the fruits you will recognize them. Yes, by you identify a tree by its fruits, you can identify people by their actions. Thus you will recognize them by their fruits, so then by their fruits you will recognize them. Then surely by the fruits you will recognize them. Wherefore by the fruits ye shall know them. Therefore by the fruits you shall know them. Surely you know them by the fruits, so you know them by the fruits. So on, so on, so on, so on. Then we get down here to the Amplified Bible. Therefore by their fruits you will recognize them as false prophets. There are multiple reinterpretations of this phrase that all read until you get back to contemporary English version about you shall know them by their fruits. Amplified Bible says, therefore by their fruits you shall recognize them by false prophets. And then again, inside of contemporary English, you can tell who the false prophets are by their deeds. Cross-referencing within context. Every tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. So then by their fruits you shall recognize them. Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven, but only he who does by the will of my Father. With multiple cross-references to Galatians, James, Luke, John, Matthew, Romana, Colossians, Ephesians, Philippines, Proverbs, and Isaiah. Most special being Isaiah 5:1-7. I will sing for the beloved a kingdom of his vineyard. My beloved had a vineyard on a very fertile hill. He dug it and cleared the stones and planted the finest vines, built a watchtower in the middle and dug out a winepress as well. He waited for the vineyard to yield good grapes, but the fruit it produced was sour. And now, O dwellers of Jerusalem and men of Judah, I exhort you to judge me between me and my vineyard. And then, of course, others as well. Proverbs 11:30. The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and he who wins souls is wise. As well as Philippians 1:11, filled with the fruit of righteousness that comes through Jesus Christ to the glory and praise of God. Ephesians 5:9, for the fruits in light consisting of all good righteousness and truth. Colossians 1:10 is much more clear with what it says, so that you may walk in a manner worthy of the Lord, and may praise him in everywhere, bearing fruit in every good work, growing in the knowledge of God. So, by the fruits you shall know them, in quotations, smaller, as good and bad people. Another way to read this is as good and bad outcomes. So, when I yap about good outcomes for myself, good outcomes for people around me, by their fruits you shall know them. Good people do good things. Bad people do bad things. Very simple, very easy to understand. What is the fruit? Obviously, the fruit is people. By their actions you shall know them. How do you recognize them? By the outcomes that they create. Back up here, when she says the consequences of understanding, recognizations of sin. If one does not have the willingness to confess to the abstract that they create for the concepts that they are applying. Also, thank you for the donation, Boster. Lord have mercy. By the ability to understand the refutation of the concept of the knowledge that is being expressed by the design. If you are not willing to confess, you are bad goods. You are unwilling to change. Therefore, I recognize you by your bad attitude and your bad outcome. Because I don't have to convince a person who is good of understanding what I'm trying to describe. They see the inherent nature in which comes in making sure that they are not short with their words and cross with their attitudes. Because a perfect being changes. It grows. I will recognize them by the fruits of their labor and by the morals of their actions. If a creature is perfect and doesn't change, then I know that it's sour grapes. Hence, the phrase. Another phrase you could use is that it's no use crying over spilt milk. You see, the milk is not what you're crying over. It's the spilling. Spilling milk. Or, let's use it to something more personal to me. Feeling that I cannot be able to do right by people unless I punish myself. Am I going to change if I feel that I have to punish people permanently? Do I have to punish myself permanently? At what point do I stop being mad at myself? As soon as I'm able. I have to forgive, not to forgive others, because that is trauma, forever waiting for an answer that allows for the emotion that I feel to match the ending that I think I deserve. It is instead something that I give to myself so that I can then spread to others, because I can be able to put my hand on their shoulder and say, I know where you are and I've been there. And it gets easier when you let go of all that weight. And when they ask what weight, I tell them to count up the sins that are on their back. And when they turn their head, they finally see the shadow that's been stalking them the entire time. The fruits that are the grapes of wrath is the anxiety, the anger, the isolation, and thus the lack of God in your life that is represented and representative of eternal misery. Because you think that you aren't worthy of acceptance, or forgiveness, or love. Period. That is it. That's everything. This, by its finite definitive nature, is the true foundation by which all things derive. I want good outcomes, not bad outcomes. I want good things, not bad things. How do I get them? I have to recognize the good things that create good outcomes and the bad things that create bad outcomes. If I eat a whole pizza, what's the outcome? I get fat. That's a lot of carbs. It's a lot of sugar. If I eat a little bit of a pizza and then I go to the gym, I'm putting off an immediate gratification for a delayed gratification. Period. Anything else that stems from that is me avoiding the harsh consequence, positive consequence and negative consequence, that is permitted to me should I choose to take word in action. And from there, I extend to the reaches and the stars above. Everything becomes formulaic from my actions and choices. If I'm not accountable for my actions, then I stay in a perpetual cycle of violence, where I think that I can't be salved, and because I sin, I continue to sin, believing that I am not worthy of salvation, and therefore I wrap back around and continue committing actions of sin, because I believe that I am not accountable for my actions. Let me use a different color. For my actions, so I can represent the finality of the curve. For my actions and my reactions. I'm not responsible. I didn't get raptured because I'm a bad person and nobody will forgive me. Oh my God, nobody will forgive me. Well, can't you change? No, I'm not responsible for the consequences of my actions. Can't you just give it up to the God of ecumenical politics for confess? No, I'm a victim of my circumstances. Well, you're locked in samsara. Enjoy it. Until you let go of this, you're forever stuck here. If you understand that the good outcomes is what allows you to free yourself from sin, then you're never going to be free. Removing this from the religious aspect of Christianity, or any religion in general, if you keep doing dumb shit, bad shit happens! Stop doing dumb shit! But it's funny, huh? The equivalent of punching a person in the mouth. It's as simple as that.
Well, and that's why the Catholics objected so much to the Protestant Reformation, because they believed that the fractionation of Christianity would result in an indefinite fractionation, right? Well, and that's exactly what's happened.
Right.
So yeah, that's definitely a problem. I think one of the foundational principles, for example, there's a foundational principle in the Old Testament of hospitality, right? So what you want to do if you set up your local environment properly is to make it welcoming to people voluntarily. And so one of the ways you could judge the validity of the interpretation of the classic story is whether or not that interpretation might be regarded by someone as welcoming. Does that represent something you'd actually like to have if you were acting in your own interest in the long run?
Right, and we can talk about that. Like,
protect you from fear might be another one.
Exactly. So we can talk about like how these interpretations of the Bible, like if they kind of resonate with us. And I think that can in some case be some kind of like evidence. Oh, this might be true, but I think we need to ask: is evidence damning? Right? Is this evidence certain? Right? Yeah. So
does anybody else notice that she happens to be glowing in the light? I can't tell if it's because she's sweating or because she put fucking cocoa butter on. But it's hilarious to me.
But I do want to look at, again, the consequences and our understanding of this interpretation once more. So we look at, again, the story of Cain and Abel, and we say, yeah, so I believe this is a meta-truth. I believe that this story is resonant throughout cultures. That is all Trinitarian. I'm sure that there is in some way, the story was put in here for the reason, right, to tell us about, fights between brothers. But also, you can't say I do know or I don't know that this story is false or true in an ontological, historical sense, as a historical fact. Were there two people like that were specifically referenced?
Okay, I don't think that's knowable, but I'm not sure why it matters to you.
So the reason why it matters to me is because we need to know how we should interpret the things that the Bible says. And
many ways.
Right, but like if we interpret
sometimes poetry, sometimes history, sometimes facts,
but for
sometimes
example,
metaphor.
The reason why it's important, right, very important, is because, for example, we can talk about something like God says, I believe it's like 1 Corinthians 15:17, something about how belief in God specifically as someone who resurrected or as someone who died for our sins is important, right? But we have to look at, if we can interpret that as just like you believe that God is a symbol of sacrifice, that is different from believing that there was an actual person named Jesus Christ who died on the cross for our sins. True. So if you believe one and not the other, that can be the difference between you going to hell and you going to heaven. So if we cannot make like...
I would slightly push back and disagree. Believing that there must have been a Judeo-Christian figure that must have been named Jesus of Nazareth, who was then crucified under Pontius Pilate, who suffered, died, and then was buried. On the third day, then rose again in fulfillment of the scripture, ascended into heaven, and is now seated forever at the right hand of the Father, representing his judgment, his patience, and his wrath, because he is slow to anger, but quick to temper. We do know that there was a Pontius Pilate. We have it as proof. It's on the fucking Rosetta Stone. However, even in recognizing this concept, as well as all the other information that supports the knowledge of a Christian figure or a historical figure that is known and was considered Pontius Pilate, and the Pharisees that ordered him to put to death Jesus of Nazareth, who was counted amongst the no, and then was collective in that no, or in other words, for those that recognize the fucking song, was counted in that number when the saints came marching in to count the names that are in the book of life, is completely tangential to whether or not you understand the meaning behind being in the number that is written and inscribed inside the book of life and death. Believing that Jesus was real is completely separate to to understanding the message. If you understand the message, it doesn't matter. Period.
We cannot say that we know whether or not certain historical facts in the Bible happen, like even as just like events, like because the events matter. Because again, God dying for our sins on the cross was an event. If we can't say that we know these things happen, these things did or didn't happen, this then leads us to kind of like the conundrum of how do we know what we are meant to believe, what the Bible intended for us to believe, and this can be very, very important to like our fate.
And that then leads us to the clip from Granddad of how do you know what to do when you don't know what you can do? You just do what you can.
Yeah, I've got no disagreement with any of that. What sort of response do you want from that? You pushed me beyond the limits of my knowledge.
Really?
Well, there's so many things you can't know. I'm struggling. I know that the biblical stories are the foundation of Western culture.
Mm-hmm.
I know that the consequence of those stories has been the genesis of a society that is in the main freer and more abundant than any societies have ever been. I don't exactly understand the relationship between those stories and that outcome, but it's not nothing.
Right.
But I don't know the answer to the questions that you're asking. You know, it's the case that forever when people have been interpreting religious stories, they wrestled with exactly the question that you just described.
Mm-hmm.
When is it fact? When is it poetry? When is it music? When is it metaphor? When is it ritual? When is it time-bound?
But what I'm saying is that your interpretation of the Bible, if you cannot tell us, again, if these historical events happen or not, that can be the deciding factor in if someone is like damned to hell for eternity or if they go to heaven, right? So that's why
I don't concern myself so much with that particular question. You know, like that would be something that would stem more from an evangelical viewpoint, and I'm not putting that down, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
You're asking me a question I really can't answer.
Okay.
I'm not claiming even that my interpretations are canonically correct. I can only tell you the consequences of having released them into the world, let's say.
Right, so I get...
Boom. So, here's the concept that we have here from Cain and Abel, which then ties back to the question that she asked, or rather, the circumstance of the claim that the framework that he uses is not one that is intended for Bible's use. It is hard to tell when you are dealing with poetry, when you're dealing with fiction, when you're dealing with a time-bound and time-restricted piece of information that is only relevant within the context that it allows, which is very restrictive, when you're dealing with real history, and when you're dealing with the context that is provided for the knowledge that is being had. So, let's do this with Cain and Abel. Cain and Abel. A brother is going to be damned as the first murderer for killing his brother. Cain and Abel is a very simple concept. What is the concept? Let's Google it. So, Cain and Abel. Cain and Abel. Let us go out to the field. From multiple versions, in which they are important in reference, taken from Genesis 4:8. Context. Thus verse, thus collaboration. As read as important as it is, wrong one. As read as important as it is, in the context of Cain murdering Abel, as read from International. And so it came to pass that Cain said to his brother Abel, "Let us go to the field." And while they were in the field, Cain attacked his brother Abel and killed him. Then the Lord said to Cain, "Where is your brother Abel?" And he answered, "I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper?" From this, there are multiple contexts which can be understood. One of those contexts is what is mentioned in the Crofts reference, multiple in which are important. You have different interpretations of the reason why this is relevant, but ultimately, there are some that I choose as choice of the matter, as we pull from the context that we are using. 1. John 3:12. Do not be like Cain, who belonged to the evil one and murdered his brother. For why did what Cain slay him? For his own evil deeds were evil, and while those of his brother were righteous. What are we to believe from the killing of Abel by Cain? He killed his brother because he was good, because he is evil. But is that it? He was already bad, therefore the action was done because evil should kill good this day? Why? Hebrews 11:4. By faith Abel offered God a better sacrifice than Cain did. By faith he was commended as righteous when God gave approval to his gift, and by faith he still speaks, even though he is dead. He has given unto God what belongs to him, which is his eternal life, in his willingness to follow and to sing the Trisagion forever and ever. Holy, 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 holy is thou, Lord. Why? Because he gave unto him a gift that is to be given to God, that is not to be given to anyone else, which is blind faith. Technically, general faith. Faith is always blind. You have no confirmation of what is true. So you can only be able to go off of faith when you do not have the abstract and the physical to hold as a contemporary. Which is to say, Abel believes. Therefore, anything he gave to God is unto his as his faith in the goodness of his sibling was unshaken. His death by his brother is a sign of his trusting nature to go with his brother to the field. He dies because he trusts his brother to not kill him when his back is turned. He then says to the Lord on high, "Am I my brother's keeper? I know not where he goes," knowing that he is lying and bearing false witness, one of the 10 Commandments. This is a sin against God in the greatest sense. And it is part of, alongside a couple of other things, which is the reason why Cain is forever marked as the first murder and bears the mark of Cain. And from him, the Canaanites are descended, and from the Canaanites, evil lies in their heart, because they are themselves bad people, because you know them by their fruit. Matthew 23:35. And so you will come beyond the righteous blood shed on earth, from the blood of the righteous Abel to the blood of Zacharias, son of Barachiah, who you murdered between the temple and the altar. Righteous blood. What does that mean? Why is their blood righteous? Because they did not commit sin in their hearts. They did not sin in their hearts. Of their wanton desires on this planet, should they have had any, they did not want for naught, whereas Cain did. Their hearts were full. Therefore, you know them by the fruit of their goodness, that they were not of evil. Because, Jude 1:11, woe unto them that have traveled in the path of Cain, rushed along to the error of Bedlam, technically Bedlam. They would have perished within Korah's rebellion. This, quite literally, is the basis behind the all-famous frame, Vae Victus. Vae Victus! Hail victory, and woe be unto the conquered. Technically, in this sense, it is those that are about to be killed in battle. But victory is hailed not on the word of man, but on the word of God. Glory, glory, glory to the Lord. Hosanna to the Most Highest. Why? Because those that are righteous are going to prosper. Those that commit evil do not. Why? Because we know them by their fruits. What does that mean? I know that you will not succeed because your wickedness will not let you. Why? Because I know who you are. Why? Because I know how you are. I know that I am good. Not because I know who I am, but because I know who I am at 6:15 on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And I know, 9 times out of 10, with a little bit of grace to give people the chance to repent for the things that they know, and to be able to give back for the things that they do not know, and to understand for the things that they want, but which have not earned for the things that they do not want. You are likely to never leave samsara and to never understand the actions that you have done that have locked you out of knowledge, because your heart has been hardened. You rejected that it is possible to be able to transcendiate your own sin. Therefore, you have committed yourself to turn your backs to God. Therefore, how can you Let the light in your heart to purify the evil that lies within the wickedness above and below. Because as it is above, so it must be below. Therefore, as it is without, from what you do, as it is within, by how you are to yourself. The wickedness that you do unto others reaches back and curls its vines around you, and thus around your heart grows a thick bramble, letting in no light, including the light of God. Thus, Sheol, the absence of God's presence. For your body is a temple, and if your body is a temple that you have desecrated, your house is not holy to let in the Spirit. Da-da. Continuing. Hebrews 12:24. To Jesus the meditator, to the new covenant, to the sprinkled blood, that it speaks a better word than that speaks a better word than the blood of Abel. John 3:15. To everyone who hates his brother is a murderer, and you know that eternal life does not reside in a murderer. And Proverbs 1:11-12. If they say, come along, let us lie in wait for blood, let us ambush the innocent without cause, let us swallow them alive like Sheol, and woe like those descending into the pit. And lastly, but not least, 5:21-2 of Matthew. You have heard it was said to the ancients, do not murder, and anyone who murders will be subject to judgment. But I tell you that anyone who is angry with his brother will be subject to judgment. Again, anyone who says to his brother, Raka, will be subject to the Sanhedrin. This is a hard word to pronounce. Sanhedrin. Will be subject to the Sanhedrin. But anyone who says to you, you fool, will be subject to the fires of hell. All of this says the lesson of Cain is understand that you must try to trust willingly, which goes back to what he just said about opening yourself up for what the faith allows in its structure.
Between those stories and that outcome, but it's not nothing. Right. But I don't know the answer to the questions that you're asking. You know, it's the case that forever, when people have been interpreting religious stories, they wrestled with exactly the question that you just described. When is it fact? When is it poetry? When is it music? When is it metaphor? When is it ritual? When is it time-bound?
But what I'm saying is that your interpretation of the Bible, if you cannot tell us, again, if these historical events happened or not, that can be deciding factor in if someone is like damned to hell for eternity or if they go to heaven, right? So that's why
I don't concern myself so much with that particular question. You know, like that would be something that would stem more from an evangelical viewpoint, and I'm not putting that down, by the way. You're asking me a question I really can't answer. Okay. I'm not claiming even that my interpretations are canonically correct. I can only tell you the consequences of having released them into the world, let's say.
Right, so I guess we've kind of come to a conclusion about that, which I've kind of wrestled with your framework and pushed it kind of to its end, at least in the way that you can answer my question. So I don't know that we can more wrestle with that.
See, I guess the problem is, I don't exactly understand, I don't think anybody does, the relationship between fact and destiny. You know, well, they're different realms in a way, because knowing what the world is made of doesn't help you navigate through it. Not really. It doesn't provide you with a foundation for navigation.
And that is in itself the basis of the problem, at least in the case of Cain and Abel, and at least in the recognition of the concept of understanding people and how they choose to behave and what comes of bad intentions and bad behavior. She wants a prescriptive understanding of, can you tell me, in the name of God, what makes it possible for me to save my sister from hell? And can you tell me the reasons why these things are important? He cannot, because understanding the nature of the world does not actually address the skill you have to navigate it. And understanding where you stand in your philosophy does not bring you closer to the kingdom of God, because it is not about how you are being tested. It is about how you perceive the lesson of being tested. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter now what happens. It is literally based on how you choose to go through the behavior and what you do while you're doing it. It is less about an answer that you give to a question and more about your answer in the form of an action that answers the question. If you ask God, tell me your name, they will breathe in and out. Ergo, The breath of life that exists in your lungs is the name of God on the lips of every single Philistine that speaks at the hand and feet of the kingdom. You will know him when you see him. And when you see the glory of God, you will turn your eyes away and understand that ye are not worthy. Because those that will witness such a sight will understand that they are seeing something that is sight beyond sights and might beyond might. Hence, how you understand if something truly is divine. Or the closest one can get to the metaphysical state that we can describe as divinity.
But knowing the facts of the world is obviously useful. And the relationship between those two things, part of that's the mystery of Western civilization and the continued competition between science and religion.
To bridge this kind of understanding between fact and destiny is like an important question that the burden is on Christianity to answer, and specifically interpretations of Christianity. And if we can't do that,
why is the burden on Christianity?
Because it posits, right, that this interpretation, right, is going to be a way to understand God. But if it's faulty, right, that can
what evidence would you accept?
That would be an interesting question, because I've seen people try to answer the question, and I've never really been moved, because I can always attack, and then kind of get to this point where the answer is I don't know.
Well, here's an answer.
Pause there. I'm sorry, that's time.
Okay. Well,
Rip. So, I'll finish your statement. He asks, what evidence would you accept? He asks this question in a very specific way. Because she says, I attack this position, and usually because I attack this position, I am able to nibble down their points and force them into a position where they are not able to answer what I want.
To be a way to understand God. But if it's faulty, right, that can,
what evidence would you accept?
That would be an interesting question, because I've seen people try to answer the question, and I've never...
She has seen people attempt to answer a question of the kind of evidence that is used to accept it. But it's not about how somebody else's answer, which includes myself in this instance for the entire 7 hours and 39 minutes that we've been going to make sure that I don't get fucking claimed. Thanks, Jubilee. Love you, B. Love you all. That's so nice of you, Jubilee. In the extension that it takes to be able to understand the metaphysical structure by which one can know the ineffable, it is not about me providing you information to round you out of your position. Because at that point, you're debating logic and will. And then you are basically working off of the operant system that is basically the OS that is your brain. So anybody who's ever heard of this thing called Temple OS, imagine your brain is an operating system. Your operating system works off of the fundamental logic that is your totem, that brings you to the position that you have to understand the philosophical understandings and underpinnings of every single religion and how spirituality connects them all in the world, and the lessons that you are to take from them based on the context that you are meant to use them in, the context that allows you to teach the lesson in an answer, to give unto others back what you have already given to yourself through the form of understanding who you are. Through this, I don't give you that answer. You give you that answer. So, I'll ask that question in a different way. And this is the point that we're going to drop off as we then watch the last of this video. Why does truth have no form? Let me put this up here. And yes, I am referring to the character Truth inside of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. What is the concept that is being communicated by the philosophy of what is happening? Why does truth speak with the voice of whoever is addressing truth? You can feel free to answer at your own leisure. We will lead. The truth, Shinri, is an enigmatic metaphysical being who appears when a person attempts human transmutation. Seeing human transmutation as an unfair exchange according to the equivalent exchange laws of alchemy, truth will bring the alchemists into the gate and forcibly take their most valued attribute, or something of value that represents the anticipated relationship of the person that they are trying to create or resurrect. Truth will accept otherwise impossible exchanges when a philosopher's stone is used, or as part of it will be used for the exchange instead, as a negative version of consciousness for the alchemy, for the arc of negative version or consciousness. for the alchemist to perform human transmutation, truth is perceived by the finite human mind as punishing them for playing God by abusing the power of alchemy, embodying the universe, serving as both a deity and a monad. For those who do not know what a monad is, a monad is a concept that is used in the cosmic philosophy or cosmology, referring to a basic and original substance. So, literally, the monad, the circle, the literal form of the circle dot used by Pythagoreans and later Greeks to represent the first metaphysical being as the absolute, which conveniently looks not so unlike a hydrogen molecule. Shout outs to Dr. Manhattan. This concept of the one that exists within all is the metaphysical representation of who you are in the universe. It is the you that is within that is without. An essentiality of the absolute, the Godhead. You, yourself, talking to your sense of God, your consciousness, because you know what you've done was wrong, and now you're rectifying with the voice in your head that tells you that you have to pay for it. Truth is all things in the universe, representing the consciousness and the consciousness of all living things. So the conscientiousness and the conscience of all living things. It is everything in the universe, including all people, and therefore is the closest thing to the concept of God. F. We're cutting back in and out again. I can see my F. Waiting for the KVS to go back up. Waiting a bit, waiting a bit, waiting a bit, waiting a bit. Back into the yellow. Alright, green. So, as truth represents the person, they represent the closest sense of exactly what Jordan Peterson has been saying about consciousness. If God is conscientiousness, you are God. God is you. You are representing how you choose to punish yourself within transubstantiation. If you decide that you are deserving of dying for the sin of pride, then that will be what happens. Kiss the ring, so it is so. However, in the concept, at least as it applies to Full Metal Alchemist, which I believe is applicable for the situation, aside from humans, all living things possess their own gate of truth, through which they can see their truth. And as we remember, the truth that is written on your gate is based on your philosophical understanding, which is your totem. If your totem is based on the concepts that you understand to be immutable to yourself, and thus cannot change because they are the things that you believe, and you do not want to change them, then you will be punished by the actions of the monad upon yourself, based on how you see yourself. So, being your brother's keeper ultimately responds to being your own keeper. Because that's your family, that's your blood, and your actions follow through with the intent that you have for yourself. Asking the question of what it is that you can give to yourself to supply the reason for what you're believing is to ask yourself to trust yourself. So basically, you're giving a pinky promise to God. You ask yourself, what will it take for you to accept that this is real? It's not in your head. You're not talking to yourself. You are actively talking to me, and you will die if you believe yourself to be dying. You have to be able to give yourself an answer to say, it's possible to believe in anything, while allowing everything to still be possible at the same time. So, no predestination, no precognition, no removal of self from the action of oneself, from the volition of your truth, as you speak it, and as you understand it, and you know it, and you shape it. But instead, transubstantiation through the form that you are able to forgive yourself for the trespasses you've done, not just to yourself and unto others, but others have done unto you. Even if they refuse to come to the decision that you believe they should arrive at, should they see things from your perspective. Because if you can't convince yourself of the argument, how can you convince them? Therefore, you're not going off of your elephant, and you're not going off of the Godhead. You're going off of your Jiminy Cricket. You're going off of your internal consciousness. Your inner voice that lets you know to call your brother son. Wacky and wild world we went on discovering this one, chat. I can't wait to see I cannot wait to see what Callum does with this. Anyways, wrap this shit the fuck up. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Never really been moved because I can always attack and then it kind of gets to this point where the answer is I don't know.
Well, here's an answer.
Pause there. I'm sorry, that's time.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the rap.
Well, I definitely picked the right person.
Thank you.
That was very good.
Thank you so
Really,
much.
very good. I don't like talking to win. But there were portions of all the conversations that were truly productive, and that it's instructive for people to see the distinction between a debate that's aimed at local victory and dominance, let's say, even of ideas, and a discussion that's predicated on mutual exploration and establishment of like a harmonious understanding and peace.
So what Jordan Peterson just said there is that it is important that people understand the difference between seeing a battle for competition, dominance, and strength, and an understanding of what is effectively a jam session. It is less important for a person to be right and to win at all times. It is more important for us collectively to understand the goal of what is being achieved and to achieve that goal as a group, rather than to have a dominance of who the leader of a group is. Even to the point where I have to step to the side and give somebody else the spotlight. Because it's more important to be a member of a group and to understand things collectively than to be the individual who is the king of the mountain. No enemies, but no friends either.
Peterson, out of all of the kind of theists that are on the internet, he's one of the better ones in regards to just like being genuine as a person. But I do feel like he does a lot of, I guess, wordplay that can make it a little bit difficult and kind of just muddies the waters in regard to what we define as Christianity and atheism.
Jordan Peterson, I credit to turning me into an atheist. I had a blast talking to him today. I think if the average person followed what Jordan Peterson...
Mao. He turned me into an atheist. Me disagreeing with him is the reason why I'm like this. You shall know them by their fruits.
Said they realized that fundamentally Jordan Peterson is not a Christian, in fact uses many atheistic principles, and operated under bad faith by seeming to forget what basic words meant when he didn't want to answer a question.
His definitions can kind of shift a little bit depending on the moment, and I think that he wasn't afraid to flex that definitional muscle.
I felt really good about our conversation. I thought that it highlighted some key issues in Jordan Peterson's theology. I hope he reflects on these issues and maybe deepens his perspective on them in the future.
You shall know them by their fruits!
Xena, she was able to build up such a rapport that he chose her in the end, and they were able to have extended dialogue, which is something I had hoped for. So maybe I learned a little something from Xena about being more cordial.
It's extraordinarily useful to be able to model productive debate and conversation for people and see how my thoughts were landing with people who are particularly skeptical, and to put that in front of a large audience and to assess the consequences.
You're a Christian.
Well, fuck. So right there at that end, what he just said right there, let's play that again.
Into an atheist. I had a blast.
He wasn't afraid to flex that definitional muscle.
I felt really good about our conversation. I felt
more cordial.
It's extraordinarily useful to be able to model productive debate and conversation for people and see how my thoughts were landing with people who are particularly skeptical, and to put that in front of a large audience and to assess the consequences.
Right there. That right there. His final words. Literally what I said earlier towards the beginning the entire fucking time. We're now at the end. I said, when we began, that, or rather, on something that was asked about, because I know the first person to leave was just a girl, and she left because she did not want to put herself at the victimization of the dumbass arguments that were going to be had in bad faith by the atheists that tried them. And Lord forgive, by high almighty, they fucking tried it. But I also said that it is not important to do debate to get people to come to your side. It is important to find the people in the middle that are undecided, to then offer them the grapes and the fruits of your labor, including your mental labor, so that you may be able to establish the ability to know them by their fruits. The people who act in good faith are the people who should be understood as the ones responsible for the response that is being given. And the ones who act in bad faith, you will recognize by their actions, their words, their tactics, their energy, and effectively their aggression. Because they want to dominate the hill. They want to be the one that conquers the Mott and Bailey and is able to stop the tactic. Every single person who was aggressive did so from a position that was disrespectful, to the point of inherently attempting to win a game. There was a power structure, power move, and thus the response that happens normally in life when a person's being a massive dick, he dismissed them. I don't want to talk to this person. There's no productive conversation to be had. But even in the annoyance of the most annoying one of them, there is production. This is the worst of the worst. See them, look at them, know them. Recognize this, avoid this. Even then, when conversation can't be had, a greater, deeper conversation was being had. And then, when challenged, or rather when invited to the ability to have the rigature of what allows deeper conversation to flow, Xena demonstrated the ability to build the rapport that allowed for a deeper knowledge to be allowed, and therefore, from mistakes into miracles. So possibly, it is precognition. Who's to say that God did not choose to work its way through both me with the spoken word, as well as Peterson in the moment in time there, to then recognize the actions, to then provide the context to you, to provide the knowledge, to be able to perceive a deeper truth, and thus arrive at a knowledge that can be applied no matter the world and the path that you walk. Maybe it was all predetermined, and that one guy was correct. But if that's the case, nigga, God said, you finna hold these L's, nigga. You finna hold these L's, nigga. And that's hilarious. Of course, if that's the timeline that we're in. Who knows if that's the timeline we're in. You were eating straight eggs, no bacon. The fuck are you doing? Thank you, Boster. Again, twice. I don't know why it didn't play a notification for your donation. I have to assume that it was the disconnections that somehow fucked up my shit. Anyways, we have arrived at the end, chat. We did it. We survived. Like 4 different disconnections, 5 different disconnections, but we made it to the end. Now, that being said, we gotta get the fuck back up right tomorrow and do it all again. Because it's gonna be Summer Games Fest 25. We gotta see how dog shit this fucking event is. After that, we got plenty of more VsChat coming down for this week. And then we finna get into some crazy shit on some of them. Don't miss it. I love you all. Have a good night, and/or day, and/or morning. I will see you all tomorrow. Same Carl time, same Carl channel. I will read you all in the funny papers. I'm billing you all for my therapy. Goodbye.